It's been a whole year since the start of the series, and on March 21st, it was completed. It's been a wild ride, and to thank everyone and make my channel's videos easier to navigate, I've combined every single video into a trilogy of mega videos. So sit back and grab some popcorn as we face the truth of the complete Persona 4 Golden Diary. Just a quick heads up that all months and events are timestamped if you want to skip to a specific part, but with that all said, let's finally finish this. January 1st. It's now 2012. Apparently it's going to end this year, but we'll just have to wait and see. As I head into the lounge area, Nanako and Dojima were watching the TV. He saw me and said, there you are. We all sit down at the Katatsui, and he says that, alright, are we ready then? Happy New Year. Nanako says it, and then I say it as well, which prompts Nanako to say it again. Dojima tells me that they'll probably still be a bit of a pain for me, but may things go well this year. I nod as Dojima adds that in any case, you've changed over this past year. You've got a man's face now. He didn't see me while he was hospitalized, and that's what made him notice. He feels relieved since so much happened. I thank Dojima for the kind words. He says, though, it is odd for him to say that since he's the one that caused me such trouble, chuckling. Nanako breaks the conversation due to her being hungry, asking if we can eat yet. He replies, alright, let's dig in. Man, he can't thank those guys working at the holidays in Jeunesse enough. He wandered over there, and they even had New Year's food. Nanako's happy, says thanks for the food. We join in as Dojima asks Nanako what she wants to eat. He'll go get it for her. She replies, Kobumaki, beaming, as the time we spent together passed, and it was later in the day. Nanako and Dojima aren't able to visit the shrine due to their incident, but I did get a message, and it was from Chie asking if I wanted to go, and I loved that idea, agreeing. And I got going, but she wasn't there yet. As I stood there, I heard her voice, apologizing for the wait, and she was wearing a kimono. It really fitted her, though it's weird to see her wearing something that isn't drenched in green. She tells me Happy New Year's. Oh wait, she's already told me that. She asked me how a kimono looked. I told her that she looks cute, as she says that makes her feel like she's a little girl at a wedding being told she's cute for dressing up like a grown-up. But she guesses she's still happy that I said she's cute. She was blushing as we walked to the offering box. She admits that she never really considered wearing a kimono on New Year's until now, and because of her tomboyish personality, her family teased her so much about wearing her kimono at today. The moment seemed right, so she decided to tell them about me, and, well, that's it. She continues walking, seeming flustered, and says time to visit the shrine, asking me if I've decided what my wish will be. I tell her that it's gonna be a secret since, you know how they work. And she understood that and says that she's going to keep hers a secret too. She's going to wish for something she absolutely wants to come true. I bet it's gonna be something steak or meat related. But regardless, she says that she really wants her wish to come true, so she's not gonna skimp. 500 yen offering. We paid and prayed and started to walk away, but Chie said, let's go draw fortunes. This place doesn't make special New Year's fortunes that are better, so you gotta focus on drawing a good one, okay? And I go for it without thinking, and I got a medium blessing. Chie says, not bad. She got a half blessing. She forgets though, which one is better, half blessing or small blessing? Oh well, ordinary's best anyways, but if your romance fortune was a lot better than mine, then that wouldn't be good. Not sure what she meant by that, but she seemed to be embarrassed. She tells me that until a little while ago, she would get really depressed every time she thought about me leaving in March, but now it's starting to not bother her, because now she realizes that the distance between us won't matter. She loves me so much after all. She's blushing, commenting that it's a cheesy line, right? Yikes, it's freezing. We should get some coffee somewhere. I tell Chie that we could drink it at my house, but she says that it's a little embarrassing to go there wearing this. She seemed flustered by it all, saying we're just talking about some coffee, right? What she means is, well, let's go to Jeunesse. That place would definitely be open for coffee. Sounds good to me as we spend a long time together, and soon the night came. And, well, since it's been a long day, I decided to call it quits early, heading to bed. January 2nd. In the morning, as Inaba was blanketed in snow, Nanako ran out commenting on all the snowfall this year. Dojima walked out commenting that it looks like they got a lot of snowfall this year. Nanako tells her father that she wants to make a snowman. He replies, a snowman, huh? He would help her make one, but the doctor told him to avoid bending over so his back could heal up. She seems sad, but then asks me. I like the sound of it, making a frosty friend, so I tell her that we can make one together, making her happy. But Dojima reminds Nanako to not get too worked up, alright? You'll get sick and have to stay at the doctor's for a long time. Nanako replies with, okay, and he asks that if you get a cold, come right in. Can you promise that? And she agrees. As some time passed, as we were rolling up the snowballs, they're getting quite large, all things considered. Nanako sees mine, telling me, that's amazing, asking how I got it so big. I tell her that she needs guts. Nanako tells me that she read about that in a manga when she was at the hospital. If you have guts, then you get a cool frog t-shirt or become the best bancho. Dojima tells us, alright, I think you two have done enough. Let me help now. He thinks he can take it home from here. I tell him in a sassy way, that's no fair. We did all the work after all. But he laughs, telling me, don't be like that. It wouldn't hurt to share some of the credit. And with a lift, the snowman is made. It's small, but it came together well. Nanako proudly states that it's done, but Dojima says that it still needs a face though. We should draw one for it. Nanako thinks about it and tells me that she wants to look like Teddie. Can you make the face look like Teddie? I'm a little flustered because I'm not an artist. But if that's what Nanako wants, I'll try. And it came out decently. Nanako is happy, saying, it's a Teddie man. It looks so cool. Dojima also happy with the result, saying, I'm pretty good. And tells Nanako, good for you. Nanako, beaming with joy, thanks me. And I'm glad that I put effort into this, just so I can see Nanako's joyful face. But Dojima cuts the snow day short, telling her that if we don't go in soon, you'll catch a cold. Nanako's sad, asks, oh, already? But to cheer her up, he says that he'll make her a hot drink. Well, it'll just be coffee, but Nanako agrees, saying that to make it sweet for her, as we all head inside to enjoy Dojima's coffee. But after it, Dojima asks me what I'm going to be doing about my New Year's greetings. It's good to relax, but shouldn't you go and say hello to all your friends? With Dojima's questioning, I don't see why not. So let's speedrun it. I met Ayane first, Yukiko was second, Chie was third, but we've already met, so it was short and sweet, but she did look cute in something that's not green once more. Rise was where I expected her to be. What was more surprising was Shua's outside. I'm surprised he didn't wear anything winter-related. He's gonna catch a cold. I was standing around surprised she wasn't in Okina City. Then I met Daisuke in the north of the shopping district. I do wonder where Cal was, however, but I met Kanji outside of his mother's shop. He seemed to be well. Then it was Naoki's turn, but with everyone in the shopping district I talked to, I went to the shrine and I met the fox. It's been a while after all. The fox jumped down and seemed to be happy with me, but he seems more happy with the offering box. Never change, fox. After that, I went to the hospital where I worked with Sayoko. She wasn't there, of course, and I knew that. But a nurse told me that she did leave a letter saying that she's studying hard, and there was a note specifically for me. She thinks it was, let's both do our best. But with that, I returned and I wanted to confirm something, heading to the floodplain, and sure enough, High Snow was there, and it was nice to catch up with her, to be honest. But with that chat over, I went to the floodplain and I met Eri. Although we didn't talk much, it was nice to hear from her. Then it was Naoto's turn, and with the season's greetings done with nearly everyone, it's Teddie and Yosuke's turns as I head to Jeunesse. I talked to both of them, and they both seem to be in high spirits regardless of having to work on this day. As I think about it, I wonder how Marie, Margaret, and Igor was doing, as I went to the Velvet Room. But I wasn't expecting what was waiting for me. Margaret was her usually business self. As I say I wanted to say Happy New Year's, she replies, oh my, quite formal of you. She did not realize that the year had passed, so after all, this room is distance from time. She remembers now. She has something she must tell me. Marie has left this room. She supposes that means her purpose here has come to an end. Wait, and she didn't even say goodbye? I ask her when did she leave. She replies, not too long ago. This room is tightly bound to my fate. Her master selects the scenery and even the other residents to match their fate of their occasional customers. And we always change. You may have already noticed, but it was you who ushered her here. She arrived in this place not long after you first arrived this room. All we did was provide a name and a role for her. Your fate led Marie here, and you forged a bond with her. I asked Margaret if she knew where she went, and she replied that she does not know either. However, if I wished, she could locate Marie and take me to her. Though she must warn me, though it may involve danger. What is my choice? Well, if it means protecting a friend, I don't care about danger. I'll go. She replies, very well, but please give me some time. Once she is prepared, she will come for me, but please wait until then. I wonder where Marie went, but I'll just have to wait. As I greeted everyone, I went home, and as I head up, I felt a chill. Did I catch a cold? I might need to get some rest. Heading to bed. January 3rd. I'm not feeling too well, but it seems someone was at the door, so I answered it. And it was Teddie and Yosuke. Yosuke said, "Happy New Year." Oh wait, you already said that. Teddie hopes that we can get along this year too, but he's already said that, laughing. Yosuke apologized for dropping in unannounced. He thought about calling me, but they were already in the area. I see as Teddie walks in thanking us for inviting him, more like he barged in. But it's fine. Yosuke, his handler, lets him have it, letting out a sheesh after. But we sit down and Yosuke asks me if I have any plans during the break. If I don't have anything lined up, why don't we go skiing? There are a lot of mountains in this area, and it seems like there's a lot of little ski resorts around here. It'll be a cheap trip because it's local, and the snow quality is supposed to be really good. And ask me what I think. I love the sound of that, saying that we should invite everyone. Yosuke admits that, actually, he's already asked Chie and Yukiko about their schedules. They both said that they're free to, so he's going to start making serious plans for this. Yukiko's usually busy during the season too. If she's free, he's pretty sure everyone else should be able to come. Teddie is excited, saying, "Another overnight event? He'll leave ski tracks of love under the frigid sky," and asks Yosuke if he had a plan for their second chance at a surprise sneak-in. Yosuke tells him, "Why are you assuming that we're going to try that again? What happened last time was bad enough." But Teddie tells him that it ain't over till it's over. Yosuke looks at Teddie, telling him that doesn't make much sense. He meant, "Stop bringing that up. We're talking about skiing here." Nanako joins into the conversation, asking about it, as both her and Dojima arrive, saying, "You guys are here." Yosuke says hello and apologizes for barging in. "Oh, and Happy New Year's." He replies, "Same to you." He then looked at me and says that we're going to go now. Sorry, but he's leaving me to fend for myself for a while. They should be back by the middle of the month. Yosuke asks if they're going on a trip, but Dojima tells Yosuke, "No, we're heading back to the hospital." Nanako was only allowed to leave the hospital for New Year's. He needs to take her back. That surprises Yosuke as he apologized, saying that he shouldn't have mentioned stuff like skiing at a time like this. But Dojima tells him that it's okay. Nanako is getting better, but the doctor wants to be sure just in case. He'll be going along for a physical therapy and to keep her company. Nanako looks sad though, saying that she's all better. Dojima pats her head and tells her that you don't want there to be any germs hiding away inside you, do you? Don't worry, I'll be with you and it won't be much longer, okay? That reassured her as she nods to agree, and he says, "Well then, sorry, but he'll have to count on me to look after the house." Nanako, seeming in a better mood, says, "See you, big bro," as they left. Teddie looks at me, saying, "Poor sensei, are you going to be all alone at home again?" Teddie thinks about it and says, "I know, he'll stay here with me until Nana-chan and Pops comes back." That surprises us, as Yosuke says, "Stay? Wait, do you mean plan on moving in? Don't be stupid. He already has to do all the housework. He can't saddle him with such a burden like you." Teddie tries to reassure me, saying that life with him will be priceless. I tell him to go home, but he says if I'm worried about Yosuke being home alone, don't. He will survive just fine without him being there to take care of him. Yosuke, annoyed, comments that he wants to smack Teddie so hard right now, but Teddie is just glad he can help me out. Right, well, it seems that the freeloader Teddie will be staying with me no matter what I say. With that, he stands up, running out saying, now that that's been decided, he's gonna get his bare longings and some snacks. Yosuke, already seeming done with it, says that he's out of our control. Look, just let him spend one day here at least. If he bugs the hell out of you, you can send him back to Yosuke whenever I want. Sounds good, but he reminds me to think about the ski trip. He'll send me an email once he has all the details worked out. I nod to agree as it seems that I'll be going skiing with the others, and at the same time, Teddie will be living with me while Dojima and Nanako are away. I just hope things with him will be okay. But when he came back, I helped him unpack, and soon the night came. But during the night, I decided to get some rest as the chill from last night has gone worse, but all of a sudden, I felt dizzy. What's going on? My vision started to waver, and then I woke up sometime later, under the futon. Teddie seemed to be in a panic, as he ran around trying to make sure that I'm alright, but My body feels heavy, and I blacked out again.
Well, I came to say goodbye. It's been fun. I'm sorry. Don't worry. The fog in your world is gone. I'm sure you will have a peaceful future. It's a shame I won't be there to see it. Thank you. I'm so glad to have met you. So, let me end this while I'm still happy. Don't make that face. This is all for the best. Goodbye.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
Of course.
January 9th. I finally awoken from what felt like a dream. Little did I know a whole week had passed. Thankfully, my cold is no more. Teddie was asleep, likely from having to take care of me for the past week. Guess he could survive on his own after all. Suddenly, I got a phone call from Margaret. She apologized for disturbing my night, but there is something she must inform me about Marie, so she decided to contact me directly. I tell her that I had a dream about her, and she seems to understand, telling me that perhaps it has something to do with Marie's departure. Unfortunately, she's have yet to pinpoint her location. However, there is something she has discovered. Do I remember what she said before? She told me that if I led her to Marie, it may lead to danger. She is concerned that it may turn out to be true. It is most likely that her destination is not found in the realm of man. She believes it will be a true test for my persona powers. So, until she comes for me, she suggests that I work on to further my bonds with others. Gather personas in time that I have, so that I could be ready for the time when she comes. Margaret excuses herself as she hangs up. I do think about it. Strengthening my bonds with my friends, like a possible third evolution of their personas? Maybe. I'm not sure what she's talking about as of yet, but Teddie is laying on the floor and is snoring. He might catch a cold at this pace, so I carry Teddie to bed and then rest for the day. January 10th. Conveniently, the day I feel better is also the start of the third school term, so that's neat, I guess. Teddie is happy since he thinks I'm okay now, telling me to take care. I nod to agree, grabbing my midwinter Yasagami outfit and then head to school. While I was heading to school, Yosuke says good morning to me, asking if I'm feeling better. He freaked out when Teddie told him how bad it was. I was kinda groaning that morning when he went to see me too. Well, even if we didn't plan it, he's glad Teddie was there with me. He put everything he had into taking care of you. He did a pretty good job, all things considered. As I tell Yosuke that I'm sorry if I worried him. He tells me to not sweat it. You're all better now. But about that ski trip, we decided to hold off until another holiday. He'll set some of his New Year's money aside. So let's make our plans then. There is that block of holidays in February. He thinks that might be the time to do it. Sounds good to me as we head to school. And during class, I got another question right, but not like I needed the social stats boost anymore. As with that, school was over, and I spent the afternoon with Naoto. We went to the shopping district. I came with Naoto to search for the Phantom Thief. Based on the information that she has gathered on him, she tells me that she's learnt that in the recent days, a suspicious man has been spotted around the shopping district. He isn't a local, and his appearance doesn't mark him as a tourist or a shopper. She talked to the owner of Shiroku's store, and she said that she saw the man only a few hours ago. She confirms it was the same man who bought the card. If that's true, then he's likely looking for his next hiding place for one of those stolen items. We may be able to catch him in the act. I admit that I feel kinda sad that the case is close to its conclusion. Naoto responds, "You too? The detective she dreamed of becoming as a child. She feels like that's what she is now." A wry smile appears on her face. She then thinks if her deductions are correct, there are two things remaining that the Phantom Thief has stolen. And if so, she's quite certain that he's going to hide that one. Perhaps he is... She's quiet and asks me, "Where could he hide something unnoticed?" I have an idea, and she does too, saying, "Let's go, senpai." It seems we both had the same idea as we head to the shrine. Sure enough, there's a man in a black suit, shocking Naoto, saying, "You're..." He turns around, shocked, brandishing a knife. My leader instincts kicked in, as my only thought was to protect Naoto. So shocking her, telling me that there's no need for alarm, that knife is just a toy. That surprised me as the man dropped the knife and ran away. Naoto inspects the knife and says that she knew it. It's another one of the 7 tools that she made. This is a knife-sized radio. As she said, it's just a toy. She tells me bluntly that she considers me a friend as well, so please, don't do these rash things any longer. She glared at me firmly. Sorry, Naoto. But she gets back on track, apologizing for involving me in this. We've almost reached the end, just a little more, and it'll all be over. For some reason, the thought is not a cheery one. She never had a case like this before. She smiles helplessly as our bond deepens. She tells me that she's going home now. She has research to do, but I needn't worry about the Phantom Thief case any longer. She'll explain later once everything's calmed down. As I watched Naoto run off, I went home by myself. And during the night, something interesting happened. Teddie voiced his interest in gardening. However, what he found in the patch wasn't plants, but it was in fact insects, which is a way I can get those pesky little bugs. Now, but at the same time, I don't plan on fishing, so there's no point of me doing that. But I hope you got what you wanted, Teddie. But regardless of all that, I ended the night with what will likely be the last time I'll meet Shu. We sit down, and he thanks me for what I did last time. His suspension wasn't very long. Having everyone staring at him hurt though. It's his own fault, he needs to change. His face looks hopeful. He tells me that his mum bought him a cake for his birthday. She said, "I lost my temper and said terrible things to you, but I didn't mean any of it. I'll always be proud of you, dear." That's what she said. He also told her why he cheated, about what he was thinking about the transfer student, about not wanting her to hate him. Then she said, "Let's start over. Let's start over as a family." He always thought family was something that is already there, that it's something finished. But it looked like he can try and start it over again. He wasn't paying attention to Mum his whole time. He thought that if he wasn't the best, she'd look down on him. Because of that, he must have thought that he needed to be number one in order to be loved. But that wasn't true. It didn't matter. She loved him this whole time. He held back his tears and says he wants to thank me, and my friends too. Thank you for recognizing me. He wouldn't have been able to talk to his mum if I hadn't. Shu really has changed. As I tell him I am proud of him, he thanks me for the kind words, smiling as he stands up and says, "About this." He handed me test results, telling me that he got this for getting the best score in a mock exam a while ago. He thought that this was his only bond with his mother, but it wasn't something he can see, so please take it away, until he can laugh at how he thought about himself. He cheated on a test. He got suspended. His permanent record must be a wreck. He's gone right off the rails, leading into a good college and a good company. But he can see now that he doesn't have to be on that straight and narrow path. If he stayed on that rail, not thinking, not seeing anything except what was right in front of him, his life would have been empty. He's going to think about his life, then set his own path. He feels like his life is just beginning. Not because he's young, but because he just realized that. He laughs embarrassed. Shu has really grown up, especially for a middle schooler, but regardless, our bond has reached its peak. With that, he asks a favor from me. Starting today, he wants to stop. The tutoring, he means. He was thinking of joining a club. The baseball team, in fact. He's never played baseball before, but he's always wanted to. He doesn't really know the rules, though. He laughs like a kid. He admits that he only had his studies. He had to be number one. That's what he thought all this time. But if he thinks that, then he'll never have anything. So he wants to try a bunch of things. He apologizes, but tells me to please let him quit. We can play baseball together sometime, though. Sounds fun. We'll see if we can before I leave, as the rest of the session is just us talking, and I head home 10,000 yen richer. January 11th. Naruto November might be over, but the Naruto Social Link train doesn't end today, as I accept to hang out with her after school. And eventually, it happened. She took me to the floodplain. The man in black I met before was waiting there. He introduced himself as Yakushiji, secretary of the Shirogane estate. He humbly apologized for the other day. Naruto also apologizes, though she may not have known she involved me in this, telling me that it was an act put on her by her grandfather. That confused me as Yakushiji speaks up, saying his master has been terribly saddened by Naoto-sama's state of affairs lately, lacking acquaintances to confide in. She devotes every fiber of her being to work. His master wanted Naoto to regain the joy she felt in days past, to regain the feelings when all that she wanted was to be a detective, regardless of her heritage or, well, gender. Naoto is quiet, as he admits he involved me in this at his own discretion, believing me to be trustworthy, and asks for forgiveness, bowing to me as he leaves. Leaving me and Naoto to talk, she tells me that she has received the final challenge from Yakushiji. The card reads as follows: I did what you can't stand to what a place you'd be fond of, but underneath rather than inside. Naoto is confused, wondering a place she'd be fond of. I tell her something high. She's surprised, saying, "You remembered." She nodded cheerfully, saying that the highest place around here is the hill. Next, what I can't stand to do. There are several possibilities, but I say throwing things away? She's flustered, saying, "That's right. Did she mention that before?" She had an embarrassing smile on her face, but continuing that considering what's at the hill, the most likely answer is the trash can. She has an inkling on what might be there, telling me, let's go. We head to the hill overlooking the town, and it seemed there was something taped to the bottom of the trash bin. She admits that she had forgot this thing even existed. It's the last of the 7 tools, the detective's pocketbook. All the things she had forgotten about are packed in here. She thinks her grandpa wanted to remind her of them. This childish game. He's selfish indeed. Forcing her to recall all this now, she was trying so hard not to be underestimated, not to be condescended to. She goes quiet as I had to calm her down a little. We sit down on the benches. Naoto says if she solved this town's murder case, then everyone would accept her. They would acknowledge her as the 5th in the Shirogane lineage of detectives. That's what she told herself. But that was no ordinary case. The best she could do was convince the police, and there was no way she could allow everything to come to light. Of course, she had braced herself for that during the case, but that's why she had to do the best that she could until the very end. She just wanted to be accepted. She wanted to be needed. And that's why she fretted and stood on her tiptoes and focused only on solving the case. But the original reason she wanted to become a detective, well, it's because mysteries intrigued her, and she could help people by solving them. That's all. She remembers now. She then asks if I recall the time that she faced herself in the TV world. It was her task to accept the self who yelled, "I want a reason for me to stay!" But her reason to stay was not solely to solve the crime. Everyone gave her a reason. We gave her a place to stay. Naoto is trying to smile through her tears. She says that she has to be an adult. She has to be a man. With that way of thinking, she was running from herself. She doesn't need to look for something to change or something to accomplish. She only needs to have faith in herself. She stands up and smiles, thinking she can finally accept herself. She is a woman. That she hasn't yet become the detective she wanted to be. She's a woman and a detective. One who will continue to pursue the truth. With me and the others as long as she lives. With that, I can sense Naoto's strong will as our bond deepens. She admits that she's really glad she came to this town. It's where you and I live. And all the others too. And with that, me and Naoto spent time together, and soon we went home. And during the night, it was shrine time. I hope I get lucky with Rise, and for the 4th time now, it's a small blessing. Yay! And of course, our bond won't come closer just yet, as I tie the Omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. I really hope this doesn't become a trend, like I swear to God. January 12th. With school over, I headed to the roof to spend some time with Chie. Margaret did say I should work on my bonds before she comes for me, so I wonder if it truly means there could be a further evolution to our personas. But anyways, we go to train together. We went to the riverbank. Man, it's been a while since we've trained here. Chie is happy saying her moves are as sharp as always, nodding to agree, but Chie guesses this is more of her thing after all. Her shoulders were stiff because she's been doing stuff lately that she's not used to. I asked Chie if she wanted a massage. She replies, huh? No, that's okay. No thanks. When Yukiko gave her one the other day, she got so ticklish that she almost died laughing. Chie seemed flustered and admits that actually she was, and you promise you won't laugh, she was studying and stuff. I ask her what happened. She giggles, blushing, seeming embarrassed. She admits that she started to think studying's kinda fun. Just a little bit. Thinking about Adachi-san made her wonder if he was just weird, but then she thought if her life had been different, she could have been just like him. Maybe everybody could. She realized that no matter how trivial something seems, it's related to her life, and that scared her. That's why, during history class, it hit her suddenly that the history we were studying was all connected to her. The people back then, the things they did, their culture, it's all connected. And it's tied to her too. It's not just something that happened a long time ago in a faraway country. Real people laughed, cried, and died there. Math and physics too. They may not make any sense to her, but they're things she can use to help understand the world. And when she thought about that way, she got the urge to study harder. But it still didn't make any sense to her, so she'd give up, and then she'd come back to it again. It's an endless cycle. She laughs, saying she's good for nothing after all, huh? I ask her if she wants me to help. She agrees, saying she knows she'll understand better with me explaining to her. Chie is excited, saying the way of thinking has changed a lot over this past year, but she thinks what changed the most is that she likes this town now. She didn't hate it before, but it didn't really mean anything to her either. Now though, she realized that everyone's here. Yukiko, Yosuke, and even me. All her friends and family. It was the people she believed in that gave her the strength to see the case through. So even if some other weird things show up again, she'll be okay as long as everyone's with her. If she believes in them and herself, she can always find a path. That's what she thinks. Chie is just beaming. As with her conviction set in stone, her persona evolves once more into Harado no Okami. Chie is shocked, asking, is this power mine? She's happy, wondering if this will help her do more to protect the ones she loves. She blushes and says that includes you too, since, you know, she loves me. I tell her to please protect me. She agrees and starts to laugh, saying, did that sound like she was proposing to me? Yeah, it wasn't meant to be a proposal. She guesses maybe it was. I can sense her unconditional love in her words. And after all, she is a hopeless romantic, I swear. As we spent some time talking about all sorts of things with Chie, until it became dark, and then I went home. And during the night, another round of fortune reading with Rise, and I got lucky with a great blessing, meaning our relationship will become stronger soon, finally, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree and went home. January 13th. With the fortune reading yesterday, it's no surprise that Rise wanted to hang out. And of course, I accepted, because, well, I wanted to fulfill Margaret's wishes for me to be prepared to rescue Marie, and eventually school was over. Went to the hill overlooking the town. I went here since Rise requested it. She must have something to say to me, and she tells me that she thought about it, why her mind went blank when she heard about Kanami. The reason she ran away from showbiz was because she was tired of being an idol, so she shouldn't have had any problems, but yet she felt so angry about it, and asked for my opinion on why do I think that is. I think about it, there are many reasons, but the most obvious and simple one is that Rise regrets leaving. She seems to think that too, saying she thought that she didn't, but she guesses she did. Risette's name in the lights, idolized by the masses, that was me too. And once that me disappeared, there was no way to become someone else. She ran away from her plain, gloomy self. Then she ran away from her idol self. Right now, she's a high school girl just enjoying school life, I guess. She would have ran away from that as well if she didn't realize. She's been trying to become how she wanted to be. She picked a role, and then after a while, she kept chasing the real me by picking another role, when in fact those roles are all me. She doesn't want to run away anymore. She doesn't want to search somewhere else for herself. She's gonna hang in there as the complete me. With Rise speaking her mind, she looked at me as if she was pouring her heart out, and I could sense that our bond had deepened. Rise is glad that she came to this town. She's glad to have met me, and the others too. She stands up and says, "Let's go home, senpai. Sounds good to me. It's getting cold," as I walked Rise to her house and then went home. And during the night, since Rise has gotten some fortune readings, I felt that Kanji should get his fair turn, and I got a small blessing, but I really didn't think that mattered, as our bond could come closer soon, which is nice, as I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. Man, I'm starting to think I should just set up a tent. I can just live here at this point. January 14th. I'm not a question class. At this point, I'm just winging these things, and somehow got it right. Man, if only you could get this type of luck when I'm pulling fortunes, I swear to God. But with that done, school was over, and I spent time with the one and only partner of the investigation team, Yosuke. Yosuke took me to the riverbank, the place where we had a great battle all those months ago. I still won, by the way, don't listen to the liars. But Yosuke says it's been a while since he's last talked to me one-on-one like this. It's been pretty busy in the department he works in. He's still doing that consultation thing too. I can see it, Yosuke. It seems like he lost a few pounds. He tells me that he caused me some trouble too, with that message in S. Which time, Yosuke? It happens at least once a month. But it's still fun to dick around with you, so it's not a problem. That made Yosuke happy, saying, "Really?" That's good to know. Having a calm smile on his face, and he admits that back then, he was constantly irritated, wondering why that stuff was happening to him. He was overworked just because he was the store manager's son. And on top of that, tons of people took him for granted. He thought no one was thinking about him. He shakes his head and says, but that's not how he feels now. He took a roundabout way of realizing this, but one constant in his life is that people relied on him. He thought before that he was shameless for being like that, but he doesn't mind it. When he's doing things for other people, it helps him try harder. He looks at me and I was confused, but he continues that when Nanako was kidnapped, didn't you think he was surprising on top of things? Honestly, yeah, as much as I don't really like to think about that time, you were the only one I could really rely on. That response flustered Yosuke. He replies, wait, you had other guys there with you too. He seems embarrassed. Oh, so much for being my best friend then. But Yosuke gets back on track, saying, in any case, He tried pretty hard at the time. Of course, he was serious about wanting to save Nanako and solve the case, but mainly it was because he thought I was going through some tough times. When we were debating dropping Namatame into the TV, he was just seeing red. He was just so overwhelmed with hate and wanting to blame everything on him that he stopped thinking for himself. He thinks the same could be said about what happened at Jeunesse. People just think about their own interests, but if he ignores them and says it's none of his business, he won't get anywhere. He'll forget what's important, and he won't be able to be proud of himself. He won't be able to say he did his best. He wants to keep pushing himself like that. He wants the people he cares about him to be happy. He's smiling, and with him saying that he's going to push himself, his persona pushed itself, turning into Takahaya Susanoo. Yosuke comments on this new power. Is this for real? There's a lot he's grateful for from this past year, but the biggest thing, he thinks it was that he met me. If I ever lose my way, he'll go knock some sense into me. It won't matter if I'm at the ends of the earth or in some dark, bleak place. That's what partners are for, right? Absolutely, man. As I tell him, I'll be counting on you, partner. He agrees as we have a laugh, as I can sense Yosuke's passion and strong, unwavering bond. He can be a little dumb sometimes, but he's still my best friend, a man could ever ask for, as we spend some time talking about all sorts of things, until it became dark out and I went home. And during the night, big shocker, we're at the shrine again, as I pull an offering for Ayane and I got a great blessing. But a bond won't come closer just yet, which is fine, as I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree and then went home. January 15th. It's Sunday, meaning another day off school. Dojima called me to bring me the good news that him and Nanako will be back on the 20th, which is great to hear, as he hanged up and, well, it's time for some amazing commodities. No more fear-mongering from the sleazy salesman, as I buy the B-Chain and Cyclone Magitamba combo for 12,800 yen, and with that, I went to Okina City. I wanted to spice things up, and I sure did regret that, as I got a little waste of my time, getting nothing. But that's fine, I'll just have to make my day better by hanging out with the man himself, Kanji. We went to the riverbank, and Kanji tells me that he can't get this place out of his mind. He keeps wondering if that rabbit the kid tossed out might have washed ashore around here. If he found it now, he'll just feel bad. Not that he's wading in today or anything. Suddenly, we hear the boy's voice, happy to see Kanji, telling him that Sana-chan was really happy. He's been looking for him ever since. Kanji is disgruntled, telling the kid to quit calling. Forget it. The kid asks Kanji if he'll perhaps make more. His mum wants one. Oh, and Sana-chan's mum wants one too. They said they'll pay him too. That shocked him, replying, I don't need that. It ain't like I'm a pro at this. The kid tells Kanji that his mum wants a cat and Sana-chan's mum wants a dog. And my teacher wants a pink alligator. Kanji thinks, a pink alligator? Oh, like the one in the storybook? Huh. Fine then. You'll get around to it sometime. The kid is ecstatic, reminding Kanji that he promised. Kanji thinks on it, saying, strange situation I got myself into it, ain't it? I tell him it's good for him. He replies, good? I don't really know. He seems conflicted, as he tells me when he was in elementary school, he fixed a classmate's bag this one time. Thinking back, he guesses he liked her. He only did it because it made her happy, but the next day, all the girls were making fun of her. She cried. He didn't understand why, but, you know, he thought he'd done something wrong. So he never thought he'd be thanked for doing this stuff. He laughs, commenting it feels good, hearing thank you. He likes it. He laughs sheepishly, as I understand Kanji just that bit more, as our bond deepens. After our short talk, he says he's got a jet. He has to go to Okina Station to the fabric shop. He's out of material, so later I watch Kanji run away and head home. And you know where I am, and you already know it's Risei's the person I'm gonna see my fortune with, and you already know it's gonna be another fucking small blessing making our bond not come closer as of yet. This shit is rigged, I swear to God, as I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. January 16th. Heading to school, Chie ran up to me with a warning. She asked about Dojima and Nanako since isn't it time they're back from the hospital? She thinks we should have yet another celebration once they are back, and I think it's a lovely idea, and Chie comments on Nanako being a real trooper. Even at that age, she wonders what we can do to cheer her up. Well, having friends over will sure make her day, I just know it. But with that, Chie says that she'll ask the others and we'll all pitch in to give her a good party. Sounds good to me as we head to school. And during lunch, Naoto came up to me saying that she wants to hang out after school. I agree, as this will most likely be our final meetup for our side investigation, as eventually school was over, and we met up at our HQ. Naoto admits that it feels like such a long time ago that we were here chasing after the Phantom Thief. It was an unforgettable case, full of rewards. She enjoyed it, and asked for my opinion. I get a tad cocky saying it was a cinch. She chuckles saying she bets I can become a far greater detective than she is. By her smile, she seems to be having fun like I am. Naoto seemed to want to say something in between stutters, and then she did, saying that she wanted to give me something in particular. She made me something, asking me to please accept it, being a detective badge. She admits she hasn't crafted anything like this in some time. If she went back to the estate, she could have added a camera and a transceiver. Oh, but it flashes. She made it herself, one to match. Now I'm her assistant. I correct her, because since I'm the leader, she's my assistant. She smirks, replying, "You plan to challenge me? She'll show me who's boss." However, the title of detective became a burden to her. She thought she had no other aspects apart from detective self. But me and the others gave her a reason to be, as neither adult nor man. So she was able to face herself as herself. Before the detective, before the child, before the woman. By spending time with everyone, she changed day by day. It frightened her before, but now, with everyone, with me, she can proudly proclaim that she is herself. Nothing more, nothing less. With her truthfully accepting herself, be it her gender or her work, her persona evolved into Yamato Takeru. Naoto is shocked, asking this potential was still dormant with her. She wasn't considering the things that she should have, the people who care about her, as well as her own self. But when she's with me, she feels fearless. I can sense her warm trust and respect as our bond reaches its maximum. With our talk done, she says, well then let us begin. That confused me, but she says that there's a lot to learn before becoming a detective. She can't relent in her training to become a formidable woman detective. She nods to herself. I'm a little worried, as she tells me that we'll start off with something that may come in handy before too long. Shadowing a suspect. She seemed happy, as she pounded the detective basics into my mind, as I enjoy my time with Naoto, and soon I head home. During the night, Fortune with Rise, and I feel like I'm going insane. Another small blessing. Why me, evil fortune gods? Why me? Like, really? No chance of our bond deepening as I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. I'm gonna cut this damn tree down soon, I swear to God. January 17th. After school, I decided to spend time with Yukio so we can awaken her persona. We sat at the benches that me and Naoto dubbed as our HQ, and she apologizes for asking me out here so suddenly. She feels a little bit awkward going home today. I tell her it's fine, but I do wonder why she feels that way. She thanks me, seeming relieved, and says it's actually customer day for her today. That confuses me, but she adds that it's a day when the inn's employees take turns being customers. They've done it every now and again for a while, but she decided to participate this time too. She wanted to see from a customer's point of view if their inn is truly satisfying, so she asked them to sign her up. I tell her that she sounds dedicated. That confused her, saying she's always dedicated though, pouting at my alleged slight. She admits that she played customer once before too, but it made her feel a little uncomfortable. It was strange having Mother and everyone say things like welcome to her. That's why she wanted to stay out of it a little longer, but she just brought this on herself. She smiles wryly and admits she told everyone at the inn that she hasn't planned to take over as the manager, that she wanted to leave Inaba. That surprised me, but she thought it would be her finally coming clean to everyone. but they all just laughed and said that they knew already. It made her realize just how small she was. She was surrounded by good people, but she didn't understand that at all. She had herself convinced that she had to bear her problems alone. She lied to herself, looked away from small opportunities, and only put her efforts into leaving it all behind. But after making so many good friends like me and Chie, she realized something. If she's going to take one step at a time away from here, every step she used to run will take her somewhere she doesn't want to be. And if she keeps averting her eyes, one day she might find herself blind to everything. She then stands up and admits, when she opened her eyes, she sees how vast the world is. If she was alone, she thinks it would be incredibly scary. But fortunately, she's surrounded by kind, supportive people. Now she hopes she can grow into someone that can support them in turn. Yukio was smiling cheerfully, as suddenly, with her strong resolve, her persona evolves once more into Sumino Okami. She sees her new persona and understands that she can still change. As long as all of us are with her, she thinks she can go on without making mistakes. So, she hopes we'll always be friends. Sounds good to me, as I can feel an unbreakingly strong bond with Yukio, as we talk about all sorts of things with Yukio until it became dark and we went our separate ways. And during the night, the fortune tree, you better not be a bitch, and for once it behaved, giving me and Rise a great blessing. And with our bond becoming closer soon, I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. January 18th. In the morning, I got a phone call from Margaret. This is likely connected to that dream I had. She has information pertaining about Marie. However, it's not good news, as her whereabouts has proven to be more difficult than she had anticipated. It seems that she left the room with an incredibly strong will. No, her fate lies with me. She has left you, to be exact. She must have had a very strong reason to do so. Now, if I'll excuse her, as she hangs up, I wonder, what she meant by that? But I have no choice but to wait for her to find Marie's whereabouts, heading to school. And soon, it was over. And I spent the afternoon with Naoto. The final honorary Naoto November is here. We went to our HQ. Naoto looks around, commenting that this place is covered in snow too. It's chilly, but she likes the winter and its tranquility. Things have become so peaceful lately. She finally feels like she's gotten used to it. The people of Inaba are talking about the events that transpired and are making an effort to make the town better. I reply, that sounds great, that the people can finally go back to peace. She nods to agree, adding that she heard that a lot of local government projects are being considered, such as bringing back old festivals. It would seem that they're trying to revitalize the town commercially, but she thinks that people yearn for connection. Naoto is smiling, but admits that as time passes, everything fades away eventually. Whether she handles a serious case, she always comes across a certain problem. Men can forget about painful memories, and in doing so, wipe away tears and learn to stand up again. But because we forget, we repeat the same mistakes that caused those bad memories in the first place. Being able to get used to difficulty is a strength, but people make mistakes because they get set in their ways. But after meeting me, she feels as if she's found an answer to those doubts. She feels that as long as you can find something precious in your heart, something to protect, you'll be okay. And as long as you have that precious someone, no matter how much you forget, you can strive for a better future. Of course, she has people who are precious to her as well. That's why she's thinking about doing whatever she can for them too. This isn't just about her. She draws her strength from everyone else. They keep her alive. She's never considered things like that before. And, of course, the ones who taught her to think that way are none other than me and all my other friends. And she thanks me, truly. She smiles cheerfully, And with that out in the open, Naoto's persona once again evolves, turning into Yamato Sumeragi. Naoto comments that there's a new power budding in her heart. She wonders if this means that she's still capable of change. She's going to keep learning from here on. And as long as she can always change. That doesn't just apply to her. She's sure the same can be said about me too. I agree to that, as Naoto admits that she's starting to look forward to a bit to getting older. Me, her, and everyone else is going to keep changing. We'll all be having effects on each other. All those years, she wants to watch how all of us change each other all throughout her life. That's what she truly wants. I can sense an unchanging strong bond with Naoto as we talk and spend a long time together discussing all manner of things, until it got dark out and we parted ways. And once again, it's nighttime, and that means Small Blessing Curse has hit me, this time with kanji. And due to our bond's not gonna get stronger yet, as I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. January 19th. Thanks to the evil shrine, this entry is quite the short one, so let's just get into it. After getting a question right in class, I went to hang out with Kanji, who seems to be free, but thanks to the small blessing, our bond will get closer soon, and not today. But, like it's a drug for me, and to be honest, it kind of is, I came back to it to try my luck with INA, and once again I'm proven putting my trust in paper is a waste, as I get yet another small blessing, as I tie the omikuji around the fortune tree, and head home. Tomorrow will be better, I promise. January 20th. With school over, Nanako and Dojima will be home today, so I decided I'll go home early to see them, but when I got there, Teddie was there to greet me. He greets me with a long, "Welcome home. I've been waiting forever and ever for this day. Now, come in. Give me one of those honey, I'm home kisses." He gets in close, I'm just confused as he tells me, "Oh, don't be shy, smoochy, come on, please." Well, if I'm gonna play a bit, I'm going all out. But Teddie runs away, commenting that his pheromones are just too powerful. He came on too strong. Stop, break, cut. It was all a mistake. I look at him confused, but he says today's the day Nana-chan comes back, so he's been practicing hard to greet her. Oh, I know, Sensei. What does it mean to glomp somebody? Of course this is influenced by one of Yosuke's books he hides, and due to that Teddie is sure it's romantic. His eyes are serious, and he doesn't look like he's gonna back down. Until I show him, of course, so by God, I'll show him glomping.
Alright! Oh, it's a bear hug! I feel like I'm being swept away!
What the hell are you two doing?
Of course my uncle comes in exactly as it happens, but that means Nanako is home with a big smile. She then sees Teddie, and is even more happy. Teddie replies that he's happy that Nana-chan, you're all better. Dojima fatherly instincts tell her to, easy there, Nanako. You don't want to get hurt again. Nanako replies with a, nah, the doctor said I'm all better. Dojima has left aside, admitting that, well, she's been so strong this whole time. Who's he to argue? He then says he owes me for a lot for this. So he's gotten us a fancy dinner for tonight. Nanako confirms, telling me, look, they bought sushi. It says premium on the package. That means it's super fancy. She calls for the Hirame and Kohada. Alright, you win, Nanako, as she looks happy. With the pleasantries over, Teddie says, well, he was able to say hello to Nana-chan, so he guesses he'll leave now. Nanako is shocked, asking Teddie, you're going home already? Teddie nods to confirm, admitting that now that she's home, Sensei won't be lonely anymore. So, plus, he's not a family member. I mean, you did nurse him back to health, man, so it's a little late to say that now, Teddie. He's shocked, asking, I can stay here? Nanako agrees, saying, you're Big Bro's friend, and you're my friend. Friends can stay here, right, Dad? Dojima agrees, saying, don't worry about it. It's just sushi. We're celebrating today. Teddie's ecstatic, replies, Pops, he's such a lucky bear. With Teddie joining us, it's looking like it's going to be a lively dinner tonight. When we sat down to eat, Nanako was looking at the premium sushi, commenting that it's shinier than usual. Dojima replies, well, it did cost a pretty penny. He takes a bite, savoring, commenting, that's the good stuff. She looks at me, smiling, telling me that she loves sushi. It's so good. I can agree on that. Spoiling yourself from time to time is nice. Until suddenly, Dojima realizes that he forgot to ask them to take the wasabi off of it. Asking Nanako which one she wants, he'll scrape it off. But then looks at the massive pile of sushi. He's disgruntled, wondering, maybe we should have split into separate portions first. Teddie, not listening, just wolfing down as much sushi his mouth can fit, astonishing me and Dojima. But with dinner done, Dojima and Nanako are finally home. As I walk Teddie to Yosuke's house and then head home. And during the night, say it with me, fortune reading with INA, but this time, it's a great blessing, meaning that our bond will actually come closer soon. It's a miracle! As I tie the omakuji around the fortune tree, and then head home. January 21st. Heading to school, Yosuke came up to me wanting to chat since he heard from Teddie that Nanako is out at the hospital, adding, man, what a relief. Now he finally feels like the case is truly closed. Oh yeah, he was talking it over with the other guys. What do you think about throwing Nanako a welcome home party? Sounds good, but you're volunteering to organize it, Yosuke, aren't you? That surprised him, saying that I don't miss a trick, but sure, he'll pitch in this time. Okay, so we'll meet up at the food court tomorrow afternoon? He'll pass it along to the others. She's actually getting really excited. I know that she'll love it since Juness is her favorite place after all. And with that, we walked to school, but nothing too eventful happened at school. So as soon as it was over, I spent the afternoon with Rise. Went to the hill overlooking the town. She took me there specifically, telling me to look, that line over there is the shopping district. That's us. We're so small. She needs to remember that. She asked me if I'm leaving in spring, right? She made up her mind about something, and, well, she takes a short pause and admits that she's thinking of going back into showbiz this spring. She is reset after all, and when she considers it that way, she thinks she can have more fun working. She knows how hard it is for a star to make a comeback after an entire year's absence, but even then, she wants to start over from the beginning. She then asks if I remember the fan who gave her that letter, and her old manager Noe-san, for her family, everyone, me, and for herself. Her eyes are shining as she tells me that this, walking closer, she wants me to have it, and she hands me a signed photo. Sweet, I'm gonna sell this for thousands. Joking aside, she tells me that it's the one they took at school. She looks really normal, doesn't she? But even then, she signed it Reset. A Reset without a fake smile. She adds that she won't make the same mistake. She won't run away. She won't try to be someone she's not. The many Riseis inside of her, she wants to cherish them. She quit thinking about such stupid things like, in reality, there's no such thing as a real me or a fake me. As long as you know what you really want to do, no matter how hard it is, you'll be okay. She can do it. With her new strong will, her persona has been reborn, becoming Kanzion. Rise is shocked, asking, so this means my power has changed? She sees she's became a little stronger, thanks to me being with her. She wants to find lots of different me's. And she wants to get stronger, so instead of running away from them, she'll welcome them with open arms. She was relying on me, but she wants to be able to stand on her own 2 feet. And with that, she thanks me, adding that she loves me. I love you too, Rise, but only as a friend, okay? But regardless of that, which might get me killed by Chie, I can sense Rise's pure affection, as our bond has reached its maximum. But with Rise getting that all out of her system, she tells me that she's hungry. Let's go eat somewhere. After all, come spring, she won't be able to do that anymore. Getting excited, jumping, saying, let's go, senpai. And, with Rise by my side, we dominated the shopping district, and eventually made it home. And during the night, I have no real point to do any fortunes today, so I decided instead to read a book. Getting pointless boosts, but hey, I finished it, so that's pretty cool, as I head to bed soon after. January 22nd. We will gather to Juness to celebrate Nanako being out of hospital.
Ready, everyone? Nanako-chan, congratulations!
Congratulations!
Yu-Gi-Oh welcomes Nanako back. Teddie is thankful that she's gotten better. Nanako is beaming. thanking us, saying that she feels great now. She can go home and live like normal. Right, big bro? I nod to agree as she continues that she can go to school and help out around the house like she always does. Despite everything, she's satisfied with the outcome. Yosuke thinks that she's even more energetic than before, but man, he's glad she's okay. When she went missing, he swears that it was the most scared he'd ever been. But Nanako doesn't really remember what happened, and she apologizes for it. In some ways, it's probably for the best that she doesn't. That brought the mood down a little, but Chie tells Yosuke off, telling him that he needs to practice not sticking his foot in his mouth. I mean, seriously. Yosuke looks down apologizing, but Naoto says that you can't blame her for not remembering. It was the same for us. Besides, it's better that she forgot. Chie agrees, adding Nanako-chan is better now. That's all that matters. Then she asks if Dojima's coming by. Nanako replies, Dad? Oh, he went to work today. Just like the man, justice never sleeps. But Yosuke thinks we'd just be bothering him if we asked him to come here. We're supposed to be celebrating, not having him buy us lunch, because he's sure that's what's gonna happen if he does. Rise asks Nanako, aren't you bored just sitting and talking here? But she disagrees, saying it's fun with everyone. There's plenty of snacks too. Teddie tells Nanako that they should go and see all the food testing stands. The kind ladies will cook you anything you want right in front of you. Yosuke shakes his head, saying no, they don't. He knows they're always yelling at him. Teddie thinks, what about tag then? You run around and these scary guys come after you. It's so thrilling. That's store security. Heck, your whole idea of fun is just pissing people off and no running. Kanji does think it would be fun to play hide and seek in a store this big. Nanako loves the idea, saying hide and seek? I'm good at that, both at hiding and seeking. Suddenly, she had a memory asking if I came to find her. Everyone is shocked. Chie asks, wait, that's... Yukiko asks if she remembers, but Nanako replies, not really. But she remembers that everyone was coming for her. We were all cool, like those heroes on TV. Teddie gets emotional because he was able to become Nana-chan's hero. Don't cry, Ted. He's allergic to people who cry. Rise is happy that she remembers, even if it's a little. Yosuke then stands up, saying, then let's do it for reals. Jeunesse hide and seek. Nanako is excited, saying, really? Naoto asks if it's okay. Yosuke replies that we still have time before the special announcements. Plus, there's no need to run and hide and seek. If he tells his manager, he's sure he'll let us use the electronics section. Teddie says that's my boss. He'll be rooting for him when he writes his apology. Yosuke looks at him baffled, saying if he gets permission, then he doesn't have to write one. Yukio enjoying herself, commenting that this is so exciting. Nanako, which part do you want to do first? She thinks about it and says both. Chie agrees, saying when it gets meat. Yosuke gets confused, asking why are you betting? None of this makes sense. Nanako starts laughing, and it was infectious, as we all join in, as thankfully Nanako is healthy again. And after enjoying some time with everyone, I took Nanako home, and during the night I thought I could get some progress with Eri, the stepmother. Although, we'll see if I'll be able to get a rank up before I head home during March, as I get a great blessing, which means that we will become closer soon, so that's nice, as I tie the Omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. January 23rd. Today in friends popping in to say hi, it's Kanji's turn, telling me that it's awesome how both Nanako and Dojima got better. It's funny, but he's as happy as he would be if they were his own family. It was pretty rough for them, but at least we saved them. Exactly, man. And thanks for helping out, even if it's such a cliched line. Which made him reply flustered, come on, don't say that. He's just saying how he feels here. Oh, but that reminds him, is Nanako-chan gonna be okay with her homework and stuff? She's been out for a while. It's gonna be tough for her to catch up. But then again, she's a lot smarter than me. Probably nothing to worry about here. Well, regardless of who is and isn't smarter, man, she's got a big bro, a father, and the ex-investigation team to help her, including you, Kanji. But with that pleasant conversation, I head to school. And soon school was over, and with Kanji on my mind, I wanted to hang out with him, but sadly he was busy, so I cut my losses and go to band class. I attend my rehearsal with everyone else, getting an under-needed expression boost, and soon after, me and Ayane went to the floodplain, the place we'd practiced once. She tells me over there we stand to watch the river flow. She tells me that this is where she usually practices. There's never anyone around, so she can relax while she plays, and then apologizes for dragging me out here on such short notice. But she thought it would be easier for her to tell me something here, and it's that she needs to stop being more selfish. For as long as she can remember, she never expressed her opinions. She let them just build up inside her. She was trying to protect herself from conflicts by just avoiding them. But sometimes arguing about something and talking through it is what makes a relationship stronger. She thinks, at least. She's finally starting to see that. And, well, no, that's not true. She's known that all along. But she was too scared to admit it. She was afraid of speaking her mind and getting shot down. She didn't want anyone to hate her. That's why she thought she could avoid getting hurt by just going with the flow. It was the easiest way out, but then I came along and made her realize she was just pretending not to see what she was doing. She's been keeping a lot of unpleasant emotions buried inside. In fact, the real her can be pretty selfish. She wants people to notice her, but she never made the first move. Selfish, right? That's me. That's why when she thinks about the other day and how she threw away everything I did for her, she felt guilty. But I helped her do a lot of things she couldn't have done on her own. She pushed herself past her limits, and on top of that, she got to hang out with someone she really cares about. But most importantly, I made her look herself in the eye. She never could have done that before. I helped her find her own voice. So from now on, she's not gonna pretend that she doesn't care what happens anymore. She'll express her opinion, say what she thinks, and if it gets on someone's bad side, then that's that. If she wants to get what she wants in life, she's gotta speak her mind, and she owes it all to me as she thanks me. She's smiling, and honestly, I'm just glad I was able to guide her through her problems, even if she had the strength to possibly do it on her own, as our bond deepens. However, the mood shifts, as she finds her voice again, saying, that being said, there's something else, senpai, I have a hunch what's about to happen, so I just have to shoot it down, since regardless of Chie or not, I see her as a little sister at most. As I change the subject to relieve the tension, she gets the hint, saying, never mind, flustered and probably a little sad, saying she'd better get home, so goodbye. And with that, we parted ways as I went home. And during the night, with a quick nab of Archangel, I'm finally able to deepen my bond with Nanako. We sat down to talk, and Nanako brings up the photo I found all those months ago, saying she gave it back to Dad. He looked happy and smiled at her, adding that she loves her dad. I tell her what she already knows, that he loves her too, which she agrees with, saying she thinks so too, smiling cheerfully, adding that he didn't forget about how they used to pick flowers at Samigawa. He smiled at her and said, you remember too. Dad loves Mum. She feels sorry for him, losing someone he loves, which I do too, but at least he still has you, Nanako. Nanako agrees, saying she won't go anywhere, smiling vigorously, being glad to be Dojima's daughter. She's smiling ever so happily as our bond deepens. But now, according to Nanako, it's my time to talk. It is around her bedtime, but I decided to talk to her, making her happy, as eventually it got quite late as I put Nanako to bed and then went to bed myself. January 24th. After school, I had no one to really hang out with, and, well, let's just say, I forgot to bring a Sun Arcana with me when I spent time with Ayane yesterday, so sadly, I won't be able to deepen my bond with her, so I grabbed the Sun Arcana persona, went back to band class, and with the potential of our bond deepening soon, I went home, and then during the night, I did some fortune reading, and this time, it's with Nanako. And with a great blessing, I'm so happy. Guess they love Nanako too. But sadly, our bond won't deepen just yet, as I tie the Omakuji around the fortune tree and then head home. January 25th. After another one of those dreams I have of Marie, I get a phone call from Margaret, who apologizes for interrupting me this morning. She's got some more information about Marie, which is good to hear. She asked me for just a little more time, as she's closing in on her exact location, and if I remember that her memory had been lost. She believes that this incident has something to do with that. In entwining her fate with mine, she may have discovered something. Now, if I'll excuse her, Margaret then hangs up. Who is Marie? Truly, this rabbit hole is just getting deeper and deeper, but I gotta get to school. And with Marie on my mind, I can't focus as I get a question wrong in class, which I should apologize to Yukiko for later, as lunchtime came and I finally have an opportunity to spend time with Kanji, and I agree with his invitation, and soon after, school was over. I accompanied Kanji to the floodplain, as he called the boy over, likely to give the toys, and he does. And, well, there's a lot of them. More than I was expecting, each of them with their own different outfits and accessories. It's all very elaborate, to be honest. Good stuff, Kanji. The kid is ecstatic, saying, "He can have these?" Kanji confirms, but if he doesn't need them, he guesses he can just toss them. But the kid thanks Kanji, and adds that his mum said he should at least get paid for the materials. She gave him some money. Hearing that, Kanji reminds the kid that he doesn't need it. Does he look like he's in this for the money to you? The kid's a little disgruntled by Kanji's refusal, but asks that he's from Tatsumi Textiles, right? That question confused him as the kid replies, "Oh, nothing." Suddenly Nanako recognizes me, saying, "Big bro?" Nanako looks at the doll, saying that these are so cute. What are these? Kanji's flustered now that Nanako is here, as the boy says, "That man made them." Nanako looks at him amazed, saying that he's really could. Kanji is shocked, saying she looks at him when he said, "This man." "Hey, Nanako-chan, don't go around telling everyone, okay? It's kind of embarrassing." But Nanako is confused, asking why. She thinks it's cool, then he can make things like this. She wants to learn how to make them too. Kanji responds, "Well, maybe next time," and asks her big bro if it's okay. I decide to mess with him, saying, "Don't call me big bro. That's for Nanako's mouth only." That shocked him, saying, "That ain't what he meant. He'll kick my ass 6 ways a Sunday." I'd like to see him try. But although he admits that he kind of does think of me as a big brother. Wait, it's not like that either. That joke is used to death. What the hell am I making him say? Damn it! Kanji is panicking, but between the manic state Kanji put himself in, and Nanako remembers that she was on her way to Emi-chan's house, telling Kanji to teach her next time, leaving as the boy says he's going to show the dolls to his mother, thanking Kanji once more and leaving. All that's left is me and Kanji to hang out. He admits that he thinks he kinda understands it now. A little anyway. About what strength really means. He used to think it was doing what needed to be done. Like a man. That's what he thought while we were chasing the culprit too. He thought catching the damn killer was what needed to be done. There's something else he's gotta confront too, ain't there? I tell him his past, and although I didn't say it, but likely his father's death. He thinks about it, but admits he still ain't snapped out of it. That stuff that other him said inside the TV world, that girl he made cry a long time ago, he hasn't gone past any of it. Kanji is muttering to himself and admits that it ain't that easy to become strong, is it? Yeah, it really isn't, man. As I feel like I can relate and understand Kanji just a bit more, as our bond deepens. With that, he says he's taken off. His mother saw the stuff he made. She's been hassling him about selling it at the shop. The hell's a textile shop going to do with stuff that's already been knitted? Well, even so, it's a product to sell, man. As we parted ways, and I went home. And during the night, I decided to spend it with Nanako. And after spending a precious moment with her, and the chance of our bond deepening soon, I tucked her into bed, and then went to bed myself. January 26. With school over, I decided to spend more time with Ayane, since Kanji isn't around and we can deepen our bond. And regardless of the pointless expression boost, I have to admit, Ayane is sounding good, but after class, Ayane called my name, seeming happy. She wanted to tell me how good it feels to play lately. Her and this old girl are getting along great. Ayane is looking at her trombone with a smile, adding, "You know what, senpai? She thinks instruments have feelings too. She was treating it like an object before, probably because she wasn't looking at the big picture. She thinks what she needed was for someone to open her eyes, and that's where everything I taught her came in." Ayane is looking up to me with admiration in her eyes, though I don't think I'm all that special, as our bond deepens. After that, she says she thinks she's gonna practice a little more, so please go on ahead. She wants to get good enough to make this girl really sing, plus she's hoping someone will tell her how proud she made him. There she goes again, laughing and telling me to be careful out there. And with that, I parted with INA and went home. And during the night, I was heading to the shrine for more hell, but thankfully Kanji was outside, so I could just spend time with him. And we talk about food, mainly about mochi, telling me about his special way of making it, and honestly, it sounded pretty good. He was happy to hear that and dubbed it the Tatsumi Mochi Deluxe. And we talked a little more, and I felt like our bond will come closer soon, thankfully, and I went home with ointment that he graciously gave me. Thanks? January 27th. Not too long ago, Risei's persona evolved, which means today we might just have it evolve once more, as we spend the day together. We went to the hill overlooking the town. She asked if it was okay to come out today. Did I have anything that I needed to do? Well, Kanji isn't around, so no, not really. But she did have a meek expression on her face, asking if I remember when she told me before that she had a #1 fan? A girl that was being bullied and would send her letters. Well, she sent another letter, saying that she's going to stop being her fan. She's made friends with someone, but her new friend is a fan of someone else. It seems she was told something like, "I'll quit being your friend if you stay a Reset fan." She did say that she'll be cheering for her in her heart, but she's not sending her any more letters. I tell her that she has another fan right here. She smiles at that, saying, "You mean you, senpai?" Seeming happy by that, saying that I really am kind. I can see tears in her eyes, as she thinks about it, saying, relationships between people are difficult, aren't they? There's something like a mutual respect between her and her ex-fan. She doesn't know what she looked like, but she knows that she had a pure heart. She also knows that she's persistent. But when another person enters the picture, things suddenly get complicated. Throw in 4 or 5 people and it's pure chaos. There's no malice involved, and it's no one's fault. Yet we end up hurting each other, becoming lost. It makes her so tired sometimes. Risei stares into the distance, adding that's why she wants to keep trying her best. She's an idol after all. Oh, that's admirable of you, Risei. Those words she's thankful to hear from me, saying an idol isn't just some doll in a window being held up for public display. She thinks it means somebody who can endure things and can stand their ground, no matter which way they're pushed. Even if that girl doesn't write her letters, she bets she'll still watch her if she's on TV. She can be her strength, as well as many other people's strengths. Even though many things may not go her way, and she may be troubled, swept her off her feet, and get lost, she won't lose. She has to protect the smiles of the people who are precious to her. That's the resolve she found after meeting all of us. With this newfound strength and a resolve from Risei, her persona evolves once more into Kozeon. Risei can tell she can sense a power inside of her that she didn't have before. She's learned so many important things from the people she holds dear to her, getting happy, saying she feels like her heart is about to burst. She's so excited about the future now, hardship and sadness and everything. It can all be changed into the power to take a step forward. She's still just getting started. Me and everyone else. We're all going to keep changing too, in our own ways. And when she smiles on TV, she's smiling for me. So I can smile too. I have her and everyone else. When spring comes around and we have to say goodbye, it'll be sad, sure, but we'll be okay. With that comfort, that distance won't stop our friendship. I can feel a strong bond that won't be broken between us. As we spend a long time talking about all sorts of things, and it became dark out and we parted ways. And of course, I went to the shrine for INA, and drumroll please! Mild blessing! Sadly, our bond won't deepen though. But I doubt a great blessing would have done the trick either, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree and head home. January 28th. Kanji is around after school, so I think it's the perfect time to continue with deepening his bond. So we spend the day together. We go get some grub at Aya, Kanji saying that Chie-senpai says the steak bowl here is great. And just like he said, she is an expert at meat after all. Suddenly, 2 police officers appear, likely on patrol, asking, "You're Kanji Tatsumi, right? We'd like to have a word with you." Kanji, likely disliking of the police force, replies in a passive-aggressive, "Yeah? Well, I wouldn't." The police officer tells him to come with him. I ask them if they have a warrant. Kanji calls that smooth. The other officer says, "You're the kid that Tatsumi's been hanging out with lately." "I see. So you're in cahoots. I'd like to see you explain that to Dojima." He would have his head and his badge. But Kanji says, "So what if we hang out? What's it to you?" The police officer asks if he knows there's been a group of teenage bullies lurking around here. "Don't you?" I wonder if this is related to the ones that Chie scared off all those months ago. But they got a tip saying that Kanji's been threatening a child at the hill in the floodplain. Kanji's confused, asking, "Threatening? Child? Oh, him?" They don't listen to his story, just saying that he admits it. Not a shred of remorse either. Well, it's not nice to profile someone, so I say he was just being nice to the kid. Kanji seems to want to keep why they met a secret, but things aren't looking too good. As they say that we're going with them to the station, Kanji tells them to wait a sec. Senpai has nothing to do with this. Suddenly the boy appears, asking Kanji what he's doing. The officer asks the kid if he knows us, adding, "Can you tell me how you know them?" Because he doesn't think we're being straight with him. Kanji annoyed, saying, "The hell are you telling that kid? You call yourself a cop?" The cop asks the kid if he asks him for anything. For instance, did he claim he lost his money? The kid confused, asking if Kanji lost his money, adding that he can have some of his. That's enough for the cop, seeing it as him hustling the child for some money. But Kanji in a panic. But the kid continues that he came today to give him the cookies his mother begged his thanks. He was gonna sneak in and leave them at Tatsumi Textiles, but here you are. The officer is confused, asking, "Thanks for what?" But the kid happily says that he made him a bunch of dolls, like a bunny and a cat. He's real good. That shocked the cops, asking, "The dolls? You're saying Tatsumi made them?" What a load of, "There's no way you're getting me to believe that." I tell Kanji just to tell him how it is, and he agrees, saying he's got it, nodding firmly, saying, "Alright, listen up, punks. There ain't any lying about it. He made the kid some dolls. What with the ones for his friends and his mum. It was 8 all in total. And let me warn you, they're so cute they'll give you diabetes. They're like instantly fatal kind. So what, you want me to teach you how to make them? Huh?" The officer is just confused, but Kanji continues, "You about to say that ain't like me, right? Go ahead and laugh, damn it, like he cares. He used to be pointed at. And what's most important is, he ain't gonna make this kid or senpai a liar. Hey you, that button's fallen off. I'm gonna sew it back on you here." Officers are in a little panic at the manic Kanji, but his mother comes in to save the day, asking the officers what they're doing with a Kanji. The officer tells her that there have been several cases of bullying around here, so she tells him that Kanji had nothing to do with them. Kanji's shocked, saying, "Mom." She continues, saying that he would never do such a thing. He may be stupid and short-tempered, but he's a strong and gentle child. Why, just the other day, he showed me his dolls, and he told her that he can put them up for sale. Kanji's getting flustered, saying, "Your bag? What are you saying?" The officers, seeming to be convinced, apologize and excuse themselves. I know they're gonna tell everyone in the whole force. Maybe even Adachi. But Kanji asks his mother, "You'd believe me over the police?" But Kanji's mother says that he'd never do such a thing. Our mother knows. Now, she needs to go prepare dinner. Don't go stuffing your face in ire before coming home, okay? As she leaves, Kanji is seeming a tad emotional by all that. The kid asks if Kanji is crying. He responds, "No, I ain't crying. This is snot. He got a cold. You want to catch it, huh?" No one is falling for that Kanji, but I feel like he's gotten a bit stronger as our bond deepens. Kanji's thinking he's getting a sore throat with this cold. Damn it, his nose won't stop running. Well, I waited for his cold to stop, and then we went our separate ways. And during the night, Nanako is catching up on all the work that she missed out on, and this is an opportunity to have our bond get closer, so I decided to help her out, as Dojima suddenly gets home, and he joined us as well, as we spend the night as a family talking and helping out Nanako, as eventually, Nanako reached a good stopping point. I tucked her into bed, and then went to bed myself. January 29th. Today is Sunday, so a day off school, which means I can get some amazing commodities. Unfortunately, I didn't understand the current financial situation I'm in, and which I mean I have literally no money. So I do a little spin and head into town to hang out with Kanji. Went to the hill overlooking the town. He brought me here, saying that he wanted to talk somewhere quiet. He starts by saying that the other day he went to visit his father's grave. It's the first time he went on his own. Well, he had a lot to tell him. That's a lot to do so suddenly, man. I ask him how it was, since it must have been tough. He responds, well, he felt like he could finally face him. A little late, though. He smiles sadly, but continues that his father told him something right before he died. If you're a man, you have to become strong. He felt like he was telling him he wasn't a real man. Pissed him off, so he changed his looks and pushed himself away from people, fighting gangs, thinking he was keeping mom safe, and even trying to catch the killer. He was just being stubborn. He thought all that was how he was becoming strong, that he was really making up all the trouble he caused. He was drunk off his power, but that wasn't it. That ain't what Dad meant. He still doesn't really get what being strong means, but he's gonna start by not lying to himself. No more being scared of everyone, hiding his hobbies, staying away from people, anytime, any place. He's gonna bust right through as his own self. That's the way to deal with that other him in the TV world. As long as there's someone like that snot-nosed kid to accept him, he ain't afraid of nothing. I tell him he should find more snot-nosed kids to accept him, and he replies, I should, huh? The more people accept me, the better. He smiles sheepishly, but I can feel Kanji's firm resolve as our bond deepens. He tells me that they're gonna put the dolls of his up for sale at the shop. They were a big hit with the kid and his mom. They called him just to say thank you. You got a kick out of that. Oh, but he's gotta go buy supplies, so he has to jet. And with that, we parted ways, and I went home. And more starting with Nanako and Dojima. As we work on mathematics, Dojima was mainly giving her all the answers to the questions, so I have to tell him that Nanako should solve some on her own, which Nanako agrees with slightly pouty, and her dad apologizes, but we still helped her studying, giving hints here and there when she gets stuck, as I feel like our bonds have gotten a little closer. And after a good stopping point, I tucked Nanako into bed, and then went to bed myself. January 30th. Heading to school over here, 2 students talking, mainly about how cold it's been lately. Oh, and advancements are next week, which will go everything we've covered all last year. That's interesting, but her friend tells her that it's just a piece of paper, and the real measure of our lives is still a long way off. But the girl reminds her that the entrance exams are next year, you know, so she feels like how she goes on this test is going to be a measure of her life. I say just don't worry about it too much, even though I know I'm probably going to ace the class, but with all that said and done, I head to school. And during class, I get a good old question right, which you love to see, and then school was actually over now, as I head to the daycare for today. It's been a while after all. The kids are all messing around and having a fun time while being as rowdy as ever, so I get an understanding boost, but eventually it was over as Eri tells Yuta that she's here, let's go home. Yuta is quiet as Eri's in a panic asking where he wants to eat dinner. We can go somewhere expensive if you want. He replies, I'm not hungry. I'm gonna go play more, leaving. That made her a little sad, saying she'll come later next time. She even left in the middle of a show just to be on time. She's getting fed up with this treatment. Sighing, adding, she should have known better than to try. They're not related, so there's nothing she can do about it. I ask her, so Yuta can't love you? She remains quiet after being asked that, but continues that they say when a woman starts breastfeeding, her maternal instincts awaken. It's true, she saw it on television, so her maternal instincts towards him is shut away, especially since she's only known him for 6 months. There's nothing she can do. Fate has determined that we will be forever distant. Speaking of fate, have you heard this before? Your life is determined from before you're even born. We're just little robots following the program our creator made for us. So, whenever anything happens, there's nothing you can do about it. It was already decided for you. Doesn't that make you feel better? Isn't that just a wonderful idea? I don't know what to say about that. It isn't, but to make her feel better, I agreed with her. She's happy, replying, amazing, isn't it? She saw her on TV. She was so intrigued. She went to see a lecture by that speaker too. She was moved to tears. She was so relieved to know that there's a higher power. Her eyes are glittering, but she also admits that there really isn't much to do when you live this far away from the city. All she has is TV and internet. You can buy things over the net now. It's much more convenient. In fact, she has trouble staying in shape, honestly. Though she just wants to go back to the city, I tell her to let it go, but her response was just sad, saying she gave up on that a long time ago. Smiling wryly, adding, "She told me a lot of personal things here. Please don't tell Yukun or the other mothers. Why would I? It's none of their business after all, Eri." She thanks me, seeming relieved as I feel I understand her just a little bit more, as our bond deepens. She noses the time, apologizing to me, saying that she'll take Yuta home now, and with that, they both left quite abruptly and awkwardly, and I just went home, 10,000 yen richer. And when I got home, I can finally max out me and Nanako's bond. Nanako tells me that she got a phone call from Dojima. "He's coming home! Let's make dinner together, big bro. There's a lot of things to do today." Nanako seems more cheerful than usual, telling me that she bought a bunch of dishes, pickled radish, and veggies at Jeanette's. "Big bro, can we make a salad?" "Sure thing. After all, I eat salads for breakfast." Nanako didn't understand that, telling me that it's dinner time right now, looking at me puzzled. "We have to start eating our vegetables from now on. A well-balanced diet is important." Nanako confidently repeats that, almost as if she was heard it for somewhere else. She adds that her teacher said that families help each other after Mum died. Dad and her have both been lonely, but she has a dad. And she needs to do her best so Dad doesn't feel lonely either. I'm her family too, so let's work hard together. I can agree on that, saying let's do it. She agrees, looking really happy. She then tells me that she's giving something to me. It's a family picture. It has Nanako and her parents in it. She says Dad made extra copies. I'm family too, so I should have a family picture. Let's get a picture of me, her, and her father all together one day. She's happy, telling me that she loves me. Despite everything that's happened to Nanako in the past year and being so young, she's strong, perhaps stronger than all of us. Both me and your father are proud of you, Nanako. With that being said, me and Nanako's bond has reached its maximum. Suddenly, she realizes that we need to hurry or Dad will be home before we're done, and we work together to whip up a salad. Eventually, Dojima came home. As Nanako welcomes him home, Dojima thanks her as Nanako tells him that she made dinner with Big Bro today. We made salad and, a bunch of other stuff. He understands, telling Nanako that she did a good job. That made her really happy, telling him to go wash his hands and sit down. She goes off to sit down at the table, and Dojima comments on her mood being really cheerful. And he's sure it's all thanks to me. But we're taking too long, as she tells us to hurry, hurry. Dojima tells her he's got it. Well, let's eat then. And with that, the three of us sat down around the table and enjoyed each other's company for the night. January 31st. Next week is the advancement, so I decide since Kanji isn't ready to have our social link deepen, I'll help the poor soul study. And with that, the hope of our bond will come closer soon, I head home. And Tanaka has some amazing commodities for sale, and this time I should be not poor, so I get the Kaio Stone and Masuda Stone combo for 39,800 yen. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it, but I'm a shopaholic. And with that, I head to the shrine to see if I can deepen my bond with Eri, and I get a small blessing. Good to be back with the small blessing hell, but it didn't matter, as our bond will get closer soon, as I tied the omikuji around the fortune tree, and then went home. February 1st. Just one more month before I go home. It's crazy to think about it, but it's also sad to think about as well. So it's best not to, as my day starts with Yosuke coming up to me saying sup, adding that he can't believe it's February already. "Oh, you know how exams are next week? What do you say we go skiing this time for real once that's all over? We do have those holidays coming up. After all, you've got to see what Inaba has in winter. Finally, the ever so elusive ski trip. And I'm not sick this time, so hell yeah, let's do it." Yosuke's happy replying, "That's what I'm talking about. It'll be the last winter's hurrah. Let's make the most of it." He'll shoot me an email once the plans are nailed down. "Make sure you don't catch a cold, okay?" Haha, very funny. Hope you get jinxed yourself and get the plague. Though, regardless of my reaction being extreme or not, we head to school. And my day has been set, being to spend it with Kanji, but not before getting a question I got wrong all those months ago. I still don't get how I fucked it up when I knew the answer, but regardless, time to spend time with Kanji. I brought Kanji to my house. He really wanted to see it for some reason. He apologized for barging in like this. He thought it'd be a good place. That confused me, but he says first though, there's one more thing he figured out. Rise stopped by our store the other day. She said the dolls were cute, so he told her he made them. Then she said it was creepy. It kinda stung, but he kept showing her all the other stuff he made. And in the end, she said, maybe you're an amazing guy after all. It pissed him off the way she said it. But that aside, he gets it now. This is what he was talking about. He's just throwing in the towel this time. Of course, no one could understand him. He'd been keeping his distance out of fear. So he decided that he'd do things his way, no matter how tough, but it ain't just about hanging out with guys who understand you and telling the rest to get bent. You gotta make an effort. If you want people to understand you. He wasn't even trying. Not just about his hobby, but like, when the police suspected him, it didn't even cross his mind to try and tell him his story. He just let them think whatever they wanted. And because of that, you, Ma, and the kid all got dragged into it. He didn't put in the slightest effort to try to make him understand. It's easier for him to act tough. He smiles wryly, but with a new conviction, he says, from now on, he has 2 rules. Rule 1, be myself. Rule 2, get people to understand me. And he wanted to give me this. It's a cute strap for my phone. He tells me, this thing's being me. Now he can say it straight out. That other me is me. Suddenly, due to his strong conviction, his persona transformed into Rakuten Mao. This shocked him, saying, this? For real? I get it. So, this is becoming a little stronger, huh? You're my hero, dude, and my best bud. With us having a heart-to-heart, I can sense Kanji's straightforward feelings. He might have a rough exterior, but inside of all that is a heart of gold that can't be replaced. Never change, Kanji. You're a good man. But with that, our bond has reached its maximum. Back onto the original topic, Kanji says, so, as far as getting other people to understand him, today he's holding the Oven Mitt Puppets 101 class. Right here. Wait, what? He reassures me that even I can do it. It'll be real cute. Believe me, I'm not against it, but it's quite sudden. But we spend way more time than I originally planned to spend with Kanji. But eventually, it got dark, and we parted our ways. And during the night, I am an idiot, and I forgot that I already tried my fortune with Eri. And, well, you know, small blessing, doesn't matter, and well, yeah, tie the Epliouge around the fortune tree and head home. February 2nd. With school over, and yesterday me and Kanji's bond reached its maximum, why not continue the Kanji train? As he still wants to hang out with his best bud, and I love the sound of that, personally. Kanji once again asked to come over despite any plans we may have had, so I brought him to my room. He starts by apologizing for barging in like this. He wanted to talk to me, well, more like he wanted to ask me something. He started fidgeting for some reason, continuing with, you know, well, it's about a present. What would be, I'm confused by his fumbling, but he tells me he's gonna let him start over. He wants to give someone a present. He don't know what they would like, so he thought he would ask me for some advice. It's for a woman. Well, I doubt it's for anyone in the investigation team, so curious, I ask him who the woman is. And after more ums from him, he says he wants to give it to Ma. I tell him that I think anything will work for her, since it is her son. But he says that's what makes it so hard. There's gotta be something that wouldn't be a good idea to give her. I can sense his desperateness in his voice as he begs me. He has no idea what to give her. He wants to be damn sure Mom's happy with it. His mother went to the hospital. Before I can get worried for him, he tells me that it was just for an exam, though. She's out already and doing totally fine, but the test seemed to be a little rough on her, so he wants to give her something like a hospitality award. That's really sweet of you, Kanji, but he gets mad, telling me to stop teasing him. His face is completely red, as he seems he went to go visit her while she was there. It was hard for him to see her in that hospital, though. When he was there, Ma looked at him and said, "You've changed. Your father and I are proud of you, son." His eyes are slightly red, probably trying not to cry, as he comments, "Pretty funny, huh? He ain't too bright and keeps causing her all this trouble, and She says she's proud of me. His voice is shaking as he says, he's the one who should be proud of her. She raised a punk like him without a single complaint and worked herself to the bone. And no one thanked her for it. He feels like he needs to give her some encouragement now and again. He's kind of getting leaky here. But Ma was right, he has changed. And it was because he got to know us guys. Until he met me, he was so mad that people saw him as some weirdo that he tried to get back at anyone who looked at him funny. He wasn't holding his head up right. He wasn't proud of himself, but getting to know me better has made him realize something. He doesn't think it matters what kind of guy he is. As long as he can hold his head up high, Ma is going to be proud of him. Still, he wants to become someone that Ma and us guys can be proud of. So he's going to spend his life keeping himself in check to make sure he doesn't lose his way again or start lying to himself. Suddenly, due to this newfound and strong conviction, his persona is reborn once more, becoming Taikiji Saten. Kanji's shocked, saying, new power? This must be another me, huh? And he'll keep changing however he wants from here on out. He wants to fight for others instead of just himself. He'd rather die protecting someone that matters than worrying about if he can win the fight. He thinks that's the way to be. And one day, he hopes he can be strong enough to protect me too. You already are, man. You've done it countless times. But I say I'll be counting on you. He replies, it takes hell of a strong man to say that, Sensei. He's got a long way to go. He's got a smile on his face showing his fierce determination as he says, well then, let's make that gift. That confused me, but just like Kanji to do, he's got some tools for me to work with, too, so it'll be like I'm helping him make a gift for his mother. Kanji thinks since it's cold out, maybe something warm for when she goes to sleep would be good. Yeah, that sounds good, Kanji. But Kanji thinks, how about a crocheted hugging pillow? You can put a hot water bottle inside. He'll call it a warmy yarny. If we work on it, it'll be a masterpiece. His mother's always seems to like it when he tells her stories about me, so she'll love this. Man, he's glad he asked me. Wasn't this a great idea? Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, totally. But with that, I spend an unexpectedly long time with Kanji, and with it done, night fell, and I sent Kanji home. And during the night, I decided to spice it up just a little bit of dishwashing, and eventually it was over, and I went home, 3,000 yen, not much, but that's fine. It's something new. February 3rd. After yet another stream of Marie memories, Margaret calls me up apologizing once more for interrupting my morning. However, she thought it would be best to inform me about her progress, mainly that she has located Marie. However, she is in a realm not of that of man. It will not be easy for me to set foot in this place, so please allow her just a little more time so she can make preparations. As she has said before, when she is done, she will come for me. Excusing herself, hanging up. Well, Marie's whereabouts have been identified. I just have to wait for the day where she comes to bring me there. So, I'll just have to wait. However, you might not know this, but every Friday is Mega Beef Bowl Day, so it doesn't rain during winter, so I finally give it a shot. To beat it, with all my stats maxed out, I have it. I have the understanding of my limits, the knowledge to control my pace, the courage to face this unrelenting tide of beef, the diligence to persevere against this colossal challenge. And because of all of that, I have finished it. And I didn't have to pay. Heading home happy. And during the night, I just read another book. At this point, I can't really max out bonds or really do much, so I might as well do some light reading. And with the book completed, I head to bed. February 4th. With school over, I decided that I wanted to try and get one more social link rank with Eri. And if not that, really just get 10,000 yen working at the daycare. Once again, the kids are being a hassle. Yuta wants to wrestle, which seems to be a bad idea, but couldn't be worse than Kanji. But eventually, it was pickup time. Eri says to Yuta, let's go home, okay? He replies, he doesn't want to go home yet. He's playing with me. Eri asks Yuta, doesn't that bother him? He responds with a no. but Eri, kind of having enough of Yuta's unruly behavior, says, "Okay, fine. I'm going home, leaving." Yuta is quiet after that. I can get why Eri feels that way, but it's also very unsafe to leave a kid just staying here. So I decided to take him home, but as we were walking, we see Eri sitting by herself. Yuta asked me if his stepmother is mad at him. Of course she is, Yuta. You should apologize to her. He's a little disgruntled, saying, "But she hates me. But she has to take care of him." He feels sorry for her. That doesn't mean things can't change, Yuta. You have to be a better person for her. I walk up to her, much to the dislike of Yuta. She thanks me, saying, "You walked him here? Maybe she should have had me walk him all the way home." Haha. She's quiet and admits that he looks so happy when he's at the daycare. Today he yelled, "I don't want to go home." Well, obviously not. Even if he goes home, it's just the two of us. He'll forget his father's face at this rate. Poor thing. By the looks of things, they're unknowingly pitying each other, putting a wall up to not see that they both just don't understand each other. Eri is, however, glad he's going to the daycare center. He looks like he's having a good time. And she has the time to herself too. He seems happy even after he comes home, especially in the days that I'm there. Of course, since they don't talk, she never really actually heard him say that, telling me to please take care of him. I can sense Eri's gratitude as I understand both of their situations a little bit more as our bond deepens. With that, she stands up, telling Yuta, "Let's go home." Miss Akiri has to go home too, and they both awkwardly head home, but I can go home by myself, knowing that I am 10,000 yen richer. And during the night, the third and final time we help Nanako with her homework. Since her teacher said that she'll be all caught up, she's thinking of something to write about, and Dojima gives her some tips. She's just writing about when she washes dishes, they get clean. It makes dinner taste good. When dinner tastes good, everyone smiles, so she likes washing dishes. Dojima didn't know that's how Nanako sees things. I tell him I'm proud of Nanako. He thanks me, and finally Nanako is done with her homework. And with it all done, I tuck her into bed, and then went to bed myself. February 5th. The advancements are tomorrow, so that's something to worry about. But it's elevated when Yosuke gives me a call, telling me that he's set up ski trip for February 11th. So right after the exams. I bet that's so he can pretend that he didn't get a bad score, but joking aside, it's time for some amazing commodities. I'm very low on money, so I decided just to buy the homunculus combo. It's not much, but if I needed it for the other party members, then it's there. And then I head into town. And this is the first, but I decided to go to the hot springs with Naoto. Never done it before, so let's see how it goes. I'm given the choice to talk about the past and the future. I decided on the future, and I got given the choice of Bufudine, which I don't really need, so it's really just enjoying the hot springs today as I went home. And during the night, I have nothing much to do, so I went to Aya, but Chie was there. Of course she is, she's probably hungering for some meat, so I decided to spend time with her. She talks about Valentine's Day and putting more effort into the chocolate she's going to be making. I decided to be cheesy, saying, "Your feelings are all I need." I know chocolate will be poison, but besides that, she said some more things and an "I love you," and eventually, before we left, she handed me a sincerity cookie. I wonder if it's actually edible. But regardless, I walked Chie to her home, and then went home myself. Back from the last exams I'll ever do at Yasogami High, and I'm excited for the ski trip, so let's get through these past 5 days. February 6th. Heading to the next 5 days of my life, Yukiko came up to me and said good morning to me. She tells me that the advancement exams start today and asks if I remembered to study for them. Chie seemed anxious, but for her, she's kind of relieved. She missed things like exams and schoolwork. This is just another sign of normal life slowly coming back. I'm with you there, Yukiko. It's so nice to not have to deal with the insanity that was December. Yukiko agrees, saying everyone's been their old selves around town and school too. The ski trip is this weekend. It might be our last special outing. Let's ace those exams so we can focus on having fun on the trip. We both always ace it, but let's hope that the others can play catch up. I think that as I head to school. And now, let's get started. The questions were mainly from the past anyways. The word alphabet comes from the words alpha, and what other one? Beta. How were the theories that the pyramids were built by slaves disproven? Attendance logs. February 7th. Day 2 and more questions. What drink name means bury demons? Toso. What is the medical term for brain freeze? And, well, I remember it since it is a long and wacky name, which I will not pretend I can pronounce or write it, so let's leave it at that. February 8th. Day 3, let's keep our streak going. What is the Japanese zodiac equivalent to the cat in Vietnamese zodiac? Rabbit. What vegetable was used to make the first ever jack-o'-lanterns? Turnips. February 9th. We start with that question I've messed up 2 times now, so I literally can't get it wrong now. The pyramids were white. And what gets mixed with snow in Europe that sometimes causes it to turn red? The Sahara Desert sand. And finally, we come to today's date, February 10th. I'm in the school as Rise comes up, this time saying, today's the final day of the exams. This week's been so stressful, but the ski trip's tomorrow. She can't wait to stay the night with everyone. She then asks how I am at skiing. She hasn't done it in a while, so she's worried she might be a little rusty. I can't say I've done it in a long time either, but I'll teach her if I must. She's happy to hear that, saying, huh? You will? Yippee! We'll be there for 2 days and 1 night, so there'll be plenty of skiing. She'll take me up on that offer, while I hope Chie doesn't get too jealous if I spend some time with her, but I know that she will, as I head to school for the final day of exams. And they went as you would expect. The answers were just flying off the pen onto the paper. I think I've aced it, but we'll just have to wait and see. As time passed and I was at home, I have the ski trip tomorrow, so I gotta get some rest early. But before that, my commodities have arrived, so I pick them up first and then head to bed. February 11th.
Dude, you too! Is this really your first time snowboarding?
Just gotta keep your balance, right?
Whoa!
Senpai! You're too fast!
You gotta open up your stance. Do you get it? Come on.
It's easier said than... Huh?
Whoa! Damn, that hurt.
Oh, so sorry! Sorry.
You owe me a date!
You won't win!
We all skied down the slopes countless of times, enjoying the time we had together. As we all huddled together, Yosuke says, "We've been down this slope a bunch of times now. Hey, what do you think of his snowboarding skills? He bets we're all head over heels with them." Kanji replies that, yeah, but only because we were falling down all the time. Teddie keeps crashing into him, but Teddie tells him that it's no fair that Kanji gets to keep skiing with Nao-chan. He's completely against one-on-one lessons. Kanji realizes that he was doing it on purpose and calls him a bastard. Angry, but Yosuke breaks into that saying, "You guys are completely ignoring my lines, huh?" Yu asks Naoto how her first time skiing is going. She admits that she can barely even stand upright. Kanji is teaching her, but it's not going as she hoped. She keeps going in the wrong direction of falling over without warning. She hopes she can do a little better tomorrow. Chie responds that Naoto doesn't look like it, but she really doesn't like losing, do you? Should we go up one more time? Rise, hearing that response, "What? She's so tired. Her legs are giving out on her." Teddie says that his fur's all frozen too. He feels like Frosty the Snow Bear. Right. Anyways, Yosuke tells us that we've got tomorrow too, so let's just call it a day. Are you hungry, Chie? Hearing that, Chie replies that she didn't notice it until now, but she's super hungry. What are we gonna have for dinner at the lodge? Yukio believes it was soul cooked in non-regional style. That non-regional part caught her attention. Naruto responds, so it's a non-style style? What is that supposed to taste like? Rise tells us that she thinks you would only call it something like that if you weren't all that confident about your food. But Yosuke fairly responds that he doubts the chef would appreciate hearing that from you guys. That statement annoyed Rise, saying, that's so mean! She remembers him yelling about how delicious that cake they made us was. Yosuke tells her that he wasn't yelling, and that cake was only good because Naruto helped you. Rise tells Yosuke that's not true. It was thanks to the cookbook. You're really not helping your case, Rise. But Yosuke tells her that he doesn't care which it was, and you guys should have been using a cookbook in the first place. Chie, getting involved, tells him that there's something more important right now. That confuses Chie, says that soul is a fish, right? What about some meat? Meat! Yosuke's taken off guard and asks her, how much of a carnivore are you? But Yukio doesn't believe she saw any real meat dishes on the menu. That shocked her, asking, no beef? Or pork? Or even chicken? Kanji agrees with Chie, considering how much we've been skiing. He could use something with a lot of protein. Yukio thinks about meat, as everyone slowly eyes Teddie. Bear would be interesting, I'll admit. Teddie sees this and asks, has the day finally come that everyone all wants a little taste of Teddie? Yukio says that, no, we'd never do that. Bear meat is pretty gamey after all. Teddie in a panic calls Yukiko so cruel. But with that, we finished skiing for today and we decided to return to the lodge. And after dinner, we all gather around in the lounge. Yosuke asks if Teddie is still in the bathhouse. Kanji tells Yosuke that he saw these college girls while we were having dinner. He said he was going to hold out in the bath until they showed up. Sounds about right. As Yosuke's disgruntled wonders, what's he getting himself into now? Chie tells Yosuke that he can say that, but she bets she wishes he was there with them right now, don't you? Rise, hearing that, says, what? That's the worst. Wouldn't you rather spend time with us? She means her rather than people like that, senpai. I panic a little. She's been extra aggressive today, but Yosuke sat down saying, how awesome is it that we all get to stay overnight like this? And it's co-ed! So, why don't we... And Yukio says, no. Yosuke replies, but he didn't suggest anything yet. But she asks him, oh, I'm sorry, were you going to talk about playing cards? Yosuke is silent after that, as Rise asks, why don't we go night skiing? She's always been impressed by people who can do that. Chie replies, then we'll have to take another bath afterwards. Honestly, she's already exhausted from snowboarding all day. Kanji asks, well then, why don't we do what people usually do when they gather at night? Yukio agrees, saying, tell ghost stories? Half the table is shocked by that. Chie asking, I don't know, isn't that usually a summer thing? Rise agrees with Chie, saying that she thinks she'll have to disagree too. Yosuke replies, could it be that you're actually scared of ghost stories? Ooh. Rise stands up annoyed, saying that stuff in those stories actually happened in the mountains. That one time during shooting was enough for her. Chie is panicked, saying, stop it. Yukio is cheery, saying, their inn has a lot of spooky stuff. Once, they had a customer saying how they liked his room, and he said that the bathroom was too dark, but his room didn't have one. And sometime where you take a picture in that room during Obon, they don't come out right. Ooh! Don't forget the announcer. That was not a fun night. But anyways, Chie says that, whoa, that's pretty creepy. Yukio also heard that Haniwa are occasionally found in the mountains around here. They say this entire area could have been a gravesite long ago. Naruto stands up in a panic, telling us that folklore has got little scientific evidence, but is a result of cultural significance and strong story elements. Any ancient burial ground is likely just a sign of a temple. So, Naruto is panicking, which Yosuke catches on teasing her. She blushes, meaning that she indeed is. She sits down as Yosuke is getting excited, since it's starting to get pretty good. Yosuke asks me how I am with scary stories. I say I love them. As Yosuke is surprised, asking, you got any special stories of your own up your sleeve? Chie, being scared, says that she can't believe us guys. She's having no part of this. She's plugging her ears. Kanji asks, wouldn't it be scarier to only hear bits and pieces of the story like that? Rise gets annoyed, telling Moronji to shut up. Why are you pushing so hard for us to tell ghost stories? Kanji stands up, asking Rise to stop calling him that, damn it! Alright, well, anyways, Yosuke starts off and says Yukiko can go last. Her stories are off the charts creepy. And so, Yosuke begins.
Let's see. It was over 3 years ago. A friend of mine in middle school told me this. It seems his sister went to a pretty prestigious private school, but she ended up running with the wrong crowd. Supposedly, she and a bunch of other girls were bullying another girl in their class. He said that she'd come home every night and laugh over the phone with her friends about the kid they were harassing. One day, she suddenly came home with a pale face. Ever since then, she started locking herself up in her room. No matter how much he asked what was going on, she'd completely ignore him. But he could hear her mumbling. She'd keep saying to herself, "It's my turn next." My friend got worried, so he went to ask his sister's friends what was going on. But it turns out, all her friends had passed out for mysterious reasons and had been taken to the hospital. He was so scared that he didn't know what to do. That night, at around 11:30, suddenly his sister started screaming in her room. He ran into her room, and she was covering her ears and repeating, "She's calling me! I can hear her!" But my friend couldn't hear anything. And soon, his sister rushed out of the house. The next morning, she was found unconscious outside the school gates, just like her friends had been. In the end, she was taken to the hospital and recovered. But when he asked the people at school what happened, it seems the girl they were bullying was dead. They said that the girl must have become a spirit that haunted them one by one.
Chie gets up screaming. Yukio is left laughing. Naruto says, that's impossible. His story is full of inconsistencies. Wait, but she thinks she actually heard a police report like that. Rise tells her that's not denying it, you're supporting it. But Yosuke starts putting down his story, thinking, wait, did she die? I think she turned up okay. Oh, that doesn't matter. That wasn't bad for a lead-off, right? Telling me that I'm next, and what do I have in mind? I misclicked. I was meant to say this happened to me recently, but I started off. But Chie asked, you're gonna do this to us too? I started to tell a story. Something so scary, so spooky that I can't write it about it here. I'm lazy. Yosuke says that it sounds so realistic when I tell it. Yukio eggs me on to keep going. I continue, adding that he woke up in a blue room. Yosuke tells me, come on, that isn't a ghost story anymore, is it? It's just a story about someone being kidnapped. I continue as the sound of something dropping can be heard. Chie in a panic says, what was that? Rise, panicking, says that she heard something. She heard something just now. Naruto comments that it was unusual. Yosuke tells us that it was just our imaginations. Anyway, keep going. You can't just end it there. That'd be scarier. Scary, you say, my man? Well, then I got nothing to say. Then Yosuke begs me not to stop, until suddenly...
Blackout? Oh shit! Something just went past me!
I told you I didn't want to do this! Why didn't you listen to me? Someone get the lights on! I can't take this anymore! Hurry!
Hang on! Where's the switch?
How dare you to think you're eating all the snacks while I'm gone? I'm gonna curse you.
Get him? Yeah, let's finish him off.
I'm sorry, Teddie. Only people have human rights.
Babes, what's come over you? Why are you so mad at me?
So it was Teddie. Damn it, he freaked us all out.
And what happened after that?
February 12th. The second day of the ski trip, and we've decided to spend our time on the slopes until the sun sets. Chie is hyped, saying, alright, time to hit the snow. Yosuke comments that someone's full of energy. You guys were up talking all last night too. Yukio is shocked, asking Yosuke, how did he know about that? Don't tell me. But Naoto admits that it's no surprise that they heard you, considering how loud you were. She told him over and over the walls were thin. Yukio realizes now, saying, so that's all. She thought he might have been peeping. He would though, but Rise says that they were talking about some pretty risque stuff there. Sorry, Kanji. Did you get a nosebleed all over your pillow? Kanji responds with a shut up. Who'd want to listen to you hens clucking all night anyway? Yosuke cuts in saying he thinks he would, just a little. Teddie admits that he may have did a little listening. He heard things about Nao-chan's size and Yuki-chan's shape. Yosuke has corrupted this bear. Chie tells Ted to stop lying. They didn't talk about anything like that, but Yukio is shocked, asking about her shape. Has she changed somehow? Naoto tells her that she's letting Teddie get to her. You're being manipulated. Rise ends up by saying, forget about it. Let's just enjoy our day skiing. Let's go, senpai. Seems she wants to be together as Chie tells her to hold it right there. Rise-san, don't you think you're being a little too, you've been hogging the same ski partner way too much. Rise replies, huh? But it works out so nicely. You and Yosuke-senpai are both on snowboards. Teddie and Yukio keep taking the steep slopes and won't slow down for her. And Kanji seems to want to be with Naoto-kun. Kanji's confused, asking, what's she getting at? Rise replies that it's only natural that I would pair up with senpai yesterday. She and I would take it slow. They don't have to worry about her. Telling me, let's go, blushing. Not gonna lie, I'm with Chie on this. Her logic is 100% ironclad. Yosuke looks at her, asking why is she impressed? Naoto butts in, saying the reason we're on this trip is for all of us to make some good memories of spending time with senpai. In other words, we should all be trying to have some ski time with him. That shocked them. Kanji says, oh crap, you're right. He wants to make some memories of senpai too. Yosuke looks at him disgruntled, saying, sometimes when you say things, he wonders if he has some hidden agenda behind them. That annoyed him. Chie says, then she's not snowboarding today. She's switching to skis. Teddie says, it's no fair. He wants to leave his ski tracks of love with Sensei too. Yukio replies, hey, but Rise gets the idea of why don't we just let Senpai decide for himself? Be honest, and just make the call. Seeing everyone staring at me so hopefully hurts, but if I had to choose, well, I mean, Chie, obviously. But Yosuke cuts in saying, wait a sec, everyone. He doesn't like where this is heading. Some of you sound like you're out for blood. Let's all just enjoy the slopes together, okay? Naoto thinks that would be best. The girls seem a little disgruntled as Yosuke lets out a sigh, thanking me for not answering before he could get it under control. I mess with him due to that, asking if he's jealous. He got annoyed replying, damn it! He shouldn't have spoken up for me. Is he jealous? Of course he's jealous, damn it! Well, at least he's honest. But he relents, saying, well, let's go enjoy the slopes. And regardless if he's jealous or not, I plan to make it a fun day. With everyone enjoying themselves once again, Kanji is helping Naoto practice. Rise admits that she's kinda surprised. She didn't think there was anything she wasn't good at, and asks her how's it going. Do you think you're ready to start going for real? She responds, no, not at all. But Kanji tells her to quit freaking out about it. Open up your legs and point your toes in, or else you're gonna speed up. Come on, keep your balance with your knees. This only makes her panic more, because if she stands with her feet further apart, she'll fall down for sure. Kanji gets closer, telling her, you'll be fine. Even if you slide down, he'll catch her. Rise is shocked, telling Kanji that he's so nice. He never said anything like that to her. Kanji tells her straight up that she already knows how to ski, so he doesn't have to teach her. She replied to that, saying if he ever did need someone to teach her, she definitely wants someone nice like Senpai to do it. Right, Senpai? Well, I'm here to help, I guess. Yukio and Teddie zoom past us, as Kanji comments they're doing that today too? That's more like falling than skiing, but Rise thinks that maybe they just don't know how to stop. But Kanji replies, well, they ain't dead yet, so he guesses they can stop somehow. Rise turns and notices Chie and Yosuke going past, saying, yoo-hoo! As they went past, Kanji admits that those two are looking good. Rise also admits that she's so jealous that they can snowboard. People who are good at it look so cool, but she's definitely more into skiing with me right now. She feels bad that we're in other people's ways, so shall we get going? But Naoto begs Rise to please wait. Can you stay with me until I reach the bottom? She has no idea which way she'll end up going. Rise likes the idea, saying, last one, there's a rotten egg. See you at the bottom. But that just makes her more panic, saying, weren't you listening? She can't turn or stop. But Rise tells her not to worry. Someone's going to be there to catch you. Right, Kanji? He's a little startled, but responds, that's, well, right. With all that talk about catching people, I decide to have fun, saying, I'll catch everyone. Kanji responds, whoa, what are you getting so fired up about? He doesn't see why I'm so intense about this. Rise loves the sound of it, saying, if I'm gonna catch her, then she's gonna jump right into my arms. Naoto was a little more timid with her response, saying, I can trust you. Then, well, I'll be counting on you. Rise even teases her, telling Naoto that she just needs to ski straight. Teddie is doing, well, Teddie thinks as he zooms past. By Kanji getting annoyed at that, asking, what the hell is he doing now? He's not even wearing skis. Which, I can see him literally wearing them, so I think he needs glasses, Kanji. But regardless of him being an idiot, makes Teddie crash, seeing that Naoto thinks she's just gonna go walk. Time passed while I was enjoying my time on the slopes. But the sun is going to be setting soon, so I have to decide on who I want to ask to accompany me down the slope one last time. And I mean, who else would I ask than Chie, as we can enjoy some more time together on the mountain. Chie was pumped, saying, that was fun. Man, we've been up and down this thing all day. This is her first time snowboarding, but she really is liking this. She's glad I can ski well. It'd be no fun if she had to worry about slowing down for me. She laughs in a minute that she usually doesn't like snow, because it makes walking to school take even longer, but playing in it gets her all excited, but that's going to be coming to an end soon. Her brain's doing everything it can to avoid thinking about that stuff. Still, she had a lot of fun this winter, since she was able to come here with me. Let's make sure we come back again. I respond that let's make it just us next time. That made her blush, agreeing. Thinking about just the two of us, huh? Then we should do more than go skiing. She wants to go all over the world with me, but she's getting hungry and she misses meat, so let's head back. Which way are we supposed to go again? Good question, as she responds, wait, seriously, which side is it? I panic, saying, I think it's left? But she catches on that I don't sound so sure, but we should at least get going. It's starting to snow pretty hard. We kept walking as the snow was rapidly decreasing any visibility, but we have to somehow make our way to that lodge. We kept walking, but the lodge is still nowhere to be seen, and it's starting to get worrying because the snow seems to be coming down even harder. It's a blizzard. Chie is a little worried, wondering where we are. Hey, where are we going? Bleh, snow got into her mouth when she yelled. Then she asked me if I think that we're lost. Crap, she doesn't have much feeling left in her hands. What are we going to do? It's a dumb idea, but I'm hopeful, saying if we just keep walking, we'll get there. But she disagrees, saying, that's what all the idiots who freeze to death say. Suddenly, she notices a cottage, saying there's something there, getting happy since we might be able to take shelter there. It'll be better than wandering around the snow, telling me to hurry. We walk to it, Chie excusing herself, asking please let us in. There's no answer from inside, but she noticed that the door was unlocked. But when we go inside, sure enough, no one was in there. Chie is thinking it's a bit careless of them to not lock the door. Well, it's not like there's anything here to steal anyway. In any case, it's a good thing we found this place. Who knows what would have happened if we were stuck out there. Chie seems anxious, so I ask if she's scared, but she shakes her head, saying she's okay, and guesses you don't feel that kind of stuff when your body gets desperate. I agree with that, as she asks if I have my phone. She forgot hers at the lodge. I actually do, and I check if it has service so we can call for help. But sadly, it reads, no service. There's no signal here. This is the worst thing that could have happened. I tell her, and she admits that she had a feeling that would happen. Disgruntled adds hell. Even if they were able to call someone, they might not be able to find this place in a blizzard. If this keeps up, are we going to be trapped here all night? We'll be spending the night together. That realization shocked her, looking away, saying that she saw a movie recently about some people who got lost in the mountains. Maybe it will be useful. If she remembers right, the characters took off their clothes to help them warm each other up. What are you watching, Chie? She suddenly realizes what she was saying, adding, take off their clothes? What is she saying? You know what? Never mind. That movie was stupid. She thinks they all died at the end anyway. Her adding that death part made me worry a little, but getting back on track, she thinks we do need to warm up somehow. I agree as we look around as Chie notices something, asking, isn't that a sunken hearth? We can start a fire here. Is there something to burn? Let's look around. If there's a hearth here, there has to be something for it. And here I thought Naoto was the detective. But we got searching. We found some old newspapers and some matches, and after some effort, we were able to make a fire as we huddled close to it. Chie comments that it's so warm. She finally feels like we're gonna be okay now. She doesn't know what she would have done if we've been stuck in the cold all night. She then looks at me blushing, saying that instead of having the fire between us, it would be warmer if we were closer, right? That's a fair deduction, Chie, as she gets closer, seeming flustered, wondering where we are. Will we be able to make it back safely? Going quiet. We should be, but the blizzard must go first. But she still apologizes, saying that it was pessimistic of her, but she does feel a little excited. This is kind of like when me and Yosuke fell into the TV for the first time. When she's with me, she somehow feels like things are gonna be alright. Well, Suddenly, something sounded like a TV turning on. Chie asks, that wasn't lightning, was it? Wait, did that thing just come on just now? Why? I tell her that I'll go take a look. She thanks me, but she changes her mind, insisting on coming with me, and we go take a look.
Huh? Hey! I don't think this is the place for that. Seriously, we should wait until we get home. It's just not safe.
What are you guys doing? I won't allow it!
Stop! Don't throw away your friendship in a moment of passion!
Huh? Where did they come from? Chie asks the same question. Rise is surprised that we're still dressed. That confuses Chie, and Kanji says, why would they take off their clothes in this freezing weather? And dude, why are you so flustered? What's up with you guys? Yu-Gi-Oh! Also confused, asks, what's up with us, guys? Naoto is confused, asking if she really needs to spell it out for her. Chie is still just baffled, asking, what are you talking about? Teddie is stunned, saying, don't tell me. Were you waiting for an audience? What daring lovers. How shameless. But okay, he'll take a front row seat. And Chie gets annoyed, replying that he's the shameless one. Wait, were you guys listening outside? Yosuke replies, nah, he meant not on purpose. It would have been awkward to interrupt before, but that only makes Chie even more mad, saying, then you were listening. For your information, it was a matter of life and death. Yosuke replies that they were coming because they were worried about us. Rise asks, what were you doing, shoving each other around in there? Chie says that the TV came on, but Naoto replies that it isn't even plugged in. Chie says that she's serious. There's totally misunderstanding what's going on here. They're staring at me. So while we prop up the TV, I desperately explain the situation. This may be time I'll have to show them my diary. But what Rise got from this is we got lost, found this building, and then things started heating up. But Yosuke can't believe this. They were so worried, and here we are sneaking behind their backs. Chie responds that they still don't get it. Look, even if the TV isn't plugged in, it suddenly turned itself on. That's why we were checking it out. We wouldn't risk our lives way out of here in the middle of nowhere just on a whim. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was confused by that statement, replying that this is right behind our lodge. Wait, what? Yu-Gi-Oh! Continues that this is some kind of storage shed. She thinks they keep it unlocked because the workers need to come in and out all the time. Kanji adds that it's not like there's a blizzard or anything. Huh. All of this is making this just look worse and worse. And Yosuke adds, why would the TV turn itself on? The whole case is over. He bets one of us sat on the remote. Then started freaking out. Chie gets annoyed at Yosuke, of all people saying that, telling him that we're not lying, fine. She'll check it out herself then. Yosuke tells her to wait a sec, but she does it.
Hurt. Huh? What the hell is this?
My.
We appear to be in some weird forest, but more importantly, the TV world. I thought the case was over, but it started making some more sense when Margaret appeared. Please forgive her for the slightly impolite invitation. Yosuke looks at Margaret, commenting how beautiful she is. Chie tells him that there's no time for gawking. She thinks she's the one who grabbed her, but Chie asks me the obvious question instead of getting mad on who is she and if I know her. I tell her that she's a friend of sorts. Yosuke is shocked, asking a friend, adding, what type of friend is she? I've got one mysterious life. But regardless of how weird my life's been for the past year, Margaret asks them to forgive her for not introducing herself sooner. We meet for the first time. My name is Margaret. She is a helper on my journey, and she means us no harm. Chie asks, well, can we trust her? Well, I know we can. She has been taking care of everything Persona related for nearly a whole year. They all seem unsure, but Yukio at least seems supportive. But Margaret asked me if I remember. She came to fulfill her promise to me. I asked if she's talking about Marie, and she confirmed, saying that she has come to guide me, but she also has to apologize for the amount of time it required for her to prepare. If she is here inside the TV world, then what is this place? But Margaret says that this is the Hollow Forest, the closed realm, created by her in the TV world, the world of the human mind. It would seem that after Marie left us, she shut herself in here. I ask her why she would do that, but she replies that she doesn't know everything. But, as you know, she was searching for a memory, and by opening her heart to you, she regained that memory. But it would seem she found was not what she was hoping for. Yosuke is confused by asking, what the hell is this all about? Asking if this is about Marie-chan. The name was familiar to the others. Chie is saying she remembers her, that fashionable girl with the hat, right? Yukio asks, what do you mean she's here? And what was that about a memory? Everyone now seems to be worried about her, so I decide it's time to finally be honest and explain that Marie has lost her memory, and she is currently missing. That shocked everyone. Teddie asking that Emi-chan has amnesia? Yukio adds that we are inside the TV right now, right? A missing person ended up in the TV. Rise is shocked, saying that we put that end to all of that, but Margaret cuts in, saying that she doesn't think it's the same situation. She believes Marie's disappearance isn't related to the kidnapping incident we were all following. She was not taken away by someone, rather she came here in her own volition. Naoto responds that she's willingly came here. Does that mean that Marie-san has this persona ability as well? But Margaret drops a bombshell that no, in actual fact, she originally resided from this side. That shocked us. Yosuke asking, what kind of girl were you showing around town? Well, I didn't know, man. Yukio asks us to hold on, asking, this is inside the TV, right? Then aren't there shadows in here? That is true. As Yosuke says, that means then I finish the sentence, Marie's in danger. Naoto agrees with that statement, thinking if she were to be attacked by shadows, Margaret responds that she will not say that she's not in danger. However, the same goes for us. If we were to proceed ahead to search for Marie, we must have adequate resolution. That makes sense why she brought my friends for this then, which she adds to saying the path ahead of us will be relentless. I alone will not be able to reach her, so if I wish to see her again, then it is her role to help me. And to do so, she decided to invite everyone who has accompanied me on my journey. Oh, so is Shu around here somewhere? Joking aside, Naoto understands the situation, saying she was wondering why she didn't just take our leader here. They're giving us all the information and letting us choose what to do from here. She isn't here to stop us. She confirms, replying exactly. But Naoto has a question which isn't going to affect whether or not she plans on helping, but are you also like Marie-san, a resident of this side? Margaret simply responds that the human mind contains more than shadows. She believes we all witnessed that in our last battle. Chie asks if she's talking about the things that came out of Namatame and Adachi-san. Well, they were different from the shadows we will know about. But she responds that it does not matter how you choose to interpret it. What you see is what you believe, up to you. She knows that they can supply ourselves with the answers, as she knows that we have been capable of coming this far. But one more thing that confuses us, but she informs us, as she just said, the Hollow Forest was originally a closed realm. It is not the case now, but in time, this place will seal itself again. That shocks us. Yosuke saying that, in other words, we won't be able to come in and out here forever. She confirms saying, exactly. It would seem that little time remains before the Hollow Forest completes itself. Once that time has passed, this place will be closed forever, and we will never be able to visit here again. If that were to happen, Marie's existence will be completely expunged from our memories. Wait, that's possible? Yu-Gi-Oh is the first to respond to the fact that we will lose our memories. Kanji asks Margaret, what the hell is she talking about? She just gonna up and vanish from our heads? I ask for more information, but she replies it's exactly as she said. The closing of this forest marks the fact of Marie's erasure. Any memories we have of Marie will disappear, and we will return to our peaceful days. Chie believes that it makes no sense, but Margaret just says that she merely has come to fulfill her promise. What we do is up to us. She has made the link from the television into the mountain cabin to this world. It is the only conduit through which we may reach this place. Rise replies with that, so we can't get there through the TV at Jeunesse? And she says exactly. This world and our world as screens are linked, place to place. It is a fact. Teddie confirms that, saying he can't smell the other place from here. It really isn't connected. Margaret, for the final time, repeats herself, that it was Marie who shut herself in this world. There is no need for us to think that we need to risk our lives for her. She is sure Marie would not want that either. Please, treasure the normal lives you have. That is what Marie would want. That's fair. But we can't just let her fade away. But for now, Margaret excuses herself. Kanji tries to ask her to stop, but it's futile. And she is replaced by the TV at the cabin, which Naoto points out, adding this must be an exit, like the ones Teddie has. Chie asks, now what? Kanji replies, what else? That Marie chick's in here, right? If she's in danger of being attacked by shadows, then we've got to get in there and find her. Naoto tells Kanji to hold on, as it might not be simple, saying we should leave for now, at any rate. We cannot blindly run ahead so suddenly. Yosuke agrees, adding that we're totally not prepared, right? That's fair, as he tells us that if we're gonna do it, let's get ready and take this on full force. We all agree as we huddle into the cramped TV back to the normal world. Rise comments that who was pushing her. Kanji replies first, shut it. There's 8 of us, and that's a tiny fucking TV. Teddie gets up complaining that he dented his head in, asking if anyone wants to touch it. Gross, man. But Chie asks, what are you guys clowning around for? Come on, get up. We have a meeting to hold. Everyone who was on the ground stands up and the meeting starts. Kanji wonders, what are we going to talk about? Chie isn't sure herself, but we always have one, right? Right. Yosuke guesses by that Chie just wants her to be the one to say it. Kanji agrees, thinking that it would really mess with his head if Chie-senpai was coming up with good plans. Chie is insulted by that, replying, that's rude, you know. But Yosuke thinks that it was a surprise, you know, that whole Marie being from the other side thing. Kanji replies that, so the TV world is the world of the human mind, huh? It's not really sinking in, though. I couldn't even tell. I apologize to everyone for keeping secrets, but Naoto responds that it couldn't have been helped. That sort of thing isn't something that you can easily explain to others. It would really be the first time she met all of us. The issue here isn't Marie-san's motive. Why would she risk her life to shut herself in a place like that? Rise understands if she's thrown in like we were, but why would she do that to herself? I say that her memory is the key. That confused Kanji, saying, yeah, that blue chick did say Marie lost her memory. Naoto thinks that maybe she remembered something that made her do it. That sounds about right. She wouldn't do it just cause. Chie shares a thought, saying that that if the world she closes in, she'll disappear from our memories, right? Isn't that the same as dying? Oh shit, you're right. Yosuke has a hard time understanding why she would want to do that, but Chie says that it just feels that way to her. Yukio asks, so she wants to kill herself and make us forget about her? She's erasing her own existence? Teddie believes that Marie is just like him. That confuses us as he elaborates that he really was worried when he couldn't figure himself out and who he was. When he finally found out he was a shadow, it was traumatizing. He doesn't think Emi-chan's a shadow, but he thinks she feels the same way he did, that she shouldn't exist. Rise responds with a somber Teddie. The atmosphere was heavy with this topic, so I say I need their help. Rise agrees with me since she can kind of understand how Marie feels. Not having anyone know the real you, being alone all the time, even when someone's friendly to you, you feel like there's something wrong. If she didn't meet all of us, she might have thought the same as her. Kanji agrees, saying it's the same with him. He was always being misunderstood, so he toughened up instead of biting back. He was scared that no one would accept the real him if he ever showed it to them. In the end, he couldn't even admit that he was showing himself. Pointless. Yukio thinks that we're all like that. Everyone's suffering in some way. Naoto adds that we were able to change. No matter how much we hated ourselves, we were able to face it and accept it because we had dear friends. Chie agrees, saying she knows now there's nothing to be afraid of. We're the only ones that can save Marie-chan. If she's really thinking the same way we were, we have to go stop her. We all nod to agree on that. Yosuke saying, that's that then. We should find out exactly what we're getting ourselves into first. It's better to know anything than to go in knowing nothing. It will be at least make things easier on us. Naoto agrees, thinking we should devote a whole day to it, asking Teddie and Rise if they can scan the TV world, from the usual spot of course. The rest of us should rest up and prepare for the exploration. If there are shadows in there, then we can't avoid fighting them. We all seem to be in agreement, Kanji excited saying, alright, let's do this. This takes him back, even though it hasn't been a long time since we finished the other stuff. Teddie's hyped up, saying it's super sniffy time together with Rise-chan. He's super ultra mega hyper uber Teddie knows can pack up even the slightest snet. But this skill is not without drawbacks. After 3 minutes, he gets an ungodly amount of snot. I agree with Rise, that's just gross, dude. But Yosuke tells her not to damage the bear before showtime. At least he's actually useful in a fight. The way Yosuke said that angered Teddie, saying, how rude, what do you mean, at least? But we all just laugh at his expense, as Naoto says that we should regroup at school. Sounds good to me, I'm worried about Marie and the others too. We don't have much time, but we plan to prepare for it. And so I pack everything up and head home for tomorrow, which will likely be when we try and save Marie. February 13th. School was over and we headed to the rooftop to discuss the situation with Marie. Yosuke comments on how cold it is, adding, oh well, let's just start the meeting. Naoto starts by saying, allow her to report, just in case. She checked with missing people in the local jurisdiction to see if anyone may have wandered in there. 0 results. There are no missing person requests either. It seems that this place really doesn't have anything to do with our previous case. Chie thinks that it's no fair. Naoto said to rest, and yet she went and did research. But Chie adds that she went to check the newspaper too. She looked for any news of missing people, but there wasn't any. Yukiko also tried asking her suppliers and customers if there's anything going on, but there aren't any rumors. Same for Yosuke. He asked around work, but didn't come up with anything. You can't underestimate the housewife network. That is very true, man. Kanji tried talking with some former punks, but he didn't get jack from it. Naoto is a little disgruntled, saying that considering that none of us could find evidence, perhaps it's safe to say that no one has wandered in accidentally. But more important is whatever Teddie and Rise found. How did your search go? Rise says that she can feel that hollow forest really far away, but that's it. Teddie says that he couldn't sense Marie's presence at all. That place, it's big. She's glad we didn't just jump in there without making sure we were ready for it. Chie thinks that the hollow forest, huh? Is that place also affected by the mind of the person inside? If that's the case, then did Marie-chan make that area? It's likely, but Yukio thinks back when we faced Adachi, saying he heard that phrase before. Naoto was wondering the same thing. Amano Sagiri mentioned it. The place that gave birth to those who answer the desires and wishes for lives of humans. Was that it? Yosuke asked them to, hold on, are you saying that the image in Marie-chan's mind is the same forest that created that monster? What's going on here? Kanji wonders, what the hell is Marie exactly? But Naoto reminds us that our objective is to save her, but it doesn't seem like things will end there. If she's related to those monsters, then we would have to do more research. What is she trying to do? Who is she, really? It seems we have no choice but to go see her and find the truth directly from her. I agree with that, saying let's go. Kanji agrees, saying let's do it. Whoever she is, we're not letting her die like this. Teddie agrees, burning up. Yosuke gets up, adding his own let's do it. He doesn't know why she's bummed out, but we'll save her. And with that, we all have our hearts set on the objective of saving our friend Marie. Teddie thinks, saying, wait a sec, If he comes to save Emi-chan, that's like an arrow straight through the heart, right? What should he do? He's not ready for this. Yosuke annoyed replies that he can't tell if he's being a creeper or not. Well, regardless of Teddie's less than pure intentions, we hurry to the mountain cabin to save Marie. Yukio says that we can get to the Hollow Forest by entering this TV. Kanji replies that let's hurry up and jump in there then. That place is gonna close off soon, right? Rise confirms, adding that Margaret person said it was definitely going to happen. She thinks we're still okay for today, but she can sense it getting further and further away. Chie replies, wait, does that mean we have no idea what will happen tomorrow? Naoto thinks that it's quite likely. It was a completely different place until very recently. Since there's no guarantee that we'll be able to enter it tomorrow, we must do something about it today. Yosuke agrees, saying it'll be a bit tough, but we've got to do this. Come on, let's save Marie-chan today. I can agree with that as we enter the TV world. And with my team all set up and ready to go, we head inside the Hollow Forest to save Marie. As we enter, we hear her voice. It's the poems that she said throughout the year, the ones she got mad when I would read. This will likely be a trend. Risa says it's Marie-chan's voice and realizes that all of our items are gone. Marie-chan said, I don't need anything. She just walks by herself. No way, this is being affected by Marie-chan's denial? Senpai, be careful. This place is definitely strange. She can't put a finger on it, but she's been definitely having a bad feeling ever since we got here. When we walked up to what seemed to be a seal, she commented that she doesn't see any shadows there. Wait, that's not what she meant. There are shadows. She can feel them, but she can't see them. I cut it open, and we fought what was inside, and after that, Rise seemed to get it now. The shadows can attack when you cut the rope here, telling me to stay alert, but then she notices that everyone's spirits have been drained. Why? Why are we so exhausted? After the end of the battle, Rise asked if I had noticed. We regained spirit during battle. Maybe we can use that to stay ahead of the battles to come, though she wishes we could recover a little more though. After another brawl, Rise says that we can fight while waiting to recover, but it's pretty tiring if all the battles are going to be like this. What can we do? Simple, we just have to be generous. Izanagi should be strong enough, but Rise gives me a final hint saying, oh, I know, senpai. Why don't you make sure to use the items I get from treasure chests and beating shadows? Check and see if you have anything you can use. With that, I get the gist of how this works. Shadows can attack when opened by the seal, and after every fight, our SP is drained by half. We can gain SP depending on accessories we have equipped, and we can collect items from defeating shadows in the usual treasure chests. It's really world, all things considered, but I should be able to get used to it. Knowing these rules, I head to the next floor. Marie was reading yet another poem as Rise suddenly notices that she can see shadows here. Where are we? What's with this place? Or regardless, we gotta keep going. The next floor, more of the same, just poems, though I swear they kinda just aren't poems, or at least they're very weird. But Rise wonders, what is all this stuff Marie-chan's saying? What does it mean? I say it may be her poems, but I know it is, but she seems to understand, thinking maybe it's because of this place, but she feels that these words have some deeper meaning. With another floor and yet another poem, Rise says that Marie-chan created this place, right? Look over there, that's the Jeunesse sign, isn't it? See the other stuff from the shopping district here and there as well. What does this all mean? I guess this place is just her memories fragmenting as they eventually fade away, but on this floor, we're back to having to break the seals to face the shadows. It's really hard to get used to this place, I'll be honest. But after breaking one of the seals, we faced a mini-boss. He wasn't really a challenge. It was mainly his goons who were the real issue, as they kept coming and coming, but he was incredibly tanky, only being able to be hurt by all-out attacks, which unfortunately for him, were plenty in this fight, as he's to finish off by one.
Yosuke Senpai's persona is sealed! Enemy deck! Perfect! Concentrate! There! Enemy deck! Is everyone ready? Get set! You can count on me! Yeah! Go, go, go!
With their defeat, we head to the next floor, which is more of the same Marie poems I've heard before, but Rise did ask if I was alright since it looked like we still have a ways to go, reminding me to not let my guard down while in this dungeon though. I got lucky getting Wind Repel, making me weak to nothing, which is pretty nice. But then the next floor, Marie poems, and Rise asked me that I said Marie-chan found the memories that she'd forgotten, right? So, Then this place is her memory? That's sad, but she can't explain how. I can feel the sorrow somewhat as well. Maybe Marie's feelings affects people inside the Holy Forest? But I couldn't really say. But on the next floor, Marie poems, but more importantly, we found her. Chie is the first to spot her. We run up and she asks, "Who's there?" Yosuke recognizes the voice saying, "Marie-chan? We've been looking for you. What's with the getup? Something wrong?" We try and get close and she tells us, "Stay back!" I tell her that we've come for her. Yukio agrees with that, saying, "We're all here to take you back home. Come on, let's go, okay?" Marie turns around and looks up. His eyes different, like the one that Amano Sagiri guy had, and she says she has no home. You don't get it. Kanji seems to notice that as well. Marie can't believe it. Why would you come here? Why? Chie asks for Marie to listen. We don't know what kind of memories have come back to you, or how bad they are, but nothing's good's gonna happen if you lock yourself away here. Yukio understands that we're being meddlesome, but we want to help her. But Marie only says, "Meddlesome." That's one word for it. We thought she was in danger, didn't you? That she might get killed by the shadows? It'd be better that way. This is a grave. Her grave. She's going to die here. And I tell her in response that we're here to stop you. Rise backs me up saying that we won't let that happen to you. Marie gets mad, telling her to shut up. You don't know anything. Teddie says, "Emi-chan," but Marie replies, "Emi, Marie, neither of those are my name." She remembers. She remembers everything. Her real name is Kasumi no Okami. You guys fought Kunino Sagiri and Amano Sagiri, right? She's the same as them. I'm your enemy. One of the ones who covered your town with fog. That shocked us. The concept of Marie being the enemy is crazy. Chie thinks there's no way. Yosuke asks if she's serious. Kunino Sagiri and Amano Sagiri were those, I say it out loud, fog monsters. Teddie remembers them too. They're those guys that came out of Adachi Baby and the Namatame guy. Kanji asks if that's what you remember. Marie confirms, adding that sneaking into the human world, sensing the will of man, her role was to inform the Sagiris what the wish of the people was. That's why she was the only one of them that looked human. Even without a memory, her body fulfilled its role. In our words, she's a spy. Rise replies that you're a spy without knowing it? Yukio thinks that's so cruel. Marie then says, "You understand now, plus, she'll tell us something good. If she doesn't die, then our world will disappear. So don't come chasing her." With that, she turned around and vanished. We ran to where she disappeared, but we were too late. Kanji thinks in those words, our world will disappear? Naoto wonders what she meant by that. We know that she's one of those monsters, like the ones that were from within Adachi-san and Namatame. She may have a valid reason for shutting herself in this area. Chie tells us that now's not the time for deductions. She's trying to kill herself. We can't leave her like this. Well, yeah, obviously, Chie, but I agree at any rate we should hurry. Naoto agrees, saying, either way, we cannot leave her be. Let us hurry. True that. We interact with the seal she was standing in front of. Rise sighs, saying, again? Does she really want us to not come after her that much? Is that what she really thinks? But we've come this far. We're not going to let her have her way, right? Are you ready? When you cut this rope, you'll be attacked by shadows. Well, at this point, I'm used to it, and I cut it to face the shadows and continue on. On the exact same floor, Marie really doesn't want us to stop her, as we face yet another mini-boss. He was immune to all elemental attacks, of course. We can remove them, but I don't care. I like to beat things with raw force. He did have counter though, which made things a tad difficult, and hit decently well, so it wasn't a complete stomp. But in the end, I took a risk and sent down God's wrath to finish him off. With him taken care of, we went to the next floor with yet another one of Marie's classic poems. Rise thinks that Marie-chan said that she needs to die or our world will disappear, huh? And before she could ask for my opinion, she starts apologizing that she shouldn't ask me at a time like this. This isn't the time for this kind of thinking. Marie-chan is trying to die. We can't leave her like that, right, senpai? Let's go. The next floor, more poems, but Rise says that she can feel her. Marie-chan's close. Senpai, just a little more. Let's go. And finally, we got to the final floor, the place where she's likely sealing herself in. As we run inside, Chie once again sees Marie-chan first. Marie notices us, asking, "Why? Why do you come? Why? I told you I'm your enemy, that you don't need to bother with me. Why did you come this far?" I tell her it's to save her. She thanks us, but it won't do us any good. She's tired. She just wants to end it all. Kanji tells her to shut up. You know what that means? You think we're just gonna lie down and let you do that? Now to ask Marie to please listen. Even if you're one of those creatures, that's no reason for you to end your own life. The two Sagiris that have been defeated, that means Marie stops her saying free? Is that what you think? That's not true. She's not like us. She doesn't have freedom. I ask her what she means, but she says she's told us already. If she doesn't die, then our world will disappear. Our role was more than simply find out the wishes of man. Their true role is to control the fog and bring that wish to fruition. Rise asks what she means by controlling the fog, but she asks them, don't you think it's strange that the fog never went away? That it lasted for months? The Sagiris created the fog, and she absorbed it. The fog that changes people to shadows. Yosuke asked her to wait. Then the reason the fog cleared was, she confirmed, saying, when Amano Sagiri was defeated, the fog covering your town was no longer needed. Then she heard a voice, and then all the fog flowed into her. The fog isn't gone. Even now, it's raging inside her. Chie responds, no way, so the fog isn't gone after all? It's just in you now? Marie tells us her mind is completely overpowered by the fog. She will disappear, taking the fog in the hollow forest with her. She is a being destined for non-existence. That's the memory that came back to her. The world will be saved. She doesn't understand. Regardless of how saved the world will be, we won't let you die like that, Marie. Naoto agrees, adding that even if her reason for hiding herself in the hollow forest, she cannot agree with the conclusion she's drawing. Kanji adds, hell no. She's saying that we can only have world peace in exchange for her life? Screw that. That's why she left. Because there's no point in seeing you. We'll just hurt each other. It's okay. It's all okay. She's already made enough memories of her own. Fun, happy memories.
If you're not gonna leave now, then I'll have to make you leave by force. Please. Just understand.
Damn it, why did it end up like this? What are we gonna do, partner?
Okay! We're saving her! If we give up here, then why the hell did we even bother coming all this way?
Yeah, we're not gonna let anyone else suffer from that fog. We have to do it.
Oh, yeah!
I don't want you to suffer anymore. Why don't you understand?
Senpai, we can't lose here. The peace we've earned shouldn't come at the cost of anyone's life. We cleared the world of the fog, and now we're getting rid of it for good. This is our problem, too. We can't let Marie-chan be the only one to bear all of this herself.
Here goes. This is for your own good. That's enough!
We're doing it. We're facing Marie, and at the start, it looked like it was going to be a rather simple fight, but then she put up a shell of denial, and from then we couldn't touch her. So we just did our best with buffs and debuffs until eventually she lost the will to fight. Kanji, seeing this, asks, how's that, you punk? Now you're gonna listen to us? Marie, angry, asks us, why? Why? It doesn't matter what happens to her. You're stupid. Hurting yourself like that. If her death keeps us from being happy, what is she dying for? Teddie tells Marie to not say that you're going to die. Don't worry. It'll be okay. He used to be a shadow too, but even he could change. You have to believe Emi-chan. She's quiet and I tell her, it's just as Teddie says. Marie asks, what good comes from belief? We save her and our world's going to disappear. Is that what you want? That's what it means when we tell her that we want her to live. That shocks us. Marie says she looks so stupid, afraid of living off borrowed time, afraid to disappear, thinking that maybe she could remember something, and she would have a life worth living. It's funny. She remembers now. She already has a role, and it's to disappear. She shouldn't have even remembered. It would have been better if she'd never remembered. Rise feels bad for her, until suddenly...
What's wrong?
That's right. There is no need for the truth. Ignorance is bliss. There will be no pain if you never try to find out.
That voice! That's not Marie-chan.
Is that what she meant by her mind being overpowered? Hey, snap out of it!
Don't come near me! Go home! Please, just go home! All you losers! You just don't know when to quit! I never should have met any of you. Especially you! I hate you!
Yeah, what he said. You really aren't true to yourself, are you? You need to work on your acting skills.
Stop lying to me!
It's not a lie.
Everything in this world is the product of someone's mind. This place is yours. This tomb, and the flowers all over it. Your resolve to die is what created this scenery. However, on the way here, we saw things that don't fit a grave. Junes and Sozai Daigaku signs, the bench on the hill, the electric poles, mirrors, school desks. It's all from the town, the home of the people you say you hate so much.
What, you want us to bury you with all that stuff? If you like him that much, why don't you come see for yourself, huh?
I can't. I have to die. Another way?
Yeah, he's right. You don't have to go away forever. The only thing that needs to go is your fog.
It's impossible. There's no way. If we waste any more time, the fog will take me over and be set free. If that happens, I won't be able to take my own life. I'll become a monster.
Are you saying we should wait for Marie-chan to be controlled by the fog and then defeat her? Senpai, wait! I mean, it's still her body, right? If we fight the monster...
Yeah. So what'll happen?
I don't know. But... maybe right now, you might be able to. I'll put my mind to sleep before the fog overpowers it. Of course, the fog will then take over my body, but my mind will still be safe beneath it. The rest comes down to luck, I guess.
That's one hell of a gamble. What are we gonna do?
I'd rather not have to do that. But if there's no other way, then we'll just have to have faith that it'll work.
Yeah, it's gotta be better than just sitting here and watching her die.
She's not gonna die. We won't let her. This is our friend's life on the line. We can't fail now.
Friends. Okay. Even if I do die, it would be a better way than letting the current situation continue. But please, don't any of you die.
It's coming! Get ready, everyone!
Will this really work? Emi-chan won't die if we fight her?
Marie-chan believed in us. We have to believe in her.
Oh,
Yeah!
What good is it to learn the truth? You want me to throw away my worthless self-satisfaction in exchange for eternal suffering and despair? I don't need it. I don't need any of it. What's wrong with turning a blind eye to suffering? I don't want a truth full of pain. I want a peaceful lie.
What is this feeling? It's like she's not even seeing us. Suffering, denial, and rejection. She's denying everything. Be careful, Senpai. Normal tactics may not work.
Marie-chan! We'll save you!
Emi-chan, it must have been hard for you. But it's okay now. We're here.
I've had enough.
Kasumi no Okami is a really interesting fight. Repelling everything, the items that we got throughout the dungeon finally started to come into play, removing her repels while keeping the buffs and debuffs going. It's a long fight. She has an attack that sucks away her SP while her body breaks down. It's a tough one having to reserve SP every now and again, on top of rotating the buffs and removals of repels, until finally we took her down with, ironically, a fire consumable found in this very dungeon.
Did we do it?
Marie-chan!
Marie-chan!
Ah!
How is she, Senpai? She okay?
No way. This can't be real.
No, this can't be.
Emi-chan? Come on. You're such a sleepyhead. It's time to wake up, okay? Emi-chan? No! This isn't happening! What did we do wrong? Emi-chan, wake up! Don't die!
Get off of me! Marie-chan?
Thank goodness she's alive!
Looks like the plan worked. Marie is safe and sound. Marie is surprised, saying, that's right. As I tell her welcome back, she thanks me, blushing and giving me a hug, shocking everyone. However, Rise thinks that's long enough for a moving hug, telling her, shouldn't she let go? Marie disagrees, saying she's tired of moving, enough of getting up. Good thing there's someone even she can hug. Rise knows where that's from, getting mad, but I gotta admit, that's a good wordplay. Chie sighs, saying, here we go again. Why is it all of our friends are like this? Well, idiots attack Chie, but Yukio says, you know, there aren't that many people that can really mess with Rise-chan. But suddenly...
Did you feel the earth move? Or was that just me watching these two?
This isn't the time for stupid comments! What's going on?
Don't tell me! Is this like in the movies where once the bad guy's defeated, his evil fortress self-destructs?
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention. I don't need to be in this place to die anymore, so it's gonna disappear.
Why the hell didn't you say that sooner? It's gonna take us with it!
We're gonna die! We're all gonna die!
Just get to the exit! Hurry!
We narrowly escaped. Kanji comments that he forgot how tiny the TV here is. Yosuke feels like this has happened before. Marie asks me a good question if these really are my friends. They're also weird. They get up, Kanji meds, and it's her fault to begin with. Suddenly the TV shatters. Yukiko comments on that, but Marie says that there was never a television. The hollow forest has vanished because there's no reason for it to exist. Chie is happy to hear that, saying, "We did it! So, how's it feel to have your fate changed?" Marie replies that it feels weird. After all, she's alive. Yosuke laughs, saying, "Well, yeah, that's why we went all the way there and everything." Knowing that Marie blushes, and the first time ever, she apologizes and thanks us for saving her. Everyone was shocked by that, confusing Marie as we look at her. Kanji replies, You just said sorry, didn't you?" Yukio confirms, adding, "Very politely." She's shocked, but Yosuke spells it out, saying that you never seemed the type who would say that. Marie is flustered by that, saying, "Stupid jerk, fine, then forget about it." She takes it back. Chie says, "Oh well," and we all have a laugh. Marie is pouty, telling us to listen to her. What the hell? What is with you people? You risk ourselves to save her. We don't get anything out of it. She doesn't understand us, but I tell her that we didn't need anything out of it, since that's what friendship is. Marie responds, "Really?" Chie is honest and says that we were hesitant at first, learning that she was from the other side. It was confusing, but to not save her just because of that, that's not how we roll. Yosuke adds that if we blamed things on someone else and looked the other way, nothing would change. She was in trouble, and we saved you. That's all that counts. Marie still doesn't understand us. Naoto smiles, saying, "If you know us bothers you, then you should start getting to know us. All of us want to learn more about this world." Rise agrees, thinking things like Valentine's Day. Marie is confused, asking, "Valentine?" Rise gets a hint and that he doesn't know either. It's an awesome day when a girl gives chocolate to someone she holds dear. Oh, and she's already reserved, senpai. Marie responds, "Whatever. No cheating. Reserves cancelled." Hearing that, Rise gets annoyed, replying, "Why you?" And yet another battle of the ages starts. Yosuke says, "That was quick." Well, let him get to it. Chie notices outside, commenting that it's clear outside. Yukio agrees, saying that she needs to go do laundry. Well, I guess in-duties are still important. Yosuke stretches, saying his back is killing him. Hey, how about we go grab some grub? Chie thinks that sounds good. Oh, and on you, of course. Yosuke replies, annoyed, saying, "Stop expecting me to buy you lunch all the time." Chie leaves with Yosuke hot on her tracks as everyone joins them, leaving me and Marie. As Marie says, she's okay. Let's go. Everyone's waiting. I nod to agree as we leave. Marie is quiet, however. I ask her if she's still worried. She nods to agree, saying that, well, when she gave her body up to the fog, she thought she heard a voice. What did it say? Humans don't want to know the truth. What they truly desire is a peaceful world filled with fog. Something like that. Anyway, I ask her what that means, but she looks down, saying, how should she know? But it's a familiar voice. Same voice she heard when we defeated Amano Sagiri and the fog flowed into her. But wait, maybe not. She felt like it was her voice. Maybe it's something she said long ago. Ah well, the fog is gone. She probably just misheard it. I wonder if that's voice that took over when we faced Kasumi no Akumi. But my train of thought was broken when a snowball came flying. Yosuke laughs, saying, scared you, huh? The weather's nice, there's snow all over. What more do we need? Oh yeah, you ever been in a snowball fight, Marie-chan? She's silent, planning something, as Yosuke thinks how we're gonna split teams. But they saw what was coming, running, as Snowball's assault began. Yosuke asking, hey! Marie asks, she just supposed to throw it at him? Isn't that right? I confirm it's true. She's happy and says that she'll bury him. Yosuke panics, saying, Marie has the eyes of a predator. Marie declares that the teams will be women versus men. Now begin. Yosuke is cornered, saying, come on, Kanji, Teddie, what the hell, guys?
Take this! Get him, Marie-chan! Why are you all going after me?
It was an enjoyable snow fight, all things considered. However, once again...
We kicked their asses! Those guys can't match our supreme snowball skills!
Well, I do feel a bit sorry for them.
Still, today's hero's gotta be Marie-chan. You go, Snowball Queen!
That's the wrong gender. It's heroine, not hero.
Whoa, your skin is so pretty.
Your complexion is amazing. How do you get into
Yo, can you see anything? Steam's covering all the good stuff. Hey, Kanji, up! Don't let me down now.
Ted, you punk! I'm done with this!
Cut it!
You dirty pervert! Oh! Trying to peep again! Oh!
Marie-chan, electricity here's a bad idea!
disgusting creeps?
I hate you
I hate hot springs. Before the entry starts, most of this is just audio from the game, but mainly for the Valentines scene with Chie, as I feel like it's more appropriate, and I can't dub it without thinking of the classic Jamal-kun meme, even though that was Yukiko and not Chie. Regardless, let's get started. February 14th. I get a text message from, you guess it, Chie, telling me what I already suspected, and of course, I accepted it because I'd be a shitty boyfriend if I didn't, and I head to school. Yosuke came up to me saying things were tough yesterday. He never thought he'd get zapped by lightning in real life. Not my fault your persona isn't strong to electric like mine is. However, he continues saying thanks to that shock or whatever, he totally forgot what today was. It's February 14th, you know. He didn't have much time to prepare himself for this, so he's been nervous all morning. Someone help him do something about this pressure. I mean, you're not getting any chocolate that comes from a place of love, man. But I still tell him to believe in himself. He laughs it off and admits he's used to back when he lived in the city, but it's been nothing but betrayal ever since. Oh man, if he ends up just getting friend chocolates and those from Teddie, he'll never live it down. Alright, I'll express my love for you, Yosuke, because it's either that or never being able to live it down. But joking aside, we went to school. And during lunch, the exam results are here and I got the top score. The Japanese grading system loves me, baby. But soon after that, school eventually finished.
Huh? What should I do now? I'm gonna hang out here for a bit longer, but I don't know what to do.
Not like there's anything for me to do at home anyway. Oh, I got it! I'll go up to the roof or something. I'm gonna be behind the school building. You know, just cuz.
Most of the girls are already gone.
Man, gotta suck for them. But Kanji here is saying that all these guys are obsessed with chocolate. If they want candy so much, why don't they just buy it themselves? Yosuke asks if he's serious. This is the one day you shouldn't buy chocolates for yourself. Kanji looks at him, replying, yeah, looking brain dead. Or maybe that's just his resting face. But Yosuke says he's clueless, whatever. He knows he's getting some for sure today, but I break the news to him saying that I didn't bring him any. He retaliates as saying, he's not that pathetic, come on man. He can get quite a lot from part-time workers from Jeunesse. Does that really count, Yosuke? But he says that the important thing is that he has any at all. Sure, you didn't say that in the morning, buddy. He tries to get Yukio and Chie to be on his side, but they look at each other. But Yosuke does bring up that he sees they've got all big bags with them today. They both just feel bad, I think. Chie commenting, wow, that's not the sound of desperation of anything. But yeah, she does have some. Right, Yukiko? Yukio remembers saying, oh, yeah. Kanji happy commenting on his like for candy. Yosuke tells Kanji, what makes him think it's going to be you? It might be me. Or it could be neither. Never thought of that, but Chie tells him annoyed, don't be so desperate! And she brought some too. Rise came in with a big bag covered in hearts, saying, are you guys handing out chocolate? Great timing. Here you go, Chie-senpai. for always being so hardworking. Chie is shocked, asking, why me? Rise says that because today is for giving out chocolates to the people you like, right? It's a great day to say thank you to all those people in your life, not just your romantic partner. That is understandable. Chie says that, wow, putting a new spin on things. Yosuke thinks she's so thoughtful, but must have been all those years in showbiz. We all got separate chocolates from the idol, but Yosuke was the one to have the biggest reaction, admitting that he never thought he would get chocolate from the Reset in person. But Rise reminds him to not make much fuss about it. It's just friendship chocolate, which made Yosuke sad, responding, yeah, he figured. But with that, Rise says that this chocolate is really good, so she hopes we'll enjoy it. But now she has some other people to give the chocolate to, leaving. Chie is impressed, saying her ability to avoid personal drama is impressive. Suddenly, Naoto walked by, as she's asked us what we're all doing together. Yosuke asks, what's that supposed to mean? Today's a huge deal. Naoto responds, I see. Well, if we'll excuse her, as she leaves. Well, she wouldn't have gotten any chocolate anyway. Yosuke saying she never breaks a sweat. Yosuke, left with no option, says that guesses him and Kanji are spending time with each other today. Kanji doesn't see the big deal with Valentine's Day, replying, sure, why not? But Chie thinks that she feels like they missed the train here. Yukiko agrees, saying, attention, everyone! She has chocolates here with everyone's name on them. Please take her candy and then go home. Adding, well, she's got to go back to the inn and help out. Wishing Chie good luck, leaving. Chie is panicking, asking Yukiko to wait. Kanji wonders what that was all about, but Yosuke started to put the pieces together, asking if she'd like they can give us some privacy. Chie panics, telling, no, please, it'll make her even more nervous, as she drops chocolate, saying she's got candy for everyone, but for me, well, I'll see you later. As she runs away, Yosuke comments on how totally smooth Chie was there. Though, he's gotta say, it was kind of adorable too, am I right? Yeah, whatever, man, go on your date with Kanji. As later, me and Chie went to the beach.
Sorry about what happened. I just wanted to hand you the chocolate, but I panicked. Though, I've been panicking ever since yesterday. Well, this is it. I couldn't make up my mind at first, so I decided to make it from scratch. That makes it more personal. I don't know how it tastes, but it's chocolate, I think. But it's good, I think. I'm glad you ate it all. It wouldn't harden, so I tried tempering the chocolate, but no matter how much water... was the heart shape too much? Oh, that's good. I'll make it a prettier heart shape next year. I still can't believe it. You actually chose me. I'm so ordinary compared to Yukiko or Rise-chan or Naoto-kun, yet you picked me. Oh, if this is a dream, I better not wake up. I'm stupid. I feel like I'm always frantic. Maybe I want to be a girl that you can brag about. I'm your girlfriend after all. This close to you, I can hear your heart beating. Thump, thump. That's how you sound. I love everything about you. Your sounds, your smells. I wish we could become closer, and they'll become one. The sounds of you and me.
After me and Chie parted ways, I was walking home, but Marie was waiting for me, it seemed. telling me I'm late. I apologize to her, but she says, whatever. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. She then handed me what's meant to be chocolate? It's shaking, but she says I can have it. Well, it smells, and it looks like it's moving. But she says that the room doesn't have any electric outlets. She did her best she could, but she doesn't know if it turned out any good apologizing. I thank her for the generous gift, which left her to blush, saying, oh, yeah, you're too straightforward. I hate you, stupid. That's why you're so popular. Right. She tells me that I can eat it. If I don't hurry, it will melt. If it melts, it'll run away. Run away? What the hell is this thing? I have a feeling of danger. But I've accepted this gift. But she asks when I eat it. She wants me to tell her whether it was good or not. Now I look at the thing shaking in my hands, and I seem to have no choice but to eat it. Despite the smell, it tastes quite normal. No, actually, I can't stop eating it. Well, it was something, alright. Marie is surprised, saying, I ate it all? That's amazing. Are you stupid? Well, it makes her work worth it. I have an unsettling feeling that something is moving within my stomach. Just, what did I eat? Marie then says, Valentine's Day isn't even a real ritual. She looked it up. She thought it was some big event, a turning point in your life. She's so lame. She was fooled. She feels stupid. But it's not like that. She didn't make that chocolate just because she thought it was something she was supposed to do. She realized what she was saying, and backing up, saying, no, that makes it sound like she's serious. Well, she is serious. But she then gets grumpy and shouts, and you can shut your stupid jerk face. Yeah, I know. You tell me that all the time. She's pouty, saying, she's telling the truth. Look, just close your eyes. That confused me, but she says, shut up and close them. She then thanks me, and, well, she doesn't really get it, but she won't forget about me, ever. Can't say I can forget about someone as random as you either, Marie. As I spent some more time with her, and then went inside. Dojima is away on business, so it's just me and Nanako. Nanako asked me if I know what today is. Of course I do. It's Give Your Big Bro Chocolate Day. She's surprised, asking, how did I know? She bought it in secret. She hands me it, saying it's her favorite chocolate. She gave me some chocolate that's very popular with children, and I thank her for the gift. She smiles, saying it's super sweet and yummy, and we sat down soon after, Nanako telling me that today, her teacher said Valentine's Day isn't just a day to give out chocolate. It's a day to say thank you to the people you care about. Her teacher then gave them all chocolate, and when she gave it to her, she said, it's been tough for you, but you've done very well. Everyone tells her she's strong for pulling through. She's beaming, continuing, that's why she said thank you back. And she said that her big bro and her dad are rooting for her, and that's why she can be happy again. Honestly, Nanako, you're such a strong young girl. I'm so proud of you. That made her happy, giggling, asking, really? And then her teacher was so happy, and then she said, when someone's cheering you on, even when you're in trouble, you feel energized. And she asked if I feel like that when she's cheering me on. Saying that is an understatement. It makes me feel like God himself bends to my will. Joking aside, Nanako is happy to hear, saying, me too. When I root for her, she gets so happy. We're the same. Her dad, and my friends are all on my side. Even when I go back soon, she hopes I'm happy. Of course, I will. But I'll miss you, Nanako. However, Nanako had one more chocolate. She made it herself. What on earth is that thing? It's a strange object. By some miracle, it doesn't smell. Nanako happily tells me that the big girls taught her how to make homemade chocolate creations, and that's why she made one for me. Oh, who taught her how to cook? My instincts honed after a year of battle of ringing warning bells in my mind, but it just keeps getting worse and worse. Chie said that she should mix an iced chocolate to add flavor. Sounds normal, but then bacon was added because everyone likes bacon, and luckily there was bacon and iced coffee in the fridge. Then Rise said that chocolate should assert itself, so it needs to be either really sweet or really spicy. Since I'm a grown-up, she thought I would appreciate a bit of taste. So She put bell peppers and wheatgrass juice in it. She thinks that sour chocolate sounds really absurd. So she added vinegar and ponzu sauce to please stop, Nanako. She says Yukiko and that Yukiko and her chocolate would have depth if I add fish. So she added more fish, sausage, and some of Dad's fermented squid. Just stop, Nanako, please. And finally, Naoto added hers, saying she'd let her borrow a recipe book. And when she told her she was already done, she told her that I would enjoy anything she made for me. Why, Naoto? Why? Nanako looked at me expectingly, adding, and I love you. Fuck, now I have no choice. One bite and...
Big bro? What's wrong, big bro?
February 15th. After getting some rest, I, by a miracle, have managed to recover my health. A soft light is pouring in from outside, and I should probably get going to school. It felt like any other peaceful day in Inaba. Chie says morning, with Yukiko tailing her and saying her own morning. Chie thinks the weather is great today. It's even a little warm, don't you think? Yukiko thinks she saw on the news that the first official spring storm was observed this morning. Spring is just around the corner, huh? Chie thinks about it, saying that everything went by so fast. Yosuke appears, asking what's going on. Yukiko responds, oh, nothing. We're just talking about how spring's almost here. Then Kiryu-kun, well... Yosuke says to try not to think about it. But hey, we still have some more time, right? No gloomy faces until then. Exactly. That's a whole month of fun. Yosuke agrees, adding, we're gonna pack my brain so full of good memories that I'll beg them to stop. Oh no. Suddenly, the school bell blared. Yosuke is realizing, saying, oh shoot, let's go, man. As he bolts in, Chie tells him to wait up. It's been a while, diary. Today is March 19th. I'll be leaving Inaba soon, but I've had so much fun the past month. On the 26th of February, we went back to the mountain so that Nanako could enjoy herself. On the 3rd of March, we had that celebration for Nanako's return, and Nanako helped me make chocolates for White Day, which was a massive success. And then on March 17th, we took a photo as a group, a photo which shows what I've accomplished in a whole year living in the small town of Inaba. I'm glad I came here, and as I put it into my bag, I finally finished packing. I'll be returning home in 2 days, but now is not the time to feel sad, as I should probably get some rest. Today is March 20th, and spring has once again came to Inaba, and tomorrow will be the day I will part with everyone in the small town. Dojima asks if I'm done packing. Well, if I forget anything, he'll just mail it to me anyways. Thanks, uncle. Suddenly the doorbell rings. I don't trust those doors, but Nanako asks her father if she can go answer it. Dojima remembers, but is still cheery, saying to go answer it. There's nothing to worry about anymore. Nanako is happy, getting up and going to check. Dojima admits that seeing her so cheerful like that, nothing makes him happier, and tells me that he's bought my ticket for tomorrow. It leaves at 9 o'clock in the morning from Yasogame Station. Today is my last day here. Don't worry about Nanako. I can leave her to him. I should go see my friends. This might be my last chance to talk to them. And I heed those words, walking for the door with Nanako telling me to be careful. There's so much to cover, so let's get started. Snow is back in town visiting her husband's grave, and I went to see the river, and the next thing she knew I was here, and tells me about her children and her grandchild, remembering she never brought them up since she didn't want to depend on them, but they welcomed her, and now they live together. They're taking care of her, and she's taking care of her grandchild, admitting her regrets of not talking with them previously about her husband, and I ask her if she's happy now, and she agrees, and because of that, she feels sad sometimes. But with that, she's decided she'll live a long and happy life, and when her time comes, she'll tell her husband about it. She's not afraid anymore, just a little lonely. And with that, she'll have to tell him about everything that's happened with the murders and about me. Apologizing for the long-winded monologue, and we go our separate ways. Live in good health and with family, Haisano. With that over, I went to Jeunesse and met Yosuke and Teddie. They seemed to be the usual, Teddie being Teddie and Yosuke having to deal with him, but they see me saying yo, and Teddie's happy to see me, and we sit and talk. They know I'm saying goodbye, Yosuke asking how I think of the sleepy, peaceful version of Inaba, wondering why everything started when I got here, and Teddie remembers our first time in the TV, and me and Yosuke braving it all alone. Yosuke agrees, adding that ever since it was one surprise after another, and finally says he can't imagine how it's gonna be like living here without me, a peaceful town without the need of personas. Teddie agrees, which makes sense since he came here around mid-July, but says a lot of stuff's happened, faced his true self, and we had that fight. Teddie thinks about how reckless that is. Yosuke replies calling Teddie a moron, and their best friends gotta fight sometimes to be best friends. Hearing that, Teddie wants to brawl with me and like, no man, you flop like a fish from a tap. But Yosuke thinks he'll hurt me, which I doubt it. But Teddie thanks us since we both completely changed his life. And the others too, we all helped him and we gave him life. But Yosuke says that you wanted to change and you tried so hard to make that change happen. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. And he says he loves us. And Yosuke replies, love is kinda strong. But he asks Yosuke if he should take his outfit off. And Yosuke replies how you would expect. But with that, I'm glad to have met these two goobers. As he says I should go, and Teddie tries to ditch work. Nice try, Jeunesse mascot. But with that, I head to the hospital. Maybe Sayako's there. She obviously wasn't, but from gossip I found out that she joined a volunteer organization and went to Africa. Now that she's taking her career seriously, studying harder and learning different languages. I had an effect on her, and because of that, she's working hard in a foreign country. You've got this, Sayoko. I wish the best for you. With her fate found out, I see Chie in the shopping district. I surprise her with my arrival as she was thinking of me and suddenly I showed up. But she says that she thought a lot about me and decided to come here. She was thinking of what can I do for you, and she figured crying or feeling sad about you leaving wasn't it. She made up her mind, and she's going to show me what I taught her. She bought a book called How to Become a Police Officer. She told me she wants to become strong so she could protect what matters most to her, right? Well, she wants to protect Inaba. We all worked hard to win this peace, and she wants to keep it that way. Can't be too certain that no incidents like this will happen again, right? This is where all of her best friends are, and where she met me. So if she maybe became a cop and had Dojima put her through the ringer, you don't want that, Chie, but she tells me to go home proud. We'll be fine here. But now she's feeling a little sentimental. Well, that's just how you are, Goober. But regardless, I feel a tight bond with her, and now I went to meet Mikiko at the Yamagi Inn. She's surprised to see me at first, but remembers that I'll be leaving tomorrow, thanking me for coming to see her before I leave, as it means a lot to her, but admitting she was thinking of just spending today like any other day, helping around, taking a long bath and sleeping, so she can say goodbye without crying, but she failed miserably. She kept thinking about me, and here I am in front of her. I'm not helping at all. I'm so mean. Hey, I'm sorry, I just want to say goodbye, Yukiko. But she suddenly decided she'll be leaving with me tomorrow, but it was a joke. For now, at least. Admitting after she decided to stay here and becoming the manager, she realized how afraid she was. Whether she can meet her responsibilities, if she'll be able to support the staff on her own, but she made a decision that she'll make an honest attempt at it. She'll overcome that fear, and she'll have me in her heart while she does. She promises to not turn away from her problems nor fears. She's going to meet every challenge head-on, asking if I remember what Amano Sagiri said, wishing not for his return. She'll face herself no matter what, thanking me. Always be a precious friend. Same here, Yukiko. And with that, she had to go back to work. And I'm back to saying goodbyes, meeting Risei near the tofu shop. She asked me what I'm doing. I say I came to see her, which makes her sad, saying it's like I came to say goodbye, but she's not planning on letting this be the last time we meet. Does make her sad, but tells me the news of her return being this spring. She's doing voice training today to prepare herself for it, and re-debuting with a new album. She's even writing the new lyrics herself, though she got a D in composition, so they aren't exactly masterpieces. But she thinks of everything that's happened on her break. She made dear friends, everyone's nice to her. She wants to express that to everyone that will listen, her deepest feelings, in her own words. But she's scared to show the real her, but she can't give in to that fear, right? She's gonna work hard for her fans and make a huge comeback, asking me to wish her luck, which I obviously do, making her happy, saying she knows I'll be watching on the other side of the camera. She's going to think that way as she works. I can feel our deep bond, but she's somber, adding that she looks at Jeunesse now and feels all the good memories of us, thinking about offering to appear in a Jeunesse commercial, so we can remember the times we had every time we see it, but it would just make us feel a little bit lonely afterwards, huh? But she'll see me tomorrow, to say goodbye, and won't cry. She's glad the fog's gone, however. It's still foggy on the other side, but it's clear blue sky here, so they can see me off on a happy note, saying goodbye. Wish I had a lot to say, but I wonder if Shu's the same. Shu is surprised to see me, asking what I'm doing, and I say I'm saying goodbye to people. He seemed confused, but I tell him that I'll be leaving Inaba tomorrow. He's shocked, saying it's so sudden. He has a ball game tomorrow, but he wants to see me off. He's panicking, but I reassure him it's okay, I'll see him next time. He seems down, but taking it better, wanting to tell me something, and it's great news. He's got a friend. It's the guy who transferred here. He's a fun guy, and he even spoke up for him when he got suspended for the cheating incident. And thanks to him, he has more friends. His friends are teaching him video games and comics, while he helps him study. Surprised, since he never thought fun was something you could have every day. But instead of being afraid and running away, he should have just faced it head on, thanking me since my tutoring was great. He learned a lot. He's a changed kid, and I'm proud of him, but he tells me he's gonna hit a home run tomorrow. It'll go so far, it'll reach my train. But thinks it must be scary for me, though, the murders. Thinking it was bad luck, it happened while I was here, thanking me once more, as he gets a tad emotional, so I decide to leave before he breaks down fully. Going down, Marie is at Sozai, which isn't a surprise. She loves that place. She says I'm leaving her, adding that I'm a stupid liar blockhead. She didn't even want me to save her, and I did, and now I'm doing this, adding she'll be lonely, but I tell her I'll be back, and she tells me I will if we were to never meet again. She'll never let me go, adding she's getting these steak skewers. She can walk around town now, even without my help. Our bond has connected her to this world, and it's kind of lonely, but she's gonna explore Inaba without me. She's not scared anymore. If she doesn't take any steps forward, she won't learn anything. She's going to find out more and more about this outside world, and when I'm back, she'll be showing me around. That sounds nice, as I feel a tight bond with her, asking, you're saying goodbye to everyone else, right? Well, she'll see me again, adding a thank you. And with that, it's time for the shrine. I look around and I don't see the fox, perhaps it's left? The old man who started it all appeared, talking about how the place has been getting less and less visitors, and hearing that they were considering tearing it down because someone stole money from the offering box, and about a fox taking up home and possibilities of it being hauled off to an animal shelter. That shocked me, but he says it's just too many rumors, asking if I remember that fog that apparently made everyone sick, or that one about the midnight radio, which was popular with kids. His grandson and his friends were all into it. He remembers something like that happening when he was a kid, wondering who started those rumors, but suddenly remembers he was supposed to pick up some juice for said grandson, leaving. As I'm here to worry if the fox was actually taken like he said, but before I could leave I was thankfully proven wrong as the fox appeared, and it had kids with it. They all welcomed me. I'm glad to see they're fine. They're so cute. I don't want to pat them, honestly. But after being reminded of our solid bond, I head to the Tatsumi textile shop. Kanji's shocked to see me as I go to talk, but his mother appeared before I could, saying hi, teasing her son since I'm leaving, and he's all been sad and lonely lately. He tells her to shut it, but she shuts him down and asks if he's told me about his handicraft lessons. He seems flustered by that, and she left, not before thanking me for being a good role model for her son. He seemed to hope I didn't hear what she said, but I sure did, asking about handicraft classes. and he replies that a bunch of customers like those knitted dolls they sold and asked him just how to make them. So he's holding classes on how to do it, telling me to laugh it up, but I'm just shocked he's actually doing it, since it feels so out of character. So I ask him if he is, which hurt his feelings, but it was his decision. If people want to learn and if he can teach them, hell, why not, you know? He's still embarrassed though, but it feels good to do something for other people. And it's only because of me that he could face up to who he is, thanking me for that. And with our bond stronger than ever, he asked me if I'm gonna say goodbye to the others later. Well, and like this is the last time we'll be seeing each other, our friendship ain't just the surface. Funny how we got a murder case to thank for that. But he wonders if it's all cleared. Adachi's in the slammer, and the fog's all cleared up. And it's all thanks to me, and asks when I go to not turn around, okay? He's gonna be a mess, I just know it. But I can agree with that, and now it's Naoki's turn, asking if I have more important things to do than to say goodbye to him. But I tell him I wanted to say goodbye, and once again he calls me a strange person, and lets me know he just got back from school. He told them to start treating him special next year. If he didn't speak up, who knows how the classes would have been organized. And actually, he was just about to deliver some goods. He's got a scooter license, so he's actually helping out now. There aren't that many people who come to the store out of pity anymore, so they've got to work hard. And asks if I know their top-selling product. Naoki, I can't drink, so obviously not. But he says it's handcrafted eau de toilette. They use sake instead of ethanol, and it's become pretty popular. Actually, it was his idea. He heard some girls talking about it and did his research. It might not be what a proper liquor store sells, but it's selling, which is good for business. Well, at least it has alcohol as a base, so it counts. But he feels like he's back on his own 2 feet, and he can start moving forward again, and thanks me for that. I feel our unbreaking bond as he admits he finds alcohol interesting. And he can't drink it yet, of course, due to being underage, but he was thinking about studying it once he got into college. And he never thought he'd feel this way back then. It honestly seems as if Sis died a long time ago. The killer has been caught, he just hopes nothing like that ever happens again. He really does. He lost track for a moment and says I'm probably in the middle of talking to everyone, aren't I? And shoos me off. And thinking about it, before I leave the shopping district, I wouldn't be surprised if Kao and Daisuke are at Aya. And sure enough, I was right. They were surprised to see me, Daisuke calling it a coincidence. Kao adds, since they were just talking about me, saying I should chill with them a little, and I see nothing wrong with that, and I do. Apparently it started with a talk about the crazy stuff that happened, but ended with them trying to console each other about me leaving tomorrow. The Kao told him not to, since it's embarrassing to say, and admits he did want to see me one last time, but figured I'd been too busy. And then I just walked right in like he was just being thoughtful for nothing. You sure were, Cal. But Daisuke tells me that the current rate their team might have a shot at the summer tournament. We're shocked. Cal says he's talking about nationals, right? And he confirms if they can keep up their pace, that is. Cal is surprised by the sudden improvement, but it's probably thanks to all Daisuke's harsh training. The first years were all whining about it, but he replies that they don't take it seriously. But seeing them slacking off like that, he understands why Cal got mad at him. Like, he can clearly tell when someone's not being serious, and that just pisses him off a lot. Cal seemed happy to hear that as Daisuke continues that trying hard is tough, but you don't know. He gets more fun out of it than when he used to slack off. Of course, it'd be better if I was sticking around, but Cal tells me that he'll go over to my place sometime, so I better come back here and visit him too. But enough of that sad crap. Let's be how we normally are and send him off with a smile, adding for me to call him if I see a cute girl that's available, which Daisuke is confused, saying that he liked what I can assume is Chie, but he told him to cut it out. He knows what would happen, that he felt my stares. But Daisuke said, speaking of which, what happened to that promise to set up another group date? Cal's shocked, asking, he was serious? And he confirms, but he says that he's got one thing to say then, stop wearing the same damn training clothes, asking me if I think giving Daisuke a nice shirt and some pants as a farewell present sounds like a great idea. But Daisuke's annoyed, telling us he has more clothes than this, you know. But Cal replies, it's likely just sportswear, and he went quiet. Poor sucker. but Kao tells me I better come and visit. He can't handle the dating scene with Daisuke alone. The three of us should be a big old group date sometime soon. Not sure if Chie would like that, but sure, why not? As Daisuke says, I have more goodbyes to say so they can see me tomorrow, and reminds me that we'll always be friends. And with that, it's Naoto's turn. As we head to the rooftop, Naoto comments on how peaceful the town is now, and she's not disappointed. It's just that for her to remain here without me or a case to solve, it feels somewhat listless. She understands it sounds awkward since we discussed it already, and came to a satisfactory conclusion that the reason for her being here has nothing to do with the case, but perhaps it's just my departure that's making her lonely. But then apologizes for making trouble for me, but I do appreciate her words. Regardless, and she told herself many times that nothing will change, even if we're apart. But she couldn't convince herself after all, but she'll remain in Inaba, while from time to time be required elsewhere. But Inaba is her hometown, and she wants to treasure the time she spent with me, solving the case together, the Midnight Channel, Personas, Amano Sagiri. Her duty is to stay here and to get to the bottom of these mysteries. And the thought of it does make her a tad lonely, but tells me to not forget my time here. And I can agree with that, as our bond is as tight as ever. She tells me she'll be at the station tomorrow, so this is our last chance to talk. Just the two of us. But no, of course it won't be. She can visit me anytime, and vice versa. Adding, if I have to say any more farewells, to not worry about her, she'll be fine. Adding, she'll see me tomorrow. And now, the final place to go. Home. And Dojima asks if I've met everyone. And I reply most, asking if they cried, and asks to see my face, and we head to Samigawa. And he says that I look more mature now. We've only been together for a year, but kids grow surprisingly fast. Nanako is having a hard time, but Dojima tells Nanako to remember what they promised, as she says, a sad and take care of yourself, big bro. Don't get sick. I say it back, but she goes back to being sad as Dojima tells her to not look so sad. We're all family, it doesn't matter if we're apart. And she can see me during vacation. Then we can talk about everything that's happened since we last saw each other, right? That made her a little happier, asking if I'll remember her, and of course I will. And she tells me it's a promise, now trying harder not to cry, as Dojima tells her not. But she replies grumpy that she's not! But Dojima says that it wasn't all that long, all things considered, but he did enjoy my time here with us. He really sees me as a part of his family, and he's surprised his sister's kid would turn out such a upstanding young man, adding to give Nanako a call sometime when I have a spare moment. And I'm always welcome to visit them. He'll leave my room just as it is, and think of it as a second home. All of a sudden, Nanako says, when she grows up, she wants to marry me. What? Dojima laughs, calling me a stud, adding, sure, Nanako, if you're still available by the time you're an adult, but that will be a long time. Won't it? Right. Chie marriage plan has a due date, or he'll kill me. But then going back to normal, asks if I have visited everyone yet. I still have a lot of time today. Why don't I go around Inaba and see everyone who will miss me? Besides, he doesn't think I've really had the whole peaceful small town experience while I was here. He then thinks about it. The case began shortly after I arrived and ended a few months ago. It happened while I was here, chalking it up to a quirk of fate, sending me on my way. I could just go home, ready for tomorrow now, but something doesn't sit right with me. Everyone kept bringing it up, not too many, but I'm just not sure how to feel. And the other side of me felt compelled to go to the Jeunesse food court. It felt so weird. This is where we spent so many afternoons going over the case with everyone. Just sitting here makes old memories flood back. Suddenly, Yosuke appears. Surprised to see me, Teddie thinks that it must be destiny. Then Chie and Yukiko appeared, saying, you guys are here too? Yukiko adding, this is our special headquarters. So many memories here. And now the first years have arrived. Kanju says, yo there. Senpai thought I'd be here. Rise adds that they had a feeling we'd run into everyone if we came here. Naoto admits that they were planning on seeing me tomorrow off at the station. But she was feeling too restless, so decided to come here. Yosuke thinks since we're all here, why don't we have something to eat? Sounds good to me. And Chie too wanting to have a steak, and of course, make Yosuke pay for everything. Yosuke lets a defeated shut up about your steaks, but he chipped in as we reminisce about a whole year. The good, the bad, the things that even make Naoto blush. Teddie admitting he really had fun in this world. Yosuke replying that his whole existence is about fun, adding that we've gone through what isn't all fun and games, but he's gotta say, he's never felt so fulfilled in his life. Chie adds that it seems we've been working on this forever, but at the same time, it felt like it went so fast. We won't ever gather here again like this or tear our hair out trying to solve the mysteries. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, but Yukiko says that even if we wanted to talk about it all, there were so many extraordinary things that no one would believe us. Come to think about it, for her, she thinks it all started when Chie told her about the Midnight Channel. Yosuke thinks he heard it from her, asking Chie where she heard it from. She guesses it was just a random rumors. Lots of girls are trying it out. Kanji wonders how it started then. The origins of the Midnight Channel starts a conversation. Chie thinks that someone accidentally discovered it. Yosuke says that it was really the cause of everything. The fog lifted after we caught Adachi, but there's still a lot of stuff that hasn't been clear yet, and it's still foggy in the TV world. Teddie thinks some weird guy might use it to do bad things again. That's a possibility. Chie wonders, didn't that Amino something monster say it granted us powers? Naoto says the phrase Chie meant to say, adding in the words, he gave the power to enter TVs to those who awaken to their persona ability, so that he might use it as pawn to enact his scheme. Which reminded Chie that, didn't my hand suddenly slip into the TV even before any of that happened to me? Thinking I may be an exception. But questions Adachi and Namatame, they could both go inside TVs before all this stuff about personas, right? Reisei didn't actually know that information, as Kanji presses me if I have anything that can come to mind. Well, there was a couple of things. Could it be related to Igor? But it'd make no sense. Adachi and Namatame aren't guests of the Velvet Room. Perhaps Amano Sagiri gave them power to use as pawns? But then, why was I given the power? But suddenly, I remembered Nanako gave me something this morning. As I was about to leave, I bring out a letter. Yosuke says it better not be another warning letter. I read that the sender was Adachi? Yosuke is shocked, saying, this is from jail, it's from Adachi, shocking everyone, but I open it up and get to reading.
I'm sure you're surprised to get this letter out of the blue. I'm writing this because there's something I need to tell you. Ever since I made it out alive, there are some things I understand now. It's true that my game's over. As you all insisted at the time, I'll abide by the rules of this world. But as long as I'm in stir here, I can't clean up after myself. So I hope this will give you something to think about regarding this case. There's still this feeling I can't shake. It's about how it all started, about that Midnight Channel. Now I remember, someone told me about it when I first came to town, before I heard the rumors at the station. And I was intrigued when I noticed that something similar was written on Namatame's reports as well. But I can't remember who it was that told me. Since Namatame and I both gained our power after coming to Inaba, I have a feeling that has something to do with it. I don't know if any of this will be useful or not, but I hope it can help somehow. When I'm here, I think of Dojima-san, Nanako-chan, and you. A lot. Though my time with you didn't seem like much fun before. It's strange. Despite it all, I'm grateful to you. Thank you. But let me just say this. You're a dumbass. You take the path you choose, and I'll think about what that means to me too. I doubt I'll ever see you again, but stay healthy. Goodbye.
Well, even if Adachi isn't that nice in this paper, I do feel a bond between us as the Hunger Arcana reaches its peak. And I can summon the evil counterpart of Izanagi, which I won't. But now I'm just left with questions of who did we learn about the Midnight Channel from in the first place? Chie thinks it's not very helpful to know that he can't remember who it is. Yosuke is not sure how to put it, but he kinda knows the feeling. That confuses us as he says it's like he doesn't know how to say this, but like something's connecting all these things. Something beyond what we can see. That world, the Midnight Channel, the ability to enter TVs, they all feel like separate things, you know what I mean? First the rumors, then the serial murder, followed by us deciding to investigate the case. If they were all separate, they wouldn't fit like this together, right? There has to be some kind of conductor behind everything. Chie asks if he thinks that this person Adachi mentioned, the one who told him about the Midnight Channel, is that conductor? It wouldn't be that far from the truth, but Chie shocked herself, asking if she struck gold again, adding it's seriously just something that popped into her head. Naoto asked me if there's something like that I can think of. From what I remember, I learned the Midnight Channel also from Chie, but Adachi and Namatame learned instantly. But wait, now thinking back, I did get sick that day I got here, so I say there is something. Naoto states we were involved in a murder case last year, which we succeeded in solving, but the monster we fought said we did well in playing our parts. Perhaps that means Adachi and Namatame were players as well. Could it be that the serial murder case is merely a portion of a much larger scheme, and none of the people who were directly involved ever suspected it, honestly? I wouldn't be surprised anymore. Yosuke then asks, this scheme, could it be the whole thing about filling both worlds with fog and turning mankind into shadows? So someone was behind the scenes watching us, the culprit, and maybe even that monster? And even manipulated Adachi and Namatame from the start, so it could come together perfectly? Naoto states we should go into the town, we might find something, but adds that I may be the only one capable of noticing it, and to contact the rest of us if I come across anything. Yosuke adds on top that we can't say our goodbyes tomorrow with this hanging over our heads. Let's go and figure this out. Couldn't agree more, partner. But now thinking about it, who gave me this spark of power? Well, the first person I met was Nanako and Dojima, so they're the best to start for this new investigation on the Midnight Channel. It's cloudy now, and I found them still at the floodplain, and I asked Dojima about the day I came to Inaba. He remembers that they were the first to greet us and wonders if we stopped somewhere on the way home. He's pretty sure he picked me up with Nanako and went straight home. Now that he thinks about it, he got called back into work as soon as he got home, so we didn't talk much. Then the next day, the murder started. He then thinks about all that's happened. It's been one heck of a year, hasn't it? But Nanako remembers something. We went to the gas station, she used the bathroom there, and then when she got back to the car, she saw me talking to the weird attendant. I asked her about it. She says she remembered the gas attendant because they were weird. Nanako bringing that up reminded Dojima that he filled the tank before we went home, and he does remember me talking to the attendant there. He didn't remember seeing him much before, so he's stuck in his mind, but he doesn't know about calling him weird. It wasn't like he looked funny or acted funny, but he thinks about it, he never saw the guy again. But Nanako states it wasn't really the attendant that looked weird, more that after I talked to him I looked sick. Wait, really? Apparently Nanako's knowledge knows no bounds, asking me to remember. She asked on the way home if I was car sick. I said I was, but that attendant, she thinks he was a little scary for some reason. But Dojima's unsure about that, being honest, saying he's surprised I'm asking all these questions. He thought I came here just to reminisce, asking why I'm looking for them and if something is going on. I say I may be porn, but he just reminds me I'm leaving tomorrow. He doesn't know what I'm up to, but I should come home early. There are some dark clouds on the horizon, and we may get some rain soon. I heed his words and head to the gas station, but first I felt compelled to enter the Velvet Room. Igor welcomes me and asks if he can help me, adding I have solved the mystery and deflected the disasters that has so nearly fell upon me, asking if there is something beyond that I need their assistance with. I say there is, and it intrigues Igor, asking what that may be.
Well then, let's take a look and see what it is you might be sensing.
Wow, that's a lot.
Ah, this is a surprise. These are shards of power, allowing one to see through to the truth of things without being swayed by hollow rumors. Interesting. Indeed, you have come here today for a reason. Then I shall play my part as well. That is a crystal of power, which you have nurtured through your journey. An orb that repels fabrications of all sorts, dispels lies, and shines upon the truth.
With Igor's gift, Marie remembered something about herself. She was born a long, long time ago. She was the unconscious wish, shared by people's minds, to protect the world of man, walk the path of man, and fulfill the wish of the world. That was her role, but the people changed. They stopped wishing for truth and life, or maybe they just stopped paying attention. And eventually, that me that wanted to protect and the me that wanted to fulfill humanity's wish couldn't stay as one. The desires of man have no bounds, and one day, her other half became its own existence, much larger than herself. She was left behind with no power or memories. She became a tiny fragment incapable of clearing the fog without giving her own life to do so. Kusumi no Okami. And I know the rest. Without her powers, she became a tool, manipulated by the other her. But I already know, the cause of it all. The one that created the Midnight Channel and gave me the power to enter the TV. The real puppet master who tried to fulfill both worlds of fog, using her and the other Sagiris. If I can't defeat her, the world will truly never be clear of the fog. Go and follow what you believe in. The truth is right in front of you. Margaret adds that the truth is a thing which only appears to those who have observed, considered, and made a choice. And at the end of the path I choose lies the truth. Believe in it and continue without faltering. While Igor just finds it all just marvelous, seeing that I will reveal the journey's true end, one beyond their predictive power, as he sends me on my way. And it's now raining, which means, and something I did notice, he's standing there in the gas station. As I start to bombard him with questions, I ask if this is where I first. He's confused and remembers the part-time job and apologizes since they don't have an opening yet. I ask if they know Adachi, which they seem to since it was a real tragedy, wasn't it? Glad the case is over. Yeah, a case that you caused. I asked both came here. They find it a weird question and not sure if it was right here, but they might have met them before. They've been here for a long time, so there's a good chance. But it's not like they knew them personally, asking me if I have nothing else, if I mind leaving them alone. But I don't listen. I press on asking if they did anything to them. Suddenly, they remember now. They think he met them when they first came to Inaba and greeted them with saying, "Welcome to Inaba." Nothing else. Just that, but started to chuckle, asking about it. I asked them what they did to me, and they responded, "Do you remember? I met him here the first time I came and did the same thing as what they did to the other two. They greeted me as well. Remember? We talked for a couple minutes and asked me a question, which is why all these questions? Is there something that's bothering me about the time we first met?" And I ask them straight up if they gave me the power of persona, as they break out in a laugh saying, "I've reached them at last. Let's drop this charade." To be honest, they were waiting for me. Adachi, Namatame, and me. It's they who awakened the power within us three. The power who had the potential, but having said that, they are rather surprised.
You really are troublesome. Not only did you defeat the two Sagiri I snuck into Adachi and Namatame, but you even saved that stunted dwarf of a life.
Are you talking about Marie?
It's such a foolish thing. What good is saving her life? She is but rubbish, suitable only for getting rid of that pointless fog. Don't tell me she was still carrying that around. Oh, excuse me. I was talking about that bamboo comb you have on you.
I got it from Marie.
Yes, I know. After all, it is a symbol of separation, which is why I gave it to her as we parted ways. How foolish. That comb was a curse. And to think she treasured it all this time. She must have been desperate for something to cling to. There's a limit to how irresponsible you can get.
Don't you look down on Marie.
And what are you going to do about it? The last battle wasn't enough for you. You certainly have the powers I was expecting.
Who are you?
You must know by now. Isn't that why you came? Your friends were drawn to the spark I stirred in you. That's why they're here now, with their awake. Still, I didn't think you'd make it all the way to me. Indeed, I never expected this at all. You're really something. What? You don't remember? When you first came to town, I gave your power a gentle push. Just like this. Are you in high school? Does it surprise a city boy to see how little there is out here? There's so little to do, I'm sure you'll get bored fast. You'll either be hanging out with your friends or doing part-time jobs. Speaking of which, we're actually looking for part-time help right now. Give it some thought, why don't you? We don't mind if you're a student. You're not the only one I welcomed to town with a handshake greeting. I did the same for a few other outsiders like you. A handful of strangers were more than sufficient to stimulate a small place like this. But it seems the stimulus was stronger than I imagined, enough to envelop this town with fog, and later lift it. Not only that, you now stand before me as if your assigned part wasn't enough.
To end everything.
The fog has lifted, and you still are not content? Why such greed? I guess it's the foolish nature of being mortal.
I am Izunami. Amano ruler of the fog, is merely an aspect of myself that I birthed long ago. You awakened to a power I had not imagined. You defeated the two Sagiri and the one fragment born from me. And now here you stand, face to face with me. I can no longer ignore this situation as mere foolishness. This may be fate, as decreed by the world. Very well. This time I shall pit my full strength against you. But in return, you must come prepared to follow through in your futile resistance. I'll be waiting for you there.
The one I just encountered was the entity behind everything. Her name is Izanami. Suddenly I hear my friends' voices. Chie asks if I'm alright. Who was that I was just talking to? Did she just disappear? Adding, wait, don't tell me. As I tell them what happened right there. They're shocked since it wasn't over after all. Yosuke adding, you're saying this so-called Izanami is the conductor and she's waiting for us in the other world. If we don't beat her, he's sure it will just happen again. Chie stammers and, okay, the others aren't far off, so she'll call them up. Yosuke agrees, asking, will ya? Tell him this is really gonna close the case. Yukio agrees, we'll defeat her and put an end to this for sure this time. With that, Chie says, when I'm ready, we'll meet them at Jeunesse. And with that, no beating around the bush, I went straight to the TV world. Rise can sense a tremendous presence. It's unlike anything we have faced, and it seems like a new area has formed. Yosuke bets that it's the lady, and she's waiting for us there, which reminds him that Amano something we bet said stuff like, we'll meet again. If that thing's gonna show up again, let's crush him completely, so he can't cause any more problems from here on out. Kanji agrees with a damn straight, let's go snap that thing in two. We'll do it and give Senpai a big farewell tomorrow. Yukio adds, let's do our best like always, leader. Chie thinks it's kinda sad that this really is going to be the last time we do something like this. You know, it might sound like a weird thing to say, but it was a lot of fun. Naoto replies that there were many things we believed in without questioning them. The culprit's identity, their motives. There were many occasions where we nearly gave up. Yukio thinks it may have been easier if we had chosen to look the other way, but we didn't. Yosuke adds, even if we had to fight every inch of our way, he wants to go on feeling, seeing, touching, and thinking for himself. Yukio agrees, adding that one person alone can only understand so much. That's why we're all here together. Chie is hype, saying all for one and one for all. Kanji adds his own words of, so long as someone's got your back, you can kick against the pricks no matter how tough they are. Rise says this is for our future, so we can see him off tomorrow with no regrets. Yosuke proudly says we can all get behind that. Well, except Teddie, since Yosuke always has to try and make himself look all cool. But he's so pathetic, it makes his skin crawl. But he simply replies that it's probably just fleas on your ratty old suit. He spilled juice on it earlier. Teddie realizes, saying, no wonder he smells of orangey freshness. Never change, Ted, but with a hearty laugh and Yosuke saying, let's do this, we begin. Rise is shocked, wondering, what is this place? It doesn't feel like anything like the other places. Wherever we go and rescue someone, she can sense their restless heart and how unstable it felt, but there's none of that here. Does this Izanami person not have a heart or something? I wouldn't be shocked, but Rise is left to wonder what she is, asking for us to be careful. As I explore and fight the enemies, I'll admit this place feels so familiar. Is this possibly the areas from my dream all those months ago after I woke into my power? Maybe, but regardless, it's eerie, so I hope to get this done fast. On the second floor, Izanami speaks, saying she can't believe we came without cowering in fear. Is that bravery or ignorance? Very well. She'll be waiting for me at the end of Yomotsu Hirosaka. Rise is shocked, asking if that was Izanami, telling us not to freak out. Come on, senpai. You're the only one who's freaking out, Rise. But the third floor, and Izanami asks if I've come to realize the scenery of this corridor. I have seen it before, haven't I? And I admit I do. I had a hunch before, but it is confirmed. As she says, what I saw in my dream that night was a result of me awakening to my power. Could it be fate that she now awaits my arrival? As she chuckles, Rise says, was that Izanami again? Asking if it's true what she just said. Well, anyways, no matter what kind of enemy we're facing, we have to fight, right? Still weird to think I've been here before, but on this floor, Izanami throws a challenge for us to overcome, and calling it a challenge is a joke. Like, it does damage, sure, but I think at this point, unless it's Izanami, it's not stopping Izanagi. Doesn't help that it couldn't stop tripping over its feet twice. And with simple power boost, it goes down by God's wrath. And with that over, fourth floor, Izanami says, you've made it safely thus far. Despair, emptiness, and hope. Those are the three qualities by which she selected those coming from outside. I showed the most grounding of the three. She would expect nothing less, in which case, she will personally and directly test my power. Rise thinks about the three qualities, thinking what kind of powers does she have? I wonder if each of us are meant to represent one of them, or all three. But regardless of that, the fifth floor, Izanami says she cannot believe we're still unperturbed. Even after stepping so far into her realm, one had not the eyes to see things as they were, and failed to awaken his power. One chose to avert his eyes from the truth, and allowed the evil to attain his awakened power. But this one, he came this far, yet he still yearns for the truth. He still fights. Rise comments that it sounds like Izanami's surprised by my power, even though she's the one who awakened it, thinking could it be that Senpai's power went beyond her expectations? She obviously wasn't expecting Kanji's boost, baby. But off we go, 6th floor. Izanami asks, why do I oppose her? She did not choose free pawns in jest. It was all to ascertain what mankind wished for. She learned that man gladly favors falsehoods over truth. Thus, she sought to fulfill their desires by shrouding the world in fog. Rise admits that there's a lot of things we don't see, and yeah, some of them we prefer not to. But that doesn't mean everyone wants to live blindly. Izanami has it all wrong. We've got to end this. Exactly, but Izanami put yet another roadblock in our way, and at least it fought back, but it didn't have anything too special to it, so with boosting and just healing off the damage, it eventually went down to Yosuke's Brave Blade.
Let's do this! That was easy!
With yet another of Izanami's roadblocks cleared, we head to the 7th floor. Izanami says how foolish. Even if you learn the truth, people will not find joy. What is best for mankind is return to a world void of its origin, where they need not shy away from the truth. All that exists will be a thick fog and thriving shadows, a tranquility called peace, that will last forever. Everything has been wished for and chosen by mankind. She will abide by their decision. Sounds more like a hellscape. As Rise says, it comes down to her screwing up our world. We have no idea what we're about to face, but we have to stop her, whatever it is that Izanami has in mind. True that. Not too long, we get to the 8th floor. She says, you'll resist to the end, won't you? Then she will have to fight the good of mankind with all of her strength. We have but a few pitted against the wishes of many. Our strength is truly astonishing. But we are the exceptions. We will soon reach the place where she is. Now come. Rise adds to confirm that she can sense a strong reaction from just ahead, saying this really is the final battle. Keep your guard up, senpai. And sure enough, there's the end. But before we face her, I want to do something. I've needed to do this for a while, and it's to face the Reaper, despite Rise telling me not to open the chest. He's powerful, as I expected, but I am at a good spot where I can face him without too much trouble. It also helps that Yukiko took an attack that would have killed me, despite the fact that I have Enduring Soul. It's nice of her, but regardless, it's just keeping up boosts and getting help from Rise, and due to her giving my party an Omni Charge, he loses to a charged up attack from Yukiko.
Turn. I can still do this! Phoenix Rangers, Featherman R!
But with everything done truly, and Izanami stats at 99, we can finally face Izanami. She congratulates us for making this far. Yosuke sarcastically thanks her, Miss Root of all evil. Naoto starts by saying, you granted certain individuals the power to enter the TVs. You created the Midnight Channel as well. And lastly, you started a rumor about the Midnight Channel to raise its public awareness, asking if it's correct. And she responds, all save 1 point. This Midnight Channel you speak of. It is indeed a device to draw hearts into this world, but it was always your individual wills that would determine what appeared on it. Humans ache to expose their suppressed sides, while the prying eyes around them are curious to see them laid bare. The wants to show and the wants to see, she granted a window that catered to both. That is all. Naoto thinks everyone wished to know more about the people who became famous through the media, and the Midnight Channel was there to grant their wishes. Once the person they wanted to see entered the realm formed by human thought, they would appear even more clearly. She sees, so that's how it worked. Rise adds, so you're saying all you did was give that initial spark to Senpai and the others, and then watch things unfold, and the rumors spreading, things going wrong, we're to blame for all that happened? Yukio adds, people's curiosity was at fault. Izanami responds that everything was for your sake, to create the world mankind so wanted. Man struggled to understand one another. You can only truly know a finite number of people within your lifetime, but humans disregard that fact and try to know more people than is possible. Only by comparing yourself to others can you define yourself. Thus, your ever-present anxiety. Your anxiety causes you to see only what you want to see, and believe only what you wish to believe. As she said, our desire is for a world enshrouded in fog. Fog my ass, don't put words in my mouth.
I must agree that the vast majority of people are exactly as you say.
But we don't intend to live that way.
If we were fine with the world you're making, we'd never have come this far, damn it!
We'll keep searching for truth and figuring out who we are as we go on with our lives.
We all will. Together.
That's right! No more butting into our business!
We will continue to live in our world with everyone else. That's why.
Man, it's hazy.
Than this thing! This is just the send-off our leader deserves! Alright, time for the grand finale!
Knowledge of the truth is not everything, yet drunk with truth. Now, learn for yourselves whose wrath you have brought down.
Alright, let's go, guys!
Let's go! Full throttle!
Then come, sinful sons of man.
It's here, the final boss, the puppet master of Nadachi and Namatame, and the one who controls the fog, Izanami. The fight is, well, hard. She hit surprisingly well, and then again, I wasn't max level, so it was a grand back and forth, with either Teddie or Yukiko healing while recycling between buffs and debuffs, as myself and Teddie, and a few youthful wins from Yosuke. But when we got to a point where a usual fog monster would go down, she refused, as it felt truly impossible to take her down. I guarded, thinking of my options, but what options are there with a beating that refused to be hit, with the truth that we're hurting them? But as she taunts us, attacking as well, but then...
That is a crystal of power which you have nurtured through your journey. An orb that repels fabrications of all sorts, dispels lies, and shines upon the truth.
Truth is a thing which only appears to those who have observed, considered, and made a choice. At the end of the path you chose lies the truth. Believe in it, and continue without faltering.
Well then, allow me to show you my full splendor. I am a god. I'll teach you the truth of your minuscule existences.
This battle will determine our future.
You cannot defeat me with strength alone. Soon, you will understand.
Izanami's true form, and it all makes sense now. Maybe not if it's a true being or not, but Izanami's form is haunting and grotesque, like the story Otogawa said, and maybe that's why I was given Izanagi. I was given the only being that could stop her. She may show lies to 1,000 people, but I will shine truth on 1,500. But that's when it happened. Izanami used an attack to target me, but my friends try to protect me, being dragged to the Yomi. Their fate's unsure, and with Yosuke gone...
It's unfortunate that our battle must end this way.
No, get up! We came so far!
What's the matter? Isn't it too early to give up? You taught me what a family truly is. I had my hands full just with Nanako when you came rolling in. I wasn't sure what to do. But then again, I can get back up as many times as I need to with you two with me. However painful it gets, I'll just grit my teeth. I'll get up as many times as I have to for you two. A father can be pretty stupid that way, huh?
Don't go, partner. Everything inside me changed after I met you. I'm glad we met. I wouldn't have made it this far if I hadn't done it alongside you. You can't let it end this way, right? You can keep going. Right, partner?
No! Don't leave me! I'm scared. I'm such a stubborn, two-faced coward. But you understood me. That's why I can become as strong as I need to be. Hey, can you hear me? Don't close your eyes yet. I'll give you our strength. You're our last hope. Please, get back up just once more.
Senpai, how much longer are you gonna just lie there? I mean, like that senpai? You're the kind of guy who can let it drop like this. That ain't the senpai I look up to. Get back up. Just one more time. Let me protect you.
Senpai, thanks. I'm glad I came to this town. When I think back on all the fun I had with you, Senpai, please stand up just one more time. We'll be your strength.
Senpai, if you stay down, I won't forgive you. You gave me a reason for me to stay just as I am. For someone like you to leave me in the dark halfway like this. Please stand up, just once more. Let's fight this together. Never fear. We're always together.
What's the matter? Are you gonna let it all end here? Come on, you're not alone. Just like me and Ko weren't. I won't let you do this alone.
Please don't give up, Senpai. I've had enough with losing the people most precious to me. I don't want to lose you too.
I'm sorry I can't be there to support you in your hour of need. Life. It's filled with so many things that are dirty, grotesque, and painful. There's no way you can stand it alone. But no one is truly alone in this world. You know that, since you've protected those precious to you, right? Come on. People are waiting for you.
Come on, my dear. It's too early yet for you to sleep. I know you must be a little tired, but there are still people waiting for you. Have you really done everything you can for those precious to you?
Thanks, mister. To tell the truth, to be brave, to stand up again, to believe. You taught me all those things. You have to believe that you're not alone either, mister.
Man, you're so cruel. You make me take responsibility for my sins, but you're gonna let this bitch take you down like this? That's hilarious. Get up. You're not like me, right?
Sensei, I'll protect you, Sensei. You gave me my life. I'm not alone anymore. And neither are you, Sensei. I'm sure together we can do things that no one could do alone.
Hey, big bro? Are you gonna leave me behind? I'll be a good girl. So don't go. I don't want you to go. Big bro?
Can you hear everyone's voices? The people do not wish for a world enveloped in fog. There are times when they'll stop and think they can't go another step. But please, grant everyone's wishes. Please get up. Just once more.
Impossible! Can the will of so few surpass the will of all mankind? How can your powers rival mine? Why don't you understand? It's impossible for humans to grasp the truth with their own hands.
Even so, the fact there can be truth to grasp push all of us along. Yosuke, Chie, Yukiko, Kanji, Rise, Teddie, Naoto, Nanako, Dojima, Sayoko, the Fox, Cow, Daisuke, Ayane, Shu, Naoki, Hisano, Marie, and even Adachi. They all will find their truth one day. And so, with that all said, here's my truth.
This can't be. How could I be defeated? How am I the one to disappear? Instead of the endless struggle, wouldn't it be easier to wrap oneself in lies and live in blissful ignorance? Isn't that true peace for humans?
How many times do we have to tell you? The hell with that shit!
Stop
assuming you know us.
Very well. Then try and live your way. Power enough to erase my existence. You have already exceeded what I thought humanity to be capable of. You have lifted the fog in this world, as well as the fog in your own. And whether that will lead to happiness or not, rests upon your shoulders. Children of man, well done.
With that, Izanami is no more. Kanji's excited, saying, "We did it!" Rise thanks goodness. Yu-Gi-Oh adds, "It's really over now." Chie agrees that this time it's all over. Let's hope so, but Naoto thinks this is more like a beginning for us though. But Yosuke is happy since now we've got no regrets for tomorrow, as we huddle together, and well, friends that you can believe in, and that many people I have come to understand. A strong heart bound to others, trying to ascertain the truth, a firm belief in grasping the truth with your own hands without being misled or deceived. And with that, I'm back in the Velvet Room.
Welcome back. Everything's finally over. You really are incredible. I'm no match for you. You just fought the other me that split from my personality. The two Sagiri, the other me, and the me that is speaking with you right now. They were all originally one within me. But there was nothing I could have done without my powers. If not for you, I would have disappeared along with the fog when the hollow forest vanished. Thank you so much. You saved everything. I'll be all right. The fragments you defeated have returned to me, and will soon become one. My name is Izanami no Mikoto, the fertile will that protects those who live in this land and fulfills their wishes. I will not forget you. Please do not forget. I am always by your side.
With a new glowing persona card in front of me, Igor comments how marvelous it is. I have driven back a godly being and brought about a new world. And with that, this is the last time they'll summon me here. Margaret says the fog will soon lift, and our destination will be visible. We will be arriving shortly. Igor continues saying, this journey was a fruitful one, worthy of making a turning point of my destiny. Many a time along the way did the fog of lies prevent me from moving forth, and yet every instant I overcame the temptation for easy exits and false terminals, and in forging bonds with those precious to me, I have moved closer to the truth, one step at a time, and his heart just jumped in delight to see me succeed. He is most honored to have borne witness to such a wondrous journey. Margaret says our destination is close at hand now, and with that Igor says that we have finally come to my journey's true end, and thus our contract has been fulfilled. His own duties end here as well.
You were truly a remarkable guest. Now, go forth and see with your own eyes. See the world you have won, the bright, magnificent future.
memories all gone. Wow.
It's nice. It feels kind of nostalgic.
I know this place. This scenery. A long, long time ago, everywhere in this world used to look like this.
So this is the world inside people's hearts. It feels nice. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
March 21st. It's finally here. I met my friends in the morning at the train station. Yosuke says, this is it. My departure is finally sinking in for Chie just now, as Rise is just sad since no more senpai from tomorrow on, as she starts crying, as Kanji tells her to quit crying. It's way too soon for that. But she can't stop as Kanji says that, sheesh, that stuff's kinda contagious, you know? Come on, Kanji, I know you want to cry, it's fine. But he adds, we've got to put on a good face for senpai. Nanako tells me that she doesn't want me to go away, hugging me as tightly as she could, as Dojima tells her, didn't you promise that you wouldn't cry? She lets go and agrees, as Dojima tells me that building a case against Dachi is going pretty smoothly. After all, he's made a full confession to his crimes. There haven't been any more incidents since then. Inaba's finally back to its normal, peaceful self. And Nanako's better now too. He couldn't ask for anything more, thanking me for everything. To him, I'm just as much of a part of his family as Nanako. He's really glad I came to stay with him. Teddie tells me he's finally found a place for him, then that's why he's going back over there. Which surprised me, but he wants to make sure that it never goes wrong again. He's going to protect that world from now on. He can finally be proud and say that world is where he belongs. Kanji admits that Inaba's gonna feel empty without me. Teddie calls Kanji cruel since was he even listening? But Yosuke just tells him that we can see you anytime we want, you dork. Chie agrees, saying like you'll be gone long. Soon as you start craving something like ice cream, you'll be back in a flash. But Teddie casually says to come on, my honeys. Bluffing that way isn't very cute, you know. Yosuke just says he's just gonna be going in and out of the TV at Jeunesse. How's the difference from what you've been doing already? Exactly, it's Naoto's turn, unable to decide on what to do. At first, she only planned on staying here until the case was completely closed. Maybe she will stick to the original plan and take the train back with me. That shocked everyone, but Naoto was kidding. She couldn't do something like that. It's not as though we'll never meet each other again. Saying to feel free to call her anytime, even if there isn't a case to solve. Sounds good to me, and my partner Yosuke doesn't feel like saying goodbye either, asking if I have plans during the long holiday in May. If I'm free, come on over and visit. With no mysteries to solve, we can have some real fun. Yukio will make reservations now so that we can stay in her family's inn. Teddie thinks he can finally get his revenge for that night. The surprise sneak attack will work for sure this time. Seems like Teddie forgot the bro code and just spilled it. You have to skin his hide for me, Yosuke and Kanji, as Kanji says what happened to going back to that world. But he just says that has nothing to do with this. It's entirely different. And we all get a good laugh. Naoto notices that she's not here. She would have thought that she would come today at least. I ask if she's talking about Marie. Kanji remembers he hasn't seen her since February, wondering if she's doing okay. I assume she'd be fine. She's just finding herself likely. Yosuke replies that I haven't seen her either then? Well, as long as she's doing well, that's okay. I can agree with that as Kanji says on a serious note, she should have at least shown up here, since this is the last time they'll be seeing me. That just started the sad train with Nanako and Rise, saying, it isn't the last time, stupid moron G. She gets a lot of mileage out of that word. As Yosuke says, why do you have to say things like that too? As he's flustered, but as Dojima said, it's almost that time, I better get onto the train. And I agree with that, but I turn to see Naoki, Cal, and Daisuke. Daisuke says, come back and anytime you want. We can eat ramen again. Cal adds that him and Daisuke will definitely come crash at my place someday. And Naoki just thanks me for everything. And here it is.
Well, see ya.
Good luck over there, too. If anything happens on your end, we'll come running.
Until we meet again, Senpai.
Senpai, I'll be waiting for you.
See ya. Take care.
I'll be looking forward to seeing you again.
Well, be careful.
I'll see you, Big Bro. Bye-bye. Thank you for everything. Stay well until we meet again someday.
You'll always be my sensei forever!
Please don't forget about us over there.
I love you, Senpai!
I'll do my best! You better not run away too, Senpai!
I'll always remember our time together!
Distance doesn't matter to us! Even if we're separated, we're still friends!
Take care!
See you again, Sensei! Bye!
I'll miss you!
He's really gone.
It's sad that he won't be around, but we will be okay, right guys?
Doesn't matter how far apart we are. The bonds we've made will remain strong. Everyone's heart is connected to the people they know and trust. It's those bonds that let us all search for our purpose in life. As long as it's a purpose you believe in, there will always be someone who can help you fulfill it. You, me, and everyone else, there are no barriers. Our hearts are one, right, Sensei?
It's yet another summer vacation, and the town hasn't seemed to change at all since my last time. Hopefully no murders will happen with my arrival. On the people of Inaba's side, Namatame was making a rousing speech to anyone who may listen, standing on a literal box, and it seems we had an effect on him. He's quite convincing. The housewife asked if I knew who that was. I said I do, as she says he's running for mayor. It was a surprise. He's passionate though. At first, no one wanted to go near him, but look at him now. She's been to a few of his speeches. She thinks he might be a pretty nice guy. His speech continues as I go for the long trip to Dojima's house. The door appears to be closed and no one is responding. Guess they're out as I call Dojima. He hears my voice saying, "I'm coming over? Wait, was that today?" Sorry, his hands are tied right now. Asking, why don't I call one of my friends and hang out with him for a bit? He'll see me later. Guess he's busy. But maybe Yosuke can help. No response. I suspect something might be up. A wild goose chase, maybe? But he's likely at Jeunesse, so better get going over there. Heading through the shopping district, I don't see anyone I know, but it's bustling more than before as they talk about ideas of selling stuff on Tanaka's amazing commodities, thinking of selling as limited quantities and homemade for good selling points, which could revitalize Inaba, but a guy appeared saying that Jeunesse will give them their full cooperation. The lady is happy, saying if only we'd done it sooner, but the guy wonders, what will we sell? Their steak kebabs are pretty good, but what else? We're not famous for anything else. But the old man just says, it can be anything. As long as it's something they can put their backs into, it'll sell like hotcakes. We gotta work hard so we don't embarrass Jeunesse. We can't be weak now. It's honestly a joy to see the shopping district coming alive. And thanks to Jeunesse, the thing they thought would destroy it. But speaking of Jeunesse, I arrived there, the old investigation team hideout. It's been a while. I don't see anyone, but they sent the two worst people to do scouting as I hear Yosuke and Teddie argue. As I walk up to them.
Ah, we blew it. Oh well, here goes. 1, 2... Wah! Bah! It's a bear!
What are you guys doing? This isn't anything like we planned. And what's with the bah? It's a bear? Oh, you make it sound like we're the ones getting ambushed.
I knew we'd run into snags.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Senpai! You're here! Did you miss me?
A botched surprise is about what I'd expect, but they all look so different. Yosuke says they heard I was coming, so they planned a little surprise, saying that things got kinda nuts when I last visited in May, so they thought instead of me coming to each of their houses, maybe they would spice things up this time. Chie adds that they thought I'd miss them a little if I couldn't find any of them, and Kanji adds, it didn't go quite like we planned, but it's been a while, senpai. Yukiko asked me if I was surprised. Yeah, I was how much it was a failure. Yukiko is shocked, saying, so you were surprised? In a way, so, success? Sure, let's go with that. But Chie says, no, not a success. Rise asks for my opinion on how does she look? Did I think she was someone else? Is my heart melting? But Yosuke says for her to come on. You know who's changed more than anyone else here. As we stare at the new Kanji, I honestly don't know what to say. His hair just looks goofy, but it fits him. As he grumbles, will you asshats lay off? You're getting a little rude there. Yukio is laughing as Naoto says, we all change a little. None of us can remain in stasis forever. Yukio can't stop as Chie tries her best, but she eventually does. As Yosuke says, none of us want to be the guy who's always talking about how great things were back in the day. As long as we're all here, keeping an eye on each other, we can change. As Teddie proudly states, Yosuke's still a show-off. Not him, though. He's different now. Why? He's powered up so much that he's probably a grizzly bear. Shouldn't have said that, Ted, because Yosuke thinks that sounds pretty powerful, so we're sticking with all the manual labor. As we all get a good laugh from his expense, as Dojima calls me up asking if the surprise went well. I say it's still ongoing, as he apologizes about that. They asked him for his help, so he acted like he wasn't home when I came just now. He's a pro when it comes to seeing through a lie, but when he's the one who has to put on an act, he can't last 5 seconds. But bring them all here. He's got a good meal waiting. As he hangs up, likely a massive buffet of sushi. Nanako loves that after all, as Kanji is the most excited, saying, let's eat! But Rise reminds him that this is to celebrate Senpai coming back, as he tells her, shut up, he knows! And with that, we all went to the Dojima residence. Chie is stuffing her face like usual as Kanji reminds her, that's your second one! We get one each, remember? Dojima is just shocked, saying that we sure eat a lot. You thought he might have ordered too much, but look at you, plowing through it already! Yosuke apologizes for that and thanking him for the food, asking about Nanako since he'd hate to eat her share too. Dojima says she's at piano lessons, don't worry, he said as a side. Remembering, he didn't tell me. Yeah, Nanako started learning the piano. She should be back any minute now. He's sure she'll be rushing home. Ever since she found out I'd be back, it's all she'll talk about. He's laughing as I say I'm glad she's doing okay. Well, and he is too. She's growing and learning every day. It's amazing a thing to see. Just watching her gives him strength. It's slow, but he's moving on bit by bit. Actually, he came across some information about an old hit-and-run incident. The victim was his wife. He'd been chasing dead ends and false leads for so long, but he thinks he's finally getting close to the truth. But brushes it off, saying, just when he thought he would keep his personal feelings separate from his job, laughing, commenting on it being strange though. It's thanks to me that he was able to draw that line in the first place, thanking me. I ask if there's anything else new, and he thinks about it saying, oh, that incident last year, Namatame got released due to lack of evidence. Not shocked, but he can't tell us much. But basically, no one could reproduce his supposed methods, not even Namatame himself. He was very insistent on the details of his crimes, but a diary isn't enough evidence to build a case, unless it's peak fiction like mine. Bad take aside, Namatame came up to him and apologized, but he told him he should come up with his own way to make up for it. He said he was going to run for mayor. He doesn't know how serious he was about that. Well, I did see him, and Yukiko did as well, as Dojima adds that he went to see Adachi. Yosuke asks him what happened to him. Chie asks if he was the one who interrogated him, but Dojima replies that he wasn't a part of it. Couldn't be. They were too close. But he was indicted. It was probably just circumstantial evidence. But he'd said a lot of things only the real killer would know. After they set a trial date for him, he was able to go and see him. Naoto sees as Dojima comments that he said he's a model prisoner. The bastard even said he gets better treatment behind bars than he did when he was working with him. Don't blame him, as he chuckles thinking, the next time he sees him, he'll bring him a cheap cabbage. He looks happy. Despite everything, I guess they're still partners.
I'm home! Dad, is Big Bro? Big Bro!
Surprised, Nanako?
Welcome home, Nana-chan!
Teddie too? And Rise-chan! Everyone's here! I'm learning piano now, and I've been a good girl.
I'm proud of you.
I'll play for you sometime.
I didn't think she'd ask to start piano lessons. Like mother, like daughter, I guess. Chisato was a piano teacher, but Nanako's pretty good herself. At first, I didn't even want to hear the word piano. Now that she wants to learn, I gotta get over it.
I remember what my mom played. I'm gonna... Dad, the weather report's on.
And now, the weather. It was nice and sunny today, but what will it look like after that? Take it away, Mariko.
Hello, Mariko Kasumi here. We've been having a lot of rain recently, so starting today, I'm gonna make it sunny. I mean, after all that rain, I don't think we're gonna have to worry about any water shortages this summer. And besides, someone's visiting. I can't have it rain while he's here, so I'm gonna keep it sunny for a while.
Mariko? Mariko, please calm down.
Oh, but if it gets too hot, then some rain should be fine. He should tell me whenever he wants it different and I'll change it. Just like that.
The weather reporter is Marie. I guess it works, but I hope she doesn't abuse her powers. Chie forgot to mention that, and Kanji comments she's been coming here a lot. She's famous now. Reise still has a bone to pick with her, after all this time, asking how she gets so popular so fast. What was the station thinking? Her stage name's so boring too. God, she is a hater. As Nanako says what she said a year ago, asking if she decides tomorrow's weather, right? Whenever she says it's going to be sunny, the sun comes out. Yosuke says, in her case, maybe? Honestly, thinking about it, it's kind of funny how it just came around full circle, but at least it'll be sunny.
Thanks, Mariko. Tell our viewers goodbye.
I hope you all have a good day tomorrow. Remember, the more you put in, the more you get out.
The more you get out.
Dojima says that he sees that weather girl a lot. The younger ones at the station tell him they feel motivated whenever she does that. I admit that I'm not surprised, and Dojima agrees, admitting he feels it a little himself, to be honest. Well, he's just glad that weird fog is gone. Now we don't have to obsess over the weather report. Yukio thinks it's really great though. Everyone in town is more motivated. Chie agrees, saying people have so much energy now. Dojima agrees too. It doesn't wear you down walking through the town anymore. Not like last year. Naoto adds that everyone has a more positive outlook on life than when she first came here. Dojima replies that it shows people can change. For better or worse, he guesses. It depends on your perspective. After the fog lifted, he's sure people just realize that it's a lot brighter when you open your eyes. There's a lot we would rather not see. A lot of grime in the human heart. But if you close your eyes to everything, you can't even see the people close to you. How can you be happy like that? The only thing to do, really, is to keep marching on, straight ahead. We can all agree on that. Honestly, rousing speech, Uncle. I just had flustered saying, I'm rambling, aren't I? Guess he had more to drink than he realized. Well, regardless, thanks for the motivational speech, Uncle.
Oh yeah, Nanako, didn't you say there was something you wanted to tell him when he came home?
Your cooking is barely food, Chie.
Hey, shut up!
What about mine?
That's cold, Yosuke.
I could have made something too.
Please don't.
What was that? I can cook if I put my mind to it. So can I.
That's...
Gotcha. Got it?
Oh yeah!
Well then. 1 and...
It's good to see you, Senpai.
Kanji, it was welcome back. How could you mess that up?
Hey, just shut up, all right? I just got stage fright, that's
Well,
all.
I figured someone would blow it.
無慈悲な言葉だけがでたらめに街に溢れてる。ネバも切なく
This only just started to sink in, but here we are, the end of the Persona 4 Golden Diary. And I just wanted to say thank you for going on this journey with me. It's been wild to play this game and post it almost daily while having others invested in what was basically a playthrough. But I just wanted to give every last one of you, once again, a massive thank you so much for going on this journey with me. I will be posting a follow-up to this video in a few days, essentially a post-commentary for the entire thing, and a small update, but with that all said and done, enjoy the credits. It's finally over. A massive project spanning a year. And once again, thank you so much for going on this journey with me. I'll have my post-commentary linked in the description, and don't forget on the second channel, Metaphor ReFantasio will be starting on June 2nd. And that's all I have. See you later.